Hello everyone. Can you guys hear me? We are live once again. Let me check if I'm live or not. Yes, we are live. So, yes, welcome back to another stream, guys. Welcome. Today we're building a coin coin flip simulator. You can flip the coin just like this and get head. It will basically update the counter and also give you a recent flips just like that. And yeah, and you guys have cleared the history, and that's pretty much it. This is a simple project, but it is pretty amazing. So you know what? Without further ado, let's get started. So let me check if I can get you guys up. Second. And also, okay, give me a second, guys. With that said, I think we should be done. Okay. Let me see. Hello, Gaurav. How are you, man? We're starting it. So let's start. So this is our thing. What we can do is probably minimize that. Oops. Do that and boom. So that is our thing. We'll be basically making this. So let me quickly do that. This is our folder that I made. I'm just gonna make a index.html file really quick. You know, the thing that we always do. Style.css and script.js. And with that said, we should be done. So let's start our boilerplate code, shall we? So for this, what I'm gonna do is probably change the title to like coin flip simulator or something like that. And also do link style.css. Just like that, you can do style.css. And also do change that to script.js. So that is our boilerplate for this, right? Now, for others, what I can do is just set the container. Hello, Killer Brian. Welcome back again. Thank you for joining in today too. How are you doing? Are you doing good? How was your day? We're building a coin flipping simulator. You want to see? Oh, let me quickly show you. I'm gonna whip that out again. So this is the thing that we'll be building. You can basically flip. This is basically a coin flipper. And yeah, pretty cool. It updates the counter and also has a recent history. You can clear the history just like that. Pretty cool. This is a simple project because I was waiting for you. Thank you. I'm usually live in 7. I wasn't live yesterday because I wasn't feeling well. So yeah, so that's why I brought a small project. It's not a big project, so you'll just see me yapping. Like you'll see me mostly yapping today. So I'm good every day. I learn your tutorial. Hello, Rizu. How are you? Are you good? How are you, man? Everyone, welcome to the stream. So what I'm gonna do is make a. I need a coin emoji. How do I get coin emoji? I'm just gonna copy that. There we go. Coin. Do coin flip simulator, just like that. And I'm just gonna hit go live to get our development server ready, just like that. So there's that. Now, next thing I need to do is make the actual coin. So how will we do this? is we'll be using some 3D concepts in this real tutorial. I'm gonna explain it to best of my abilities. So yeah, we'll do it. So what I'm gonna do here is make a div called coin and also ID called coin because we need JavaScript for this. And what we'll do is we'll make two sides, right? Both of them will be coin faces. But what will happen is, let's say this is head, so this will say edge, and this will say tail, so T. This will have an extra called heads, and this will have extra called tails. There we go. So we'll be positioning this absolute, so these two div overlap, and we'll be using perspective and probably some backface or something like that. We should be good. So yeah. Brian, how are you, man? By the way, Brian, how is your thing going? You said you were like learning frontend, right? So we'll make a button called flip button here, and also make an ID called flip button, and also do flip coin, just like that. Now I'm gonna make another div for result, and also have an ID called result. This will be empty initially, but we'll be using JavaScript to fill this up. So that's pretty much it. Yeah, I'm interested in front end right now. I'm good. I see. So how is your front end journey going? Yeah, I'm learning stuff outside coding right now. Like how to make good videos, how to edit. Since I kind of switched my career. Not almost, but kinda. I still have to learn a lot of things. Because I want to grow, but it's kind of like thinking about how to grow, you know? Like it's like just pinpointing what am I doing wrong that is not making me grow. So I'm just trying to figure that out. So stats, I will be making a stats, and I'll be making a stat card. We'll be making two stats card, right? One of them will be a head counter, another will be a tails counter. So that's it. So inside this, I'm gonna make a h3. This will be label. So I'm gonna put head there, and this will be the stat value. And I'm just gonna do heads count. And initially, both of these will be 0. I'm just gonna copy that, paste that there. This is for the tails, and we'll just do tail. And yeah, that's pretty much it for the stat counter. They're not much. This project is not big, as I said. I'm sorry, guys. I'm kind of not feeling well, so I cannot give you guys bigger projects right now. I'm thinking of streaming 1 hour today and calling it a day, hopefully. But yeah, if you guys have any questions, I'll answer them to the best of my abilities. So I need to drink water. Actually, let me drink water. As I said, most of the stream will be me yapping. So yeah. Why am I getting brain freeze from drinking water? I think I had to go to a dentist or something like that. Okay. So next thing that we have to make is history. Hello, Tariq Azes, welcome to the stream. I'm just gonna do history here. So we'll make a div. Now this will be a div, so I'm just gonna put some inline CSS here. Oops. I'm just gonna do display flex and do justify content space between. Also do align items set to center, and margin bottom set to 1 rem, and that's pretty much it for this. Now I'm gonna go inside this and do extrude, do recent flips, just like that, and make a button here that will say clear button, and do clear button as well. I'm also do clear history. Since this will be a clear history button, so I'm just gonna make that. And yeah. So here I'm just gonna do history list and do history list and do span. I'm just gonna put no flips yet. So initial will be that. We're gonna change that. So here I'm just gonna put a small style, but since it's a small tile, I'm just gonna use inline CSS. I'm gonna do text line. I'm just gonna go gray, and font style, not font style. Okay. Font style, I'm just gonna do metallic. And I think that's pretty much it for our HTML. Pretty small HTML here. Now let's move on to CSS. Okay. So initially I'm just gonna do that. I'm just gonna do margin 0, padding 0, and box sizing set to border box. This is the first thing that we do. This will remove all of the margins and paddings. Now next thing I need to do is set the body to font family. Font family do Shigoi UI. I can probably just type this and get that now. Yeah, and just cut all of this. I don't need any of those. Looks pretty nice. Next, background. So for background, I'm going to use a kind of a blackish color. So I'm just going to do that. This is blackish blue color, just like that. And do color, I'm just going to set to white. Min height set to 100 VH. Also do display flex direction. Flex direction set to column. And align items set to center. Just like that. I want it to be in exactly at the middle, so I'm just going to do justify content center as well, so that will come exactly at the middle. So next is padding. I'm just going to do padding set to 20 pixels. Just like that. And yeah. Next thing I need to do is make the container. Do text align set to center. Max width set to 600 pixels. And width set to 100%. Just like that. I'm going to style this. So for that, what I'm going to do is call h1 because there's only one h1. So I'm just going to do font size 2.5 rem. That will make it bigger. Do margin bottom 2 rem. So it'll make 2 rem, which is 32 pixels. And do color. I want a light bluish color. So I can probably like light blue, but a kind of a more light blue. Yeah, that should be fine. And do text shadow to 0, 0, 20 pixels. And RGBA, I'm just gonna do that and do 0.3, just like that. It has a glowy effect. And yeah. The next thing is the coin, right? Now to make the coin, it is kind of, well, basically making the container circle. So I can do coin, come here, do coin container. And here I can do margin, I can do 3rem and 0, right? And do height set to 200 pixels. Do display flex and align item center and justify content center. So that is for the actual container, right? Now to still style the actual coin. And after that, we'll style the coin face. Here we have the coin div, which is the outermost div here, coin container, that has the actual coin. The coin has two faces, one is heads, one is tails. Makes sense, right? Now to make that, what I'm going to do is we can probably just first style the coin here. So I'm just going to do coin. Coin here is this right here, which is the whole container. So I'm just going to set the width of the coin to around 150 pixels. Also do 150 pixels height. Position set to relative. And do transform style preserve 3D. So that right here will basically preserve 3D. So if there is any 3D effect, it will assume that is a 3D object instead of just having 2 dimensions, right? And transition, I'm just going to do transform 2 seconds, easing out. That will be the transition, and do cursor set to pointer. Now for the coin flipping animation. So to make that, I'm going to make a separate state for that, which will apply the animation, which will be named flip, last for 2 seconds, and do easing out. Now to make the keyframes for this, I'm just going to copy that. I'm going to do keyframes, name that, right? And just do 0%. Initially at 0%, it will be the transform property. I'm just going to rotate it 0 degrees. And again, I'm just going to have it rotate at Y. So we'll be using 2 different axis here. So it will rotate at 0. Initially, it will be at 0 degrees. It makes sense, right? But it will have 4 states. The initial is 0%. Second one will be 25%. When the 25% is gone, it will rotate to around 450 degrees and do 180 degrees. So it's kind of I think 5 rotations at Y degrees and 1/2. So that is that much. So next is 50%. Halfway, it will have double its spin. So I'm just gonna do 900 degrees. This, it will complete 1 full rotation in the x-axis, right? We'll just be increasing that with that ratio. At 75%, it will increase by another 450 degrees. So that will be 1350 degrees. And that will be 540 degrees, right? And at last, at 100%, at 100%, it will increase to 1800 degrees. And this will change to 720 degrees. So that is the keyframes for our flip. Right? Now this is the animation. We still haven't made our coin. So let's actually style our coin face. So to do that, what I'm going to do is do coin face, do position set to absolute. So this, this says overlapped, just like that. We want just that. Width set to 100%, and height also set to 100%. So if you hover over it, if I go here, if I hover over it, this will be the entire face, as you can see. This will take all of the space on the coin, right? Now here, what I'm going to do is set the border radius to about 50%. So that's a circle. You cannot see this because it's still that, but I can do back face visibility. So back face visibility is used if you have a 3D effect. So if you're just flipping it, if you keep it visible, it will not show the back face, like the how do I say it? The opposite side, right? So it will not have a flipping animation because let's say tails is at the top, it will, when flipping, it will just show tails, which is kind of boring, right? So do display flex, put the text on these middle. So I'm just gonna do that. Justify content, also set to center. Now to all of those, right? What I'm gonna do is do font size set to 4M so you can actually see. And do font weight, font weight set to bold. And also do box shadow set to 0, 10 pixels, 30 pixels, and RGBA set to 0.5. And yeah, there we go. And I'll add a border of 3 pixels solid. So that will be a yellowish background, just like that. You see that. Now we have to style the individual thing, like individual faces, right? Now to style that, I'm just going to use heads. We basically style the outer thing, like the main coin. Now we have to style the individual faces. Now to do that, we have head and tails, right? We have made a separate. We have put this into the class list. Now to do that, what I'm going to do is first change the background. So I'm going to change the background to something different. So I have the hexadecimal code with me right now. I'm just going to do C9AA71 for heads. It will look just like that. And do color. Set that to 8P4. 513. So that will be the color. And do transform to rotate to 0 degrees at Y. Initially, it will just be at just like that. Now for tails, right? Now for tails, what I'm going to do is change that to B8860B, just like that. As you can see, it changes the color. Now I can just change the color to the same and have the same effect here. I can either have the same color or change it. I can probably change that to a gray, just like that. And rotate this 180 degrees. And if you do that, since we have the preserve 3D effect, it will actually rotate it on 3D, right? So if you rotate that, it will have the edge, the heads coming up in the front. So this will be on the back side, whereas heads will be in front of it. Now to actually style the flip button, what we'll do is do background set to 64FFBA. This is kind of a light greenish color. Also do color 0F, 0F0F23, a blackish color. Also do border set to none, and do padding 15 pixels and 40 pixels. just like that. Font size, set that to 1.2 rem, just like that. Font weight, I'm gonna do bold. Border radius set to 50 pixels. Also do cursor set to pointer. That will be our flip. And also do transition set to all 0.3 seconds at ease. Just like that. Also add a box shadow of 0, 5 pixels, and 15 pixels. And do RGBA, set that to same thing, which will have the glow effect. Do margin, set to 2 rem and 0. Just like that. Now for the hover effect, I'm just going to copy that, paste that here, add a hover effect. Hover effect, I'm gonna have a darker than this one. So to do that, I can just do that. And have, if we do that, it's too dark. Just about that, I think. Yeah, it should be fine. Next, I'm just gonna transform, translate at Y at -2 pixels. It will slightly lift up. I'm gonna change the box shadow because of that. I'm doing a box shadow. Scroll down and do 0, 8 pixels, 25 pixels, and RGBA. I'm gonna set that to the same but a little bit darker effect. And just change that to 0.3, 0.3 to 0.4. If we do that, yep, looks nice. Now, next thing you have to make is flip button disable. Now, the thing is, when having it disabled, when you click the flip button, we have to make sure it's disabled, so that like when flipping, when the coin is flipping, user has to know that the actual button is disabled. Now to do that, I can change the background to something like gray. So I'm just gonna do that, and also do color set to gray, and do cursor set to not allowed. So it will have not allowed, and box shadow. Let's set a none. So I'm just going to remove everything, giving it a clicked effect. Now for the clear button, right? Now for the clear button, what I'm going to do. Is let's first call it the clear button. This should be relatively simple. I'm just going to change the background to something like gray color. Not gray actually. I'm going to call a black color. So do that. Mahi Al Madi. Hello, welcome to the stream, man. I'm sorry I've absolutely butchered your name. I know. I am so sorry. We are currently making a coin flipper thing. Coin flipper. You can call whatever you want to call it, I guess. Welcome to the stream. Now color, I'm gonna set it to white, and border set to 1 pixel. Solid, I'm just gonna do same, kind of have a little bit darker color, and change the padding to 8 pixels and 20 pixels. And do border radius set to 20 pixels. And do cursor set to pointer. I'm a beginner in JavaScript. Oh, that's nice. Are you learning JavaScript, or you're thinking of learning JavaScript? Yembo Boa Do Lompo, welcome to the stream. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your names like I'm destroying your names, guys. I'm so sorry about that. Can you be my teacher? I mean, I cannot teach it right now, but if you want, there is a JavaScript tutorial in this channel. If you go to our playlist, you should see the thing, and we have explained everything as beginner friendly as possible. Even though if you have never coded, so you should see right there. So here I'm just gonna do font size set to 0.9 rem. Sincere welcome to the stream. And here I'm just gonna do transition. Very good, thank you. Yo, what I got notified? Oh, oh well. Sad vibes, no cussing. By the way. Welcome to the stream, man. Anyway, hi, Gobi. Hi, what's up, man? How have you been? How was your day? How was your day, guys? Was it good? Everybody tell me how was your day? I'm sorry for no, it's fine, it's fine. I get it. I mean, the thing is, if I were streaming on Twitch, then it will be a different thing. But I'm streaming on YouTube, so like I don't get the YouTube TOS and Twitch TOS. It's really bad. I'm stressed. What happened, man? Did someone say something to you? So the clear button, I'm gonna add a hover effect quickly. I'm not gonna do too fancy. The thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get the same thing and change the background to that. That's it. That should make it look pretty nice. We can also do like transforms, translate to -2 pixels. And also add a box shadow. You can do that. You can experiment, but I think it will 0. I can do 5 pixels and 10 pixels. Oops. 10 pixels and 20 pixels. RGBA, I'm gonna have the same, but lighter. Just like that. I think I had to decrease spread here. Oh, I was supposed to do 5, not 50. Yeah, that should look nice. I gotta prepare for a hackathon, internal exam, weekly exams, front ends. Oh my god, you have a lot on your plate right now. Yeah, good luck, man. Yeah, good luck, man. The result. The font size set to 1.5 rem. Hackathon like is hackathon really fun? Because I was thinking of getting into CP, like competitive programming, but I've never got got the time to actually, grasp it. Like I also bought a data structure core, like actually do, data structures, like hardcore data structures. But like I never got into it. I guess it's not my thing, huh? So do margin set to 1 rem and 0. Also do min height, set that to 2 rem. And also do color. Might as well get into it actually. I think it's an excuse. I should probably start doing getting into CP. I might like discover a new hobby, who knows. This is the result stats, so this is these right here. This is the actual thing. I know you'll ace it, bro. Unlike me, you're knowledgeable. I'm not knowledgeable. Compared to other people, I'm not knowledgeable. Like, I have, like, developers working in my company. like they're really good at what they do. And then thinking that, how I always think, how can I be like that? But more I think about, like, the more I think about it, the the more it makes me look bad and make myself look like feel bad, in my opinion, for myself. So like I never kind of do that. So yeah, I'm still learning though. I'm still in the learning phase. I'm not like really really good. I want to be. This is a different story, but yeah. The display grid. Oops. So this we'll be making it grid, and just probably do like grid template columns, one fraction, just like that. And gap, set that to 2 rem, and set the margin to 3 rem and 0. And yeah, now we have to style the actual stat card. So style the card here. Do background RGBA, set the same of these, and have really small tintish, just like that, really small. And do border radius set to 15 pixels. Also do padding set to 1.5 rem. And do backdrop filter. I'm gonna add 10 pixels blur. Oops. Just like that. And do border set to 1 pixel. Solid RGBA. This one looks pretty nice. Now for these text, right, what I'm gonna do is call this h3 and change the color to our signature blue. Now the one thing you can do is make CSS variables for this if it is getting frequently used. But yeah, the margin bottom set to 0.5 rem, and the font size set to 1.1 rem. Like that. Now for the stat value, the font size 2 rem, the font weight, set that to bold. Just like that. No. So how are you doing with that? What is your plan? Are you just gonna cram everything out? Are you gonna do that? No, background, I'm gonna set the background to around this. Like the same background. Now border radius, I'm just gonna still do 15 pixels. And do padding set to 1.5 rem as you would like the same. And also do margin set to 2 rem and 0. And do backdrop filter set to blur 10 pixels. And do border set to 1 pixel, solid RGBA set to 0.1, and that's it. That is for the history. Which day is today, by the way? I kind of forgot. It's Wednesday. Oops. Now for the history h3, right? So I'm gonna copy that. And is it h3? I forgot. Alright, it is h3. To h3. Set the color to the same signature light green color. Set the margin bottom to 1.1 rem, 1 rem. And the font size set to 1.2 rem. Just like that. And now for the history list, we can style it once we do it, but will just be a item, and that's about it. So yeah, for the history item, what I'm going to do, this will basically be the history list that will be creating from JavaScript. So for that, I'm just going to do history and do history list. This will be the actual container. Here, if you see this, there we go. This will be the container, and this will be the thing. Now to make this, we'll be appending a container. So in this, I'm just going to do display flex wrap set to wrap. Anyway, bro, I'm going to go now. I'm going to study. Yeah, sure, man. Bye-bye. Good luck. Best of luck, man. Good luck. Yeah, I'm going to set 0.5 RAM and also do justify content set to center. And also do max height set to 100 pixels. And do overflow at Y to auto. Okay. There we go. Now for the item, right? Now for the individual item, what I'm going to do is do history item, do padding 0.3 rem, 0.8 rem, and do border radius set to 20 pixels. Do font size 0.9 rem, kind of decreasing the font, and do font weight bold. Now for two things, one is heads and one is tails, right? Now here, what I'm going to do is first set one for heads. I'm going to make two different styling for those. The reason behind that is this will have a different background, color, and the border radius. So for background, what I'm going to do is set a RGBA value of 201, 170, and do 113, and set the alpha value to 0.2. Set the color to the same for the heads that we used here. We can go up, and there we go. Right. And next is the border color. Border color, I'm just gonna have the same thing. So I'm just gonna copy that, paste that here. Now this will have the same thing. So I'm just gonna do background, RGBA, set do 184, 134, and do 11 and 0.2. So that will be our thing. Now color, I'm just gonna set it to same thing right here, which we did for tails, just like that. Just gonna have the same border. I'm just gonna copy paste that, copy that, and paste that there. And there we go. That is for the tails, and with that we should be good. Now I have to make small responsiveness, and with that said, I think we should be good with this. Now I'm just gonna do media queries and change to max width set to around 640 pixels. We can make that as our thing. I'll change the H1 to font size set to 1 rem. And next I can do set the coin value to width. I can set it to around 120 pixels and height set to 120 pixels. Next is coin face. What I can do is change the font size to 3 rem, just like that, and do stats, do grid template columns set to 1 fraction, gap 1 rem. So this will basically put this in one vertically stacked instead of having it side to side. That is what it will do. And with that, I think we can also change this, actually make that in same for my document. Oop, it made it worse, but it's fine. So that is all the styling that we have to do for all of these. Now let's go to JavaScript. This should be relatively easy JavaScript, so let's get started. What I'm going to do here is do const coin. I'm going to do I can do document dot get element by ID. I can go to coin. So this will get the coin div. That's from here right here. So this will get all of these. And now I can call the flip button equals to document dot get element by ID. I can get the flip button, right? I can get the flip button, and I can just copy paste this. I need it a bunch of times. I don't know how many I need. Next I need is the result. You can probably just copy that, paste that here. Next is heads count. Hopefully I spelled that right. Just like that. I can copy that, paste that here. Next is history list. Where is history list? I'm not able to call the clear button too. Just like that. And last, I'm going to get the history list. There we go. That will get all of my DOMs. Now we'll make initial values for all of these, right? Here, these two will be integer variables. So first one is heads. Initially it will be 0. Next one is tails. Initially that will also be 0. Next is the history. Now for this history, right, what I'm going to do is make an empty array. So this will store all of our history inside that. And if we flip a coin, what happens is if you flip a coin and it lands on heads, it will add heads to here using here, and it will update the value according to that inside the flips, inside the history, right? Now, initially, what I'm going to do is make a Boolean variable that is called is flipping. This will basically be used to prevent spam clicking the flip button. So what we'll do, initially it will be false because it's not flipping. When user flips the button, when the user clicks the flip button, this will be set to true. And while this is true, the button will be disabled. So that is the logic that we'll be building. So yeah. Here what I'm going to do is do function. I'm going to make a function that will basically flip the coin, right? I can probably use the camel casing here. Here what I'm going to do is make a function that will basically flip the coin. Next function I'll make is for the add to history. This will basically, add the history according to what outcome we have, either heads or tails. That will be the parameter that we'll take. And at last, we need a clear history. So I'm going to make, at last, I'm going to make a function called clear history. And that will basically clear everything here, right? It will basically take to default position. And yeah, that should be pretty much it. So let's start by making the flip coin function. So initially, I'm going to check, as I said, initially, every time the flip coin triggers, you have to understand that this flip coin function will trigger every time when you click this flip coin button, right? So we have to check if the user is spam clicking. So if the coin is flipping, that if it returns true, I'm just going to do return, right? I'm just going to return right there. I can actually make it look pretty just like that. Now, if the coin is not flipped, that means the coin is not flipping. So what I can do is set the flip to true since we have flipped the coin. And now I have to do the flip button. I need to set it to disabled, just like that, and set that to true. Okay. Next thing is we have to set the result. Now here, initially, obviously results will be empty. So this will basically say either it's heads or tails, right? An extra result button, or like result container. Now to do that, initially I'm going to add the text content and I'm going to set it to empty string. That is basically nothing, right? I cleared the result. So this will not only help if there is anything, let's say you have flipped the coin and the result said heads. Now the heads text content will remain inside the results div. Now, when you're flipping the coin again, you don't want it to, like, stay there. So you want to clear it, and then you want to put your current results, right? So that's why this is important. I can do coin, which is our coin. I can do coin dot class list, and I can add flipping, right? Now, if you want to see how that looks, I think I can show you. If I add flipping here, as you can see, that is how it will look. I'm going to save that again. So that is how it will look. So this is what we're doing here. So we are adding flipping class to the list. So behind the scenes, we are just doing this. And when that happens, the coin will get flipped. Now next we have to check the probability, right? We have to make the probability. So to do that, what I'm going to do is use the beautiful math.random method. Now to do that, I can make a variable that will check if the coin landed to heads or not. Now to do that, I can do math.random. Now math.random gives you a number between like 0 to 1. So it can either give you 0.1, 0.01, 0.5, 0.7, 0.8, and 0.9, and sometimes even 1. It's most likely it will not give you 1, but it just gives you a random number between 0 to 1. Now we can check if the number generated by math.random is less than or equals to 0.5. Now we're basically making a half probability. So if the number is less than 0.5, that means that is heads. If it's greater than 0.5, that means it will be tails. So that is the logic here. So here I'm just going to do set timeout. I'm going to check the set timeout. Now this will the coin flipping animation. If I show you here, if I go to coin, if I go to flip, there we go. As you can see, the coin flip animation lasts for 2 seconds. So we have to do everything in 2 seconds. So I'm going to get the 2 second, I'm going to set the animation to set to 2 seconds. And after 2 seconds, it will basically show result dot text content. I'm going to say, like, I don't know, heads. I'm also going to add a celebration emoji, which is just right here. I'm gonna add both of these actually. Why not? Just like that. So if it's head, right? I forgot to add one condition. I was gonna say is heads. So if this thing right here returns true, that means that it's heads, right? Oops. I'm just going to copy that here, format the document. That means it's heads, right? So if it's heads, I'm just going to increment the value of heads, which is our variable here. And also the counts on here, like this thing right here, which has the DOM here, right? We'll basically say the whatever value the heads has, like, the current heads has, we'll basically set that to the text content of heads count to heads, just like that. And next I can do coin style dot transform. If it's heads, that means we have set the value here. It will, when you flip the coin, it will change the transform value, right? And here, if I can show you here, the heads has the transform value of rotate 0 degrees. So this will get changed when rotating flipping the coin. We have to reset the value to this. So, oops. So what I'm going to do is just copy this and do coin.style.transform. I'm just gonna set that to the initial value, just like that. And here we have to also add to the history. I mean, we haven't made the function, but we still have to do it. I'm just gonna do add history and set to heads. So this will send the heads here. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Now else, I'm gonna format the document again. Now if it doesn't happen, that means it's tails. I'm just gonna do result.textContent equals to, I'm just gonna copy that, paste that here, change that to tails, right? I'm gonna increment the tails variable and do tails count.textContent equals to tails, just like that, and do coin.style.transform equals to whatever value of the initial variable is, which is just right here. I'm just gonna set that to that. Now we also have to set that, just like that. Format the document here, and send the tails, and yeah, that's pretty much it for the thing. Now, other things I have to do here is do coin.classList. Now, since we added the flipping class to here, we also have to remove it. Coin flip simulator is crazy. I know. Uphill, welcome to the stream, man. Happy to have you here. We can play a coin flipper at the end of the stream if you guys want. That will be awesome. We can do heads or tails. Winner takes it all. So we'll do flipping here. So we have to remove the flipping. So the initial flipping class that we added right here, we have to remove it, right? So I'm just gonna do that. To do that, I'm just gonna use the remove method, just like that. Next thing is we also have to use, we see the initial variables that we declared. We also have to set that to default. So first thing is flipping to true. We have to set is flipping. Since the coin is already flipped, we have to set it to false. Now this will all happen after 2 seconds, okay? After being this, like all of this, it will happen 2 seconds after that. So, you know, you have to understand that. And do flip button dot disabled. Also have to set that to false, since there is no point in making it disabled anyways, right? And yeah, so that is our main is flip coin function, right? Now next thing that I need to do is we have made the history, right? Here we have made the, you know, history array. This is the empty array that will be appending all of our things. So here what I'm going to do is do history, this right here, which is the array. I'm going to do history dot unshift. Now if you don't know what unshift does, unshift is a method or a function in JavaScript that basically adds elements to the in front of an array. So this outcome right here will be appended in front of it, except like instead of having to append it in the back, right? Because the history, it makes sense why if you like, the thing is, when you flip a coin, the result should be the most recent result should be at the front. So that is how we'll be doing it. Do if history, do history dot length. So we'll check the length. Is it greater than 20? So we are setting a limit to how many histories can it stay, like how long can it stay, right? So if there are more than 20 elements on the history, which is the array, it will basically delete all, like will delete all others, like all the others at the back, right? Here I'm just going to do history, will mutate the array right here, saying history dot slice. We'll be using slice, which basically slices the array to 0 to 20. which is 0 having the current recent thing, and being 20 being the last 20th history, right? That's happening. That is everything that's happening inside the JavaScript. Now we also have to put it in the front end side. Now to do that, what I'm going to do is we have to get the actual DOM of history, which is this right here, which is called history list. I'm just going to do history list dot inner HTML. Now we have to loop all of it. So I'm just going to do history dot, I'm going to use map, and do R here, which will be our thing, and just do that, and we'll basically append a HTML here. So that HTML, I'm just going to make it inside here actually. So here what I'm going to do is, since I can make mistake in JavaScript, but I don't want to, I cannot here, right? So here what I'm going to do is just do class. This will have a class of history item, and that's pretty much it. The next thing that I need to do is make another span, which will have the same, which will be the same span right here. I'm just gonna copy that, paste that here for now. Now there will be a rent thing that for now I don't need it. But this will be the actual thing. I'm just gonna copy that and paste that here, right? Here what I'm gonna do is get the thing here. So first thing first, we have to separate between is either heads or tails. That will give from R. We have to understand that this stores heads or tails. So it will just be like heads, or if the coin flip to tails, it will be tails, just like this, right? We have to check here, and we also have made different styles according to that. So as you can see, heads or tails. So we also have to make, so to make it easier, we can just put R there. That will automatically give us the styling. Now next thing you have to make is we have to, since this will basically have all heads, right? So here the thing will be entire thing will probably like look like something like heads, right? Now we only need the front thing right here. Now to do that, what I'm going to do is I can only do R here. I can do R. Now I only need the first letter of the R, that is H. To do that, we can use index of that, means that's the front letter, right? And we can change that to uppercase, because lowercase, since currently it's lowercase, we have to change that to uppercase. We'll use the to uppercase function or method. That's not function, but yeah. Now to do that, now that's finished with that. So next is the defaults. If there are no flips, it's either this, since it is an array, I also have to do dot join it by empty string here. It's either that, and I can use a R operator and put this thing right here. So if I just format the document, it will look something like this. And yeah, now I can just save here. That will get rid of all of that. And at last, the only thing left is the clear history function. Now to make this, I'm just going to do heads equals to 0 and do tails equals to 0 and history equals to empty array. So we are basically setting all of this to the initial state, just like that. Do heads dot text count, set that to 0. Do tails count dot text content, set that to 0. And do result dot text content, set that to empty array, not empty, empty string. And do coin dot style dot transform, set that to this right here. Just gonna do that. And history list dot inner HTML. I'm just gonna set that to this right here, which is the no flips thingy, the area for no flips. And with that said, I think we should be done. So if I just do last finishing touch saying flip button dot on click, do on click, which is flip button is right here. So if you click it, we'll just trigger the flip coin function, right? Now next thing I have to make is the clear history. I can get the coin clear button, right? Dot on click. I'm just gonna do clear history. We'll trigger all of that. And at last, if I'm also gonna set if you click the coin, it will also flip. So I'm just gonna do coin dot on click equals to flip coin. And I think it should be done. So if I go here, there are no errors. If I flip the coin, I should flip the coin. It landed to tails. It updated the value. Also gave us the tails. And yeah, it also has the history appended here. It landed to heads. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay guys, we are done with today's project. It was a small project. I hoped you liked it. If you didn't, I hope you liked it. Let's say you didn't like it. So yeah, I just cannot get it here. And yeah, so yeah, that's pretty much it. Did you guys enjoy this, or what is happening, guys? Did you enjoy it? Is anybody in the chat? We can play a game of heads and tails. If not, I'll just end the stream. And we'll just call it a day for today. Yes, okay. Heads or tails? Heads or tails, Sashir? Heads or tails? Heads? Oh, you won. Congrats. Okay, one more game. This time I'm gonna go tails. Nah, no heads again. Okay, guys. One more. Heads or tails? Heads or tails? Tails? Okay. How, man? Is this game rigged? I know I'm the one who coded it. Why is it going against me, man? Like, how? This is the thing that doing all of the probability here, I'm still losing. I can just do some like this, haha, and just always win, even though it's heads. But yeah, that'll make it all lot rigged. So okay, how? But yeah, it's fun, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Everything won. Everything seems to be working perfectly. And yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. I hope you liked today's stream. If you did, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And if you want, I haven't like said this the whole stream. If you want the source code of this stream, I have linked it down in the description below. So if you want the source code of this, it will be in the description below. And with that said, I'll see you guys in another stream with another project or another tutorial if I decide to make tutorials of things that you guys like. So yeah, till then, goodbye guys. Hello guys, welcome back to another stream. So today we'll be building this anime watching website, which is basically, all dummy data here. We have used an API to fetch all of these data. These data are getting fetched by API, and when you click on something, you just get alert message. We haven't built, and it is not an actual anime watching website, but in my opinion, it does look pretty damn good. And yeah, let's start building it. So before I do everything, give me a second, guys. I'm just gonna quickly check if we are actually live, and we in fact are live. So what we will do is basically, give me a second, just quickly check if my chat's working. And yeah, it should be pretty good. So with that, let's get started, shall we? So I have made a new folder in which we'll make our website. I'm just gonna quickly do that, just like that. Now this is not kind of it is also responsive, as you can see. So yeah, okay, let's start actually make this. Okay, so here I'm just gonna make index.html, and let me pull out you guys. That is cool project. I'm excited. Let's go, Lumen. Welcome to the stream. Neon, what's up? Welcome to the stream. And also, if you watch anime, tell me what's your favorite anime, guys, in the chat. So let's get started. So here I'm just gonna make our usual index.html file, cell.css, and our script.js that completes all the files for our project, right? And I'm gonna start off with a boilerplate, so I'm just gonna cut this and basically also go live. Actually, I live in Japan. Oh, really? Wow, you never told me. What? By the way, I love anime. I'm like a big otaku. Okay, maybe not that much, but I love anime. So yeah. So I was gonna actually make it something anime watching website or something, but I thought I would get copyright, so I just changed it to Code and Watch. Pretty cool. So here I'm just gonna do watch anime online. I'm just gonna type that here. Link my style.css and also my CDN font awesome. So I'm just gonna link my Cloudflare. This will basically let me use font awesome icons. And yeah, with that said, we should be done. Now we only need to link that, and that is our boilerplate code. So first what I'm gonna do is put a header tag. Inside the header tag, right? My day 2 in JS, let's go. By the way, Lumin, I saw in our premiere you were asking about a JavaScript series, right? So if you go to our website, if I can just show you here, if you type Coden, right? If you type Coden and go to our channel and you go to playlist, right? We do in fact have a JavaScript series for you right over here. So this is all basic beginner level JavaScript, like all the way up to APIs. So if you want a JavaScript series, it is right there. It is made by my coworker and it's absolutely beautiful. So it will basically get you started with JavaScript if you don't have any experience. So there we go. Okay. I saw you asking about JavaScript course, and I think I told you before that we did in fact have a JavaScript series. So there we go. So here what I'm going to do, inside the header tag, I'm just going to type the logo. This will be actually our logo. So here, what I'm going to do, video was kind of boring. Okay. Really? I think it's pretty good though. Okay. Hello, sister. Welcome back to the stream. How are you, man? So here I'm just gonna do play and do play circle. So this will basically be this icon right here. And here inside this, I'm just gonna type our coding watch, just like that. Fine, how are you? I'm good, man. I'm good. Today we're building a anime watching website. If I wanted to show you the end result, it will look something like this. Doesn't it look good? This actually looks like an actual anime watching website. So yeah, there we go. How are you, sir? I'm good, man. Welcome back. Sir and this was. Welcome back, dude. Welcome to the stream. So here, this is that. I'm just gonna put the nav tab. So this will be our nav tabs. So there will be two tabs right here. The first one will be for movies. I mean, it will not work technically, but it's good to have it for the actual design. It will have two states. One is normal, another is active, depending on which tab you have. And I'm just gonna do movies here. I'm just gonna copy and do series. Here, I'm just gonna cut the active because only one of the button can be active at a time. It's good, not gonna lie, just not a way I learned. He's also a really good explainer. Yeah, that's true. Actually, since I made this in nav tabs, making it a nav tag will be more better, right? And here I can just do search bar, and here I can just put input here, input type text, and also do class search input. So that will be the class for that, and also give it a placeholder. So I'm just going to do type to search. Sir, will the video be uploaded? Of what this was? Can I know? Which video you're talking about? And also put this here and format the document just like that. Now next, I'm just gonna add user actions. So this will basically be our user circles, right? I'm just gonna make a user actions button. Inside this, I'm just gonna put a cog, like the settings button and other stuff. So I'm just gonna have the cogwheel logo here. If I go here, this will be our settings logo, just like that. I'm gonna have inline CSS. Only thing that is just cursor set to pointer, in the case I forget. Now next thing is the user circle, just basically an account. So for that, I'm just gonna have it a class of FE user circle. That will basically give me the user icon, and I'm just gonna give a inline CSS here, PHP. It is getting premiered right now. It premiered in our channel, so you can check that out. Or you can also check our PHP series. It's in the playlist. So yeah. So here I'm just gonna set the cursor to pointer. And yeah, that's pretty much it for this. Also having, actually I'm gonna change the color to something like red. Oops. Just like that. Okay, that's too dark. There we go, that's more like it. So next thing that we can do is get out of the header tag, because that's everything we have to make at header. One thing I noticed is we could probably give this a header tag instead of div, making it just like that. Now next thing that we can do is give out our main. So here, this will be our main container. So I'm just going to do main container. And inside this, I'm going to make a sidebar. So this will be a sidebar. Give me a second, guys. Let me drink water. Okay. So here, this will be a sidebar. What I can do here is probably use a side, since it's a sidebar, and also do sidebar dash section hello Gyan. So here what I'm going to do here is basically just do h3, and inside this I'm just going to type sidebar title. I'm just going to do sidebar title and just type menu here also do href, it will lead to nothing, but I will just do sidebar. How do you add that icon? That's a good question. I'm using font awesome icons here. Okay, I'm using font awesome icons here. Either you can just ask ChatGPT to give this link for you. This is the Cloudflare API for Font Awesome. Or what you can do is go to fontawesome.com, right? So this is the actual website you get to use the icons. Now you have to sign in first. So you can just sign in, and you can go to kits. You can go to setup icons in project with one line of code. Now if I remove this, the icons will not work, right? You can also, now you'll get a link here that will be a script tag. You can copy the script tag, close that, paste that here, and that will basically make the icons work just like that. So either you can use the CDN or you can use your own API. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So next thing I need to do is basically have the menu, and this will be an active menu. Inside this, I'm going to make a home icon. So I'm just going to copy one of this, and I don't need this style. So here I'm just going to put a home tag, home class. This will give me a home logo, and just type home here, just like that. I didn't notice the link inside the div. I see. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So next thing I need to do is make another sidebar item. So I'm just gonna do I'm just gonna make a bunch of these. So here I'm just gonna copy this, right? Basically paste this 3 times. So here what I'm gonna do here is basically I'm gonna change the active. So I don't need this, right? And basically just change this to users, and change that to community, and change that to calendar, and change that to events. Okay. Just like that. I'm gonna format the document really quick, and yeah, that's pretty much it. So after this the events, that is sections, right? After this, I'm gonna make another sidebar section that is categories. So I'm just gonna do sidebars. I can actually just copy and paste this. Actually, I can just copy this, paste this. This will be for categories. They'll just all be a dummy sidebar, so keep that in mind. Change that to music. Also change that to film, right? One thing I noticed is it is inside the icon tag. You're not supposed to do that usually, so I'm just gonna add that. I didn't notice. It should be outside the icon tag, just like that. And this will be recent, so I'm just gonna change that to clock. You know, makes sense. And also at last I'm just gonna give downloaded. So this obviously will not make sense. Oops. Because it's just a dummy sidebar. So I'm just gonna do downloaded, change that to download. That'll give me the download logo. Hello Akudo, what's up, man? We're building a anime watching website. Pretty cool, right? So yeah. So next thing what we can do is basically make another section that will be for, I can just basically just copy paste this and basically have this will be kind of a general category, so I'm just gonna do general, change that to settings, and probably sign in and cut that. And yeah, that should be it. That should be for the sidebar, right? After this, we'll use the main container. So I'm just going to use the main tag and just type the content. So this will be the actual main content on the main page, right? So first thing that we have to make is the hero section. So I'm just going to do hero, call that hero section. Hello, Exit. How are you, man? What's your name on Discord? I don't, I mean, I can give you the name for Discord, but how though? Do I just tell my name? Do hero overlay and do hero content. How do you know I have a Discord? Have I like shown my Discord on stream? I think I don't. I don't think I have, right? So here, this will basically have, I mean, hero section. Inside this, it'll be hero overlay, and this will be the actual content, right? So here, I'm just gonna make a H1. I'm just gonna have a hero title and do One Punch Man. The reason, I don't know. Just don't ask me. So this will be a hero section of One Punch Man, a dummy data. So this one will be hard coded, but the main grid that we'll make will not be hard coded. Okay. So here I'm just gonna do class hero description, just like that. Inside this, I'm just gonna type a text that I made from ChatGPT. There we go. You can do it out if you want. I already watched the anime, so I know what the anime is. Yes. So here, pretty good anime, by the way. You should watch One Punch Man. And here, I'm just going to do href and just do class button primary. There will be two buttons, right? One button will basically be the actual main button. Another will be for secondary button. So here, I'm just going to use that and just do FAS-FA play. So this will be the actual main play button, right? And here, I'm just going to do story here, just like that. And next is the actors. What I'm going to do here is basically just copy this. And just, actually not this. Just format the document here and just basically just copy this, paste it here, and change that to secondary, and change that to actors, and change that to users. He's Gabi. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So next thing that we need to make is after the div, after the hero content, actually after the overlay, right? Yeah. So after the overlay, I need to make a button, so actual main play button. Can you be my mentor, Gabi? I could, but I'm sorry I cannot tutor you privately because I still don't want to reveal myself, so better to make GPT your mentor. I mean, that's true. GPT is actually really good these days, so you can ask basically anything and they will just tell you. Do play, and yeah, that's pretty much it. So yeah, that is the one. This will be the main play for that, and yeah. Cred, what are you talking about? I want you to be respectful, guys, to all of you. So So the next section that we need to make is the sidebar, or the, just top rated animes. Yeah, it doesn't think like human. True. Here I'm just gonna do class and call this a section. I'm gonna give it section class. And here I'm just gonna give h2 and do section title and give you top rated anime. So this will basically be a section that will be on the right side, right? Or we can this will be the main grid. So here this will be top rated anime, and just do anime grid and do anime grid, and I'm just basically gonna leave that empty. I can give it a comment here saying anime cards will be loaded via API, and just comment that part out. And after the main, we have to make the right sidebar finally. Hello Alicia, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Do you watch anime, Gabi? Yes, I do watch anime, Alicia. I didn't ignore you. By the way, welcome to the stream. How was your day, Alicia? So here what I'm gonna do is just do sidebar and do sidebar right. And here I can just do sidebar section and put h3 here and do sidebar. So sidebar title and do popular anime. So this will be the popular anime section. So here what I can do is do popular item, and I can make a couple of things, right? Here what I can do is inside this div, I can make a div that will have a class of popular poster. So inside this, I can give a style, and I can give a background image of URL. I can give a URL. So this will be for Black Clover. I have I think I'm gonna use Black Clover and Haikyuu as my popular anime. It is relatively popular, right? Here I can just paste that here. That will give me the image. So since it's a background image, it will not be there immediately. So you have to understand that. But what it will have is basically, I can just basically do popular info. Since when we'll give width and height, it should be visible, okay? So here I can just do popular info, and inside this I can just put Black Clover and 4 seasons. It's like that, it has 4 seasons. I want to know how we're going to host MP4 files. We are not making an actual anime watching website, Katagiri. If you're thinking that, we are not making it. I'm sorry. We don't have an actual API that could host all of the video. Okay. Today was a very good day, and today was an event in my class. Okay. What about it? Making a website cheaper version of Hi Anime. So here, after that, what I'm going to do here is basically just set this. Now I have to make another popular item for Haikyuu. So I have an image of Haikyuu here. So I'm just gonna copy this, paste that here. Oops. And also do, okay. There we go. Just like that. There we go. So here after that, what I'm going to do is just type Haikyuu and do 4 seasons. I don't know if Haikyuu has 4 seasons. I think it has 5 seasons. No? Also, can you include what? What is that? Lumin. What does that mean? That's why people use Google Translator. I timed out Creed because he was being rude, so. So let's go ahead, and what I'm gonna do here is basically just, I'm just gonna make another sidebar here. So this will basically be another sidebar that we're making. This will be our watch list sidebar, right? So here, what I'm gonna do is it will basically have the same thing, right? I can actually just probably copy and paste this actually. You can just copy and paste this. Your sidebar title, make it watch list, and just popular item. Oh, it means Shingeki no Kyojin, so the Attack on Titan. Oh. I mean, I can include it in popular, sure. Okay, I'm gonna. Do I remove Haikyuu or Black Clover? You know what? Black Clover it is. Give me a second, guys. I'm just gonna do Attack on Titan. And just do that. But it will have the same thing. I need a picture too. You know coding languages? You got any job or own business? In past, I used to work, but now I just got hired by this company, and I'm just making videos. For now, I'm still learning. Okay, I'm still learning. I still have to learn a lot of stuff to do, and then I'm thinking of doing other stuff. For now, I just like making videos and streaming, interacting with you guys. I just like that, so I'm doing that. Hindi में बोलो ना. It is an English channel, so I don't think I can speak Hindi. You're gonna make it watchable too? No. I want to make that very clear. This will not be an actual watchable website, okay? So here what I can do is probably change, oops. I'll change that, paste that. That will be our, I'm just gonna add My Hero Academia. I haven't watched this anime actually. Academia, and also do resumed, whatever. I guess episode 6. It'll just basically be the continuation part, so yeah. Hello Brian, what's up? Welcome back. Why did you ignore my text? Oh no, I'm sorry. There was a lot of things happening in chat. I kind of forgot. So that was boring. I was sitting with my friends and just gossiping and yapping. I was thinking it'd be good if I didn't just came to university physically. Oh. Okay. So you had a day with just gossiping and yapping? Is that it? Fun day, huh? I actually love your explanation. I'm going to sub you and okay. Thank you. So no, you're not late. We're just starting out. We're making an anime watching website, even though I mean it will not be, I've said this a lot of time, it will not be an actual watchable website. For that, the thing is I could make it. However, it will take a lot of time. Okay? Even if you're just using an already pre-made API, it's still a lot of work, and I don't think we can do it today. So that's why we are making a kind of very light version of it, just having the bare minimum front end. You should watch Monster. Wow, wait, is that an anime? Okay, I'm sorry, I don't know. So this will be Bleach, and I'm just gonna random episode. I haven't watched Bleach, so what time you started? At 7, so it's just been 25 minutes. And with that said, I think we should be good for the HTML structure. So let's go ahead and go with CSS, okay? Yeah, Lumin is from Japan. I just knew. I just realized today when he told me he was from Japan. I don't know if Lumin is trolling though. So here I'm just gonna make first margin 0 and do padding 0 and do box sizing, set that to border box, just like that. That'll basically remove all of the unnecessary paddings and margins. You need to watch Bleached. It's too good. Okay, sure. Getting some anime suggestions here. What is NGL? That means not gonna lie. Where are you from? I'm from Nepal, man. Anime website? Yep. It's not watchable, okay? It's just a. I'm just going to show you actually. I have a pre-made version of it. Me citing on port. This will how it will look like. There we go. This is I have actually like pulled this from an API. All these, but all of these are hard coded. So yeah. And I'm just gonna do font family, set that to Arial, and also do sans serif here. That will be the font family that we'll be using. And here I'm just gonna do background color. I'm gonna set that to 0f0 f23, and also do color, set that to white, and also do overflow, add X to hidden. There we go, just like that. The next thing I need to make is to actually style the actual header, which is these right here. Now to do this, I'm just going to do display flex. I'm going to do justify content space between, right? And also do align items, set that to center, and do padding, set to 1 rem and 2 rem. And here I'm just going to do set the background color to 1A, 1A, and 2E. Just like that. And also do a border bottom. Set that to 1 pixel, solid, 1, 6, 1, 6, 2, 1, and 3E. What's happening? Please be my mentor. I can be your mentor. I mean, you can ask me. Like, I can teach you on stream, but yeah, I don't think I can teach you like offline privately. For logo, I'm just gonna do display flex, line item set to center, and also do gap 0.5 rem, and also do font size set to 1.5 rem. And here, font weight set to bold. Also to change the color to a lightish green color. So I'm just going to do D for A, just like that. Bobby, can you get me some copyright words from Alicia? Alicia has copyright on every single word, man. Why your voice is like you're not from Nepal, kind of. Yeah, true. I get that a lot. But yeah, thanks, man. I think I'll take that as a compliment. So here I'm just gonna do display set to flex and gap set to 2 rem. There we go. For the nav tabs, right? How to style the actual individual nav tab? I can just only do nav tab, and do color set to that, and also do text decoration set to none, and font weight set to 500. Do padding set to 0.5 rem and 1 rem. After that, I'm just going to do border radius set to 5 pixels. Transition all 0.3 seconds at ease. Just like that. I'll just... His accent seems like that, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Kadagiri. I'll just text you like twice a day, not to annoy, but to check if I'm actually improving with someone who knows their stuff. Okay. Sure. But okay, drop me your Discord ID. I'm gonna DM you personally. How about that? I'm gonna add you personally. Do nav, tab, and do active. Yeah, sure. How about that? I can just do that. Do color, white, do border bottom. Set that to 2 pixels, solid. And just do D4 and double A. Just like that. Bro finally got the deal. Okay. There we go. So next is the nav tab hover. So I'm just gonna do nav. Yeah. Are you saying that to copy? Yeah, he is. And here I'm just gonna do hover and do color set to white and do background color set to 1621 and 3E. Bro, on your channel, you teach web development for beginners? Yes. It's usually for like if you're starting at like ground zero from like absolutely from scratch, like you know nothing about coding, and yeah. Do search and do search bar set to display flex and do align item set to center. And also do gap set to 1 rem. There we go. Next thing I can do is to actually style the search input. So you can do input and do background color. Set that to probably this one right here. And since it looks absolutely horrible right now, you can remove the border and also give it a padding to make it look nice. I can do 0.5 rem and 1 rem. Also do border radius at 220 pixels. Also do color white and do width 300 pixels. Just like that. Oh, really? Thanks, I was looking for it. Nice. It's okay. You're welcome. You can, there are like Python courses and also JavaScript. There's also HTML and CSS if you're looking forward to it. If you're starting out as absolute beginner, that is. And user actions, I'm just going to do display flex and do align items set to center, gap set to 1 rem, just like that. And yeah, do main container, do display flex. Now here, what I'm going to do we have actually styled up to thing, right? Now, how we're going to make this is here, we'll basically set this to center. So first, what I'm going to do here is at the mean height, I'm going to calculate to 100 VH, which is this right here, and do minus 80 pixels, just like that. I'm not very good in English. No, like it's fine. I mean, my English is not perfect, so. A good question. When I tried changing the text color inside an input, it didn't change. Like this color right here. VH is vertical height. of a web page, right, Gavi? Yes, it is. I'm pretty sure its full form is like view height. It's basically whatever for your device. It's basically this height right here. So we're basically subtracting 80 pixels from this. Okay. So if you want to change this is basically a placeholder. So where is search? So if I wanted to change this, right? I could probably do something like this. Do placeholder and set the color of the placeholder something like red, and there we go. But this is for only the placeholder, okay? The actual text will still be whatever text color you put here. Let's say you put this green. The color, the text will be green, but the on text for that's called the placeholder, that is changed by this. So this is what you call a pseudo element. So you can change the property from that, or if you want to change the actual color while you're typing, you change from the color property. So yeah, that's how we do it. So here I'm just going to do width set to 250 pixels, set the background color to 1A, 1A, 2E, and do padding set to 2 rem and 1 rem. FR. I love how Alicia does not know, like, Alicia, are you like a, how do I say it? Like a person who never chats, like texts, the text, because I think these things are pretty common though. I mean, I'm not judging you for not knowing it. Even I don't know a few stuff. Like sometimes people talk to me, I will not know it. But yeah. So here I'm just gonna do sidebar and do sidebar section and do margin bottom set to 2 rem. If I'm right, Alicia is a kid or from 1990. No, just come on, man. Okay, here I'm just gonna do sidebar title. Come on, you cannot say that, guys. Please. It's gonna do font 0.9 rem here. Change the color to 888. I'm just gonna come down here. And here change the margin bottom to 1 rem. And also please don't take yeah, they're just joking. Uppercase here, and also do font weight set to bold. I think it should look nice here. Next thing, actual items. I'm just going to do sidebar item. I'm going to do display flex. Align items set to center. Also do gap 0.5 rem. And also do color set to this right here. And do text decoration set to none. And do border radius set to 5 pixels. I'm not saying that is bad. To be honest, without knowing these short terms, life is so peaceful. True. Like at first, when these short terms actually hit the market, like people would just talk to me like that, and I would just think I'm a big boomer for not knowing these. I would be like, people will say like, for I know, right? They will say IKR. I was like, what? What is this guy talking about? It was like Skibbity and like all of these other Gen Alpha terms coming to like play, and I was like, what do these mean? Like I would think myself for like a boomer for not knowing these kind of stuff. I didn't get to watch Demon Slayer movie because of the on. Wait, you're Nepali, bro? Same goes for me. I actually watched it like 2 days ago. Our tickets got postponed. Like the movie date got postponed. I guess that logo on top left, that video pause. I think it will look better if it was only code and voice instead of having video logo. I'm not forcing just kind of talk. I mean, okay. I can remove it if you want. Let's see how it will look. Where's the thing? Give me a second. So it is this thing right here. So if I just cut this, it looks kind of plain. I'll keep it like that if you don't mind. So here I'm just gonna do hover, and here I'm just gonna basically do background color. I'm gonna set that to our this, and also do color and set that to white. And here I'm also gonna do a margin bottom of 1 rem, just like that. And for hover, I forgot to put padding, I think, right? Yeah, I did forget to put padding. So I'm just gonna do padding 0.7 rem and 1 rem, like that. I think margin bottom, yeah, it was too much. You can do that. And yeah, so that's pretty much it for the item. Now next is the actual sidebar active. So I'm just gonna do sidebar item dot active and do background color set to that, and also do color set to this. Okay, I did put I think I put active for everything. What I can do here is change that. So if I go here, and this is the header, right? So active main container, this is the first one. I want to remove this right here, and also remove this active right here, and there we go. Next for content, I can just probably do flex set that to 1 and do padding set to 2 rem. There we go. And also do hero section. Hero section, set that to like position relative. Also do height 400 pixels. And also do border radius set to 10 pixels and overflow set to hidden. Margin bottom set to 2 rem. And also do background set to URL. So I'm gonna set the background to a One Punch Man background. I will read the chat in a bit. A second. And here I'm just gonna do center / cover. And there we go. Next thing I can do is actually style the overlay, right? So this will basically be a kind of a, since this is like really bright, so it'll be kind of toned down the background. How dare you call me a kid from 1990? Alicia, like, if you're from 1990, you are not a kid. He didn't mean it like that. Whoa, exactly. Chill, guys. Chill out. Chill out. Alicia, calm down. Calm down. CSS make it beautiful. Exactly. So do top 0. I'm just also gonna do left 0. I'm also gonna do right 0. I'm also gonna do bottom 0. It'll basically cover everything, and also do background set to RGB. Oops. RGBA. So I'm just gonna use a grayish tint, just like that. There we go. As you can see, it kind of made it look a little bit like darker. And do display flex and do align items set to center, and also do padding set to 2 rem. And there we go. Looks pretty nice. I still have to style the thing though. So here I'm just gonna do hero content, which is the actual content div. Right? I'm also gonna do max width. I'm just gonna scroll down. Max width sets to 50%, like that. Now for the title, I'm just gonna do hero title. Oops, I also gonna do hero title. Font size set to 2.5 then. Also do font weight set to bold. And do margin bottom set to 1 rem. Now this will look like this on full screen. However, it does look pretty, like, since we haven't made it responsive, it kind of looks like that. Now here, I will just make it look like that, and boom. You win a new subscriber. Thank you. Thank you for subscribing. By the way, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, guys. Apology accepted. I was not getting serious because I'm cool. Exactly. Alicia is cool, guys. Can you show me, Gobby, what is vibe coding? Mike, all classmates are saying it's easier than learn to code. How does that even work without learning? That's a good question. The thing about vibe coding is a technique of coding. It's basically a new thing. You use AI to code. So there are a lot of AIs. The best one, like, that I use for vibe coding, if I need to vibe code, obviously, if I need to, like, let's say, make a draft for my project, I would use AI. I would use Claude, right? I will make it. I'll just send it to designer to, like, make it like this, something like that, and he will just refine it properly. So, like, vibe coding is basically a concept of letting AI code for you instead of you code, right? Because AI can do it pretty fast. Instead of you writing all of the code line by line, if you know how to code already, you can just do you can just make the AI code for you. It's more faster, efficient, and it just basically is better for your everyday workflow. Now, that is not recommended for beginners, because as a beginner, you generally would not know what is, like, how the code is flowing. Now, if you don't do that, like, if you don't know what's your code actually doing, you'll basically lose control of your code. Now, that is not something you want to do. Okay? So that is what the concept of that's vibe coding. So if I go here, Lumin asked for the structure. I can just do hero section. There we go. There we go. So this is the outermost container, and this is the overlay. You see the blackish tint here, like a kind of a tone down. That is what this overlay is doing, right? And this is the actual content, which is this thing right here. When your designer gives you a design, do you just give it to AI and gives the code copy pasted? No. I mean, you could, but, like, it depends on how good prompt you give. I mean, if you know how to code already, you can probably do it, and just like that. But, like, the thing is, let's say you are a UI UX designer and you want a draft ready, and you don't have, like, your mind is really, like, you don't know how the actual website design will look like. You can just tell the AI to just give me a draft for this specific website, and it will probably give you a kind of a draft, right? That will be code. If you try to run it, you'll see the design. As a designer, you can basically translate that into your company's theme design. Make sense? That is how you, as a designer, that is how you would use. I mean, at least that's how our designers do it. Next is hero subtitle. I need to code faster, guys. So I'm probably gonna run my fingers fast instead of having me yak. Because if I don't finish this, I'm screwed. So yeah, I don't want to make this like 3 hours long. So do description here, also do margin bottom, set that to 2 rem. Also do line height, set to 1.6 here. Also do color, set to grayish color, just like that. If I look about it, that looks pretty horrible because, you know, we haven't made it responsive yet. You got my Discord, right? Yeah, I have your Discord. Don't worry. Do hero, buttons. I will add you after stream. How about that? Here, I'm just going to do display, flag, and gap. Set that to 1 rem. Now, the buttons are not visible here. If you go here, the buttons are just like right there, but it's kind of not visible because kind of I have put overflow hidden. So let's do button here. Now for button, I'm just gonna do padding, set that to 0.8 rem and 1.5 rem. Also do border set to none. Also do border radius 5 pixels. Do cursor set to pointer, font weight set to bold, transition set to all, 0.3 seconds at ease. Do display inline flex, and also do align item set to center. Also give gap 0.5 rem, just like that. Now for button primary, do background color, set that to E7 for C3C, and also do color, set that to white. That is for primary, so this is how it will look, right? Now one thing I can do is probably this, and also give a decoration none. That'll get rid of the thing. And here I can, for the secondary button, I won't bug you, no, it's fine. I'm mostly out, so, and I will probably be busy with work. So if I can reply you whenever I'm free. .255 and 0.1. But I don't know if I can be a good teacher though. Like the thing is, I am like okay at coding. But the thing is, they're like, when I see other people code, it makes me look bad. Thinking, what am I doing? You are a good teacher, Gabi. Thank you. But I'm like, I'm not still skilled. Like, for example, I don't think even I qualify as a like teacher, because if you guys didn't know, I'm still in university. So yeah, I don't think I have talked about this. Have I talked about this? So yeah. Do 2 pixels just like that. And here it should look pretty damn nice. Your name is Gabi? Yes. I mean, that's my nickname online. That's not my real name. But yeah. Bro, you were literally so much better than in college teachers. They're like master's holder. Yes, his name is Gabi. Sad. I don't think you're like, bro. Come on, man. I mean, I'm still in university though. I'm in like my second year. What's your real name then? I cannot reveal that, Alicia. What is your name, bro? I cannot tell you that. Wait, Alicia, come on, man. Okay, so play button. Moving on. Okay, just forget everything. Okay. For the play button, I can do top and left 50%. That'll make the thing come at exactly at the center. Now, normally it will not be just like that. So for a absolutely like, you know, make sure it's absolutely at the center, you can also do this. So it just means the same thing, but a different thing, okay? Like a different property. If you just comment this part out, it will not be at the center, but at position absolute, you can just transform it at the center. Because sometimes what happens is if this thing is scaled, then it will not be at the center sometimes, so you can just do that. So for width, I can just do with 80 pixels, and height, I can also do around 80 pixels, and also do background color. Where is the thing? Background color. I can do RGBA set to 231, 76, and 60, and 0.9. There we go. That is our thing. Let's set the border radius. Now it does look pretty horrible, so we have to fix that. That will basically look like that. We'll make it a flex box. I'll do justify content line up center. That will make it come exactly at the center. Now what I can do else is we need to change the font size, but I'll do it in a bit. And change it to cursor and also do transition all 0.3 seconds at least. Don't compare yourself to others. You'll always fall short. To me, you're great, of course. Thank you. Thank you. I thought you were old man. I'm not an old man. I'm not. I'm like 19, guys, by the way. I haven't even left my teenage, guys. What you're talking about? The only thing I'm here because I love making videos and love to code. So do hover, and here what I can do. So here, this will basically be really cool, right? I'm just gonna copy this, change that. And here, I'm just going to make it a little darker. And there we go. Boom. Easy. And also do probably scale it. Oops. I was going to do this. Scale that 1.1 times. Okay, the reason it's not scaling properly is we also have to add to make sure it's in exactly at the middle. So I can do that and that. To fix that, there we go. It will just stay inside this container. It will just stay at the middle. And yeah, I'm old and I suck in coding. Guys, you don't suck at coding, okay? Now to actually increase the font size, I'm just going to do font size. I'm just going to increase that to 2 rem. And also do like margin left, set that to 5 pixels. And yeah, that's pretty much it for that. Now for the section, which is the main div right here, right? Now to do that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a dummy anime card. I'm gonna put that here. Now to do that, what I'm gonna do is go here and make the thing. Now here I'm just gonna do anime card. Inside this, I'm also gonna do anime poster. Do style here. Where am I? Okay. I got really confused for a second there. Do background image set to whatever things. I'm just gonna change that background image to set that to URL and just give a random URL for now, just like that, because we haven't made the thing, right? So it will just not make sense. Next is the anime info. I'm just gonna make anime info div. Inside this, I'm gonna make anime title. And now let's say for this, I'm just gonna make Naruto. If you guys haven't watched Naruto, watch Naruto. Free sellout, yep. And do anime rating. So this will be a dummy data. Again, as I said, do class FAS FA star. Oops. And probably close that. That'll give me a star. Let's say the thing is around like 4.9 out of something. And after that, I'm just gonna do anime genres and just do like shonen. That's one genre, I guess. And that is the div that we have to make, right? Now, we'll basically automate this using JavaScript. But for now, we're just going to leave it rest just like that. Lumen is making my day for real. Thanks, brother. We'll start somewhere. Hello, Harry. Welcome back. Welcome to the stream. What age did you start coding? It was back then when I was like 7th. No, not 7th. I think 8th or 9th grade. I'm not sure. I kind of forgot. It's been a long time. And then where did you copy that? I mean, Alicia just claimed your motivation code. Yep. Yep. It's her now. No can do. Lumen is really motivational. I love it. Margin bottom, I'm just gonna set that to 3 rem, I guess. And here, with last section, right? And here, I'm just gonna do section. I'm just gonna do section title. And which is this thing right here. I'm just gonna set that to font size. I'm gonna increase that by a little bit. If I can get that actually. If I just increase this by, let's see, a lot, it does work. Okay. That's great. Margin bottom set to 1.5 rem, and also do color set to white, even though it's white for like for if there's an error or thing. Always set the color. So for animate grid, so for using grid, I can display it as grid. Since using grid will be much more easier than flex here. In the grid template columns, I can do repeat, autofill, and do min max. And I'm just going to do 200 pixels per fraction here. And do gap set to 1.5 rem. Now to make the actual card, which is right there, I'll do anime card, right? Hopefully I named that right. Right, I actually did. Do you go to university? Yes, I go to university. I'm not a graduate. Gabi, please do my computer project. No. Yes, but you have to transfer like $1 billion. I'll do it for you. How to make money in 2 seconds. Yep, that's how you do it, guys. So I'm just gonna do that, and also do for the card. I'm also gonna do overflow set to hidden. I also do cursor set to pointer, and do transition set to all 0.3 seconds at ease, and do border set to 1 pixel solid. Oops, 333. Just like that. And there we go. So for the hover effect, what I'm going to do here, so for hover, I'm just going to do hover here and do transform, translate at -5 pixels, and do box shadow 0, 10 pixels, 30 pixels, and RGB 8, set that to that, and there we go. So next thing that I need to make is, wait a minute. Okay, for poster, right? With anime poster being the actual, anime background. So I'm just gonna style that. I'm just gonna do width, set that to 100%, height set to 250 pixels, and also do background. I'm gonna do background size set to cover, and do background position set to center, do position set to relative. And here I'm just gonna do anime info set the padding to 1 rem, just like that, and do anime title. I can do font weight, set that to bold, and margin bottom set to 0.5 rem, just like that. Now for the anime rating, anime rating, I can do colors, set that to dark yellow. Yeah, that works. A little bit lighter though. Yeah, there we go. And do margin bottom set to 0.5 rem, just like that. And anime genre, I'm just gonna do anime genre. What did I spell whatever this is? I'm just gonna do color, set that to 888, and do font size set to 0.9 rem. And there we go. Now that is for one. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna get the card. You go to JavaScript and make a variable. So I'm just gonna put card and just paste that there for now, so that I can just save it for now and let that rest over there. Why did you use translate there? Where? Can you help me where? Yesterday was officially opening of my cafe. Oh, really? Congratulations. Congratulations, guys. Alicia. Agabi, sir. You don't have to call me sir. Can you please refer from which video a beginner should start learning journey? You should learn HTML. After that, move on to when you actually grasp the HTML structure, move on to CSS, right? And after that, once you learn to once you learn to make layouts, you can move on to JavaScript. After you learn JavaScript, you can start to learn Tailwind, which is a CSS framework. I swear to God, if you once you start using Tailwind, you'll never use CSS. And after that, you can learn React. If you want to further go into front end, you can learn React. And after that, if you want to go deep, you can start learning Next.js. Transform, translate 5 pixels. This right here. This will basically, just for this effect, if you hover over it, it will just basically translate 5 pixels upwards while giving the box shadow that we put. This one right here. That's pretty much it. That's it. Now if I don't put this, it will just give me the shadow, and that's it. Right? Now if I put this, it will translate upwards, like 5 pixels upwards. You see this? I can increase this by 50 and have it really go upwards. Or you can even go 100 and just absolutely go crazy. But yeah. But it will not make sense. So that's why I just give 5 pixels. Thanks. If you will come to my cafe, I'll give you 50% discount. Oh. I mean, I wish I could. Where is it? On your channel, can I find? I mean, as you said, HTML, CSS, and everything. Yeah, we have an HTML, CSS. The HTML and CSS course is made by me, and the JavaScript course was made by my coworker. Okay, he's my RL friend. We just work together. So he's really good at explaining stuff, while I'm just good at yapping. So yeah, you can watch our videos if you want. You can try. Do it 300 pixels, and here I can just basically just do background. Background color, set that to that. padding set to 2 rem and 1 rem, just like that. It's starting to look like really bad because it's not like, you know, we haven't made the thing, but yeah. You can probably do like this. Yeah, oh, actually, much better. Yeah, it looks much better. Okay, so that is for the padding. Plus, I can just give a border left, like 1 pixel, solid 333, just like that. 100% for me, right, Alicia? I also liked your coffee website. That was cool. Thank you. Caramel coffee latte. With 50% for coffee and maybe 10-20 for you, or 10 for... Oh my god, that's based. Popular items. I can just do display flex, and here I can do gap 1 rem and margin bottom set to 1 rem. Also do padding to 0.5 rem, and also do border radius set to 5 pixels, and also do cursor set to pointer, and also do transition set to all 0.3 seconds at ease, just like that. Next is the hover, so we also have to make the hover effect for this. Remember guys, when you're making layouts or anything, always make hover effects. It will just make your website look pretty like next level, just adding like few things like this one, these ones right here, just like that. It will just make the whole like website experience really pop out, instead of just having a static effect, you know. Just like that. See, it's 10 times, like almost 10 times better. Why are you ordering here? I didn't open my cafe. Do width 60 pixels. You should actually do height around 80 pixels, and do background size set to cover, just like that. Now what I can do is set position to center, and also do border radius to around 5 pixels. There we go. Now to style the actual popular info h4, I can do margin bottom set to 0.5 rem, font size a little bit smaller, just like that, and the p tag set to color, set to font size 0.8 rem. And yeah, that is pretty much it for our thing. One thing I forgot to do was I did change the thing for that. Let me just quickly get Attack on Titan picture, okay? And I'll just put that there. Okay, I got it. And if I just come here, right? Now Attack on Titan, now I can just cut this, paste that there. That should change Attack on Titan, and there we go. Now it looks legit, right? It looks legit. Now that is it for all of our styling. So next thing, the last thing we have to do is add media queries, and after that we should be done, guys. Do width set that to 768 pixels, and here I can do dot mean container, do flex direction set to column, and do sidebar right, and do width 100%. And last, I can do hero content. I can give it max width 100%, just like that. If it does hit that limit, just like that, now it hits. Now it actually looks responsive. And for the anime grid, what I'm going to do here is, it was 200 pixels per fraction. I can probably just scroll down here and do repeat autofill min max. I can probably do 150 pixels per fraction. There are not many, and that should be it for our thing. Now let's move on to JavaScript. Okay, I haven't been reading chat, so let me quickly read what's happening. I can also make a copy website for you, new shop. Like for free. Gabi, I found a video on your channel. Is HTML CSS tutorial for beginners, episode 1 beta? Yep. Yeah, you can start with that. Yep, 100%. That video was made by me. So if you want to just get started with CSS, it's a very basic course. If you want to get started with that, I have actually explained it up to Flex. There are a lot of CSS properties that still you need to learn. But for basic layouting, you can just watch that video. That's like that tutorial for 100%. Yeah, but you gotta do the part. Yes, you'll start from this. You can start using basic. Then what's the use of website? I only know 50% JS. Totally fine. I don't even know 10%. Look, I'm senior. Maybe you're older. I know more. I can be good better. Well, you're welcome, Katagiri. Are you Japanese, Katagiri? Because that is like very protagonist name. Or is it just me? Is it just me? Okay, let's get started with JS. Enough talking, okay? Enough talking and let's get started. So for this, as I said, we'll be using an API. I just like found a random API. So it just basically gives you anime information about, like, just throws you different animes, and we'll just basically catch that and just display it. Okay, I'm just gonna do a sync function. So since we have to hit an API, we have to use asynchronous functions, right? To load anime, it will basically load the anime here, and do const response equals, so this will be response. We have to wait it. Do fetch. I will fetch the API. We get the API here, just like that, and do const data equals to await response dot JSON. So that will change the JSON like response and change that to JavaScript object. And here do const grid. We have to get the DOM element for the grid, which is, where is it? This thing right here, this DOM. I'll get that. The document.get element by ID, I'll get that DOM. And initially, I'm just going to set the grid.innerHTML and set that to an empty string. I'm gonna be 20 this year. How old are you? All of you guys are like older than me. Then what will I do? Then go to university and handle my cafe teachers. Just like Gabi, mine is Katagiri Yuchi. It's kind of... okay, I see. Now here, I'm just going to loop the thing. So I'm going to do data, which is, data. I'm going to do data, undo, inner HTML. No, actually, the data for each. Oops, I need to do data dot data, right? I need to do that and just do for each. I need to do anime. So this right here is basically a object. So if I just console and log this, if I do console.log and do data here, and call this function for now, right? Call this function. Now you can also add an error handling saying if response is okay, but I don't want to do it. Inside this, you'll see data. So this is all of data for different animes, right? You can see So no Frieren and other stuff. So this is inside this data array of objects. We also have paginations, but we don't care about that. We only care about this data array. This basically holds all of our objects here. So we only need that. So we are using data, which is our data. Inside this, we're basically checking the array. And now if we're looping that array, to doing const genres, we need to get the genres first, to anime.genres. If the thing exists, we'll do anime.genres dot map. We'll get individual genres and basically do that, and just do g dot name, oops, and just get this thing and join by that. And yeah, so after joining, we have made the true state. So if it doesn't exist, we'll just leave it empty, just like that. Now what we need to do is actually make the loop. So I'm just going to do grid.innerHTML, and we'll just append our thing here. Just going to do that and just going to copy that, paste that here. Hey Gabi, will you make a coffee website for me? If only you're not sure to know. I don't think I can. No, I'm not older than I'm a year younger. I mean I cannot read. Wait, I'm just gonna wait. What does that mean? Alicia is 18. Wow. You didn't tell about language. What does that mean? I'm a little good at modding and modifying app. I want to learn web dev, at least basic knowledge. Yeah, it's fine. You can just learn. Everyone starts somewhere. It's fine. Katagiri, don't worry. Like, I have zero experience with like mobile dev. I mean, I have like kind of touched Flutter, kind of. Okay. So here I'm just gonna do that and do anime dot images and do JPEG and do image URL. So that will be our image for all of that. Now I'll just close that for now. And here what I can do is basically set all of that. Now I have to set the things. I'm just gonna do that. Do anime.title. And here what I need to do is basically set a logic saying if anime.score exists, if it exists, then it will just like put anime.score. Otherwise, if the score does not exist, I'm just gonna put n/a. So it means not available. And for genres, we did make genres, right? I'm just gonna copy that, paste that there, and with that, I think we should be done. If I just format the document, it should like be just like that. And yep, that should be it. That should be it for the function. So the last thing I need to do is basically just append all of that stuff. So I can just do document dot query selector all, get the anime card, and just do for each card. I can just do that. Works as or, yep, it basically illumined this operator right here. Oops, wait, what? Like this operator right here is basically or. Your voice is like kind of deep. Can you say wake up to reality? Wake up. Wait, that's not how Madara says it, right? Wake up to reality. No. No, like Madara is really deep though. Like wake up to reality. No, I suck. I suck at voice acting. Wake up to reality. No, I sound stupid. Madara is so cool. Like I love Madara, man. Elish that's Japanese. I was asking him whether he is Japanese or not. Card dot add event listener. I'm just gonna listen to that. So listen to all of that card, right? And we'll see if it is clicked. Now, if it is clicked, I'm just gonna run a function just like that, saying const title. I can also put a space to make it look cool, and do title equals to this being the card right here. We do this dot cry selector and do anime dot title. We'll just basically set the text content. We'll get the text content of that. Just like that. Right? And just basically set the alert of opening. We'll just basically kind of imitate that title. Just like that. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So I just call load anime. There we go. The anime should load just like that. This is all of the anime that the thing had, at least up until one stuff, right? And there we go. There's a lot of good animes like Kaguya-sama Love is War, Koi no Katachi, that is silent voice. I haven't watched Clannad. People tell me that's really good. I've watched Pottery Diaries. I have watched Monster. Okay, I think you're talking about this one. Like I'm gonna watch that. I've also watched Soso no Frieren. That is Frieren. Science Kid is pretty good. And yeah, that is okay. I'm gonna stop yapping and start coding again. So I'm gonna have this thing load here. I'm just gonna finish the rest of the code. Now, after the thing, right, what I'm gonna do is set the navigation tabs, which is nav tab being these one right here. So like these things right here. So to do this, what I'm gonna do is just listen to that. Just gonna do query selector all and do anime card and do for each card. I'm just gonna loop that. Dr. Stone, how do you think I'm typing when I watch Monster? Okay, I'm gonna watch Monster. Okay, don't worry. Nowadays I don't have time to watch anime, but like, yeah, I still watch few latest episodes here and there, and that's pretty much it. And do that, and do const title equals to this dot query selector, and do anime title, get the anime title of that. Actually, wait. I'm just okay. Oops. Okay, I still need to do this, so I'm just gonna change that. I forgot I was making an app tab because I was watching thing, but okay. So here I still need to listen to tab. I need to listen to that. I also need to listen to a event here. Now, what I need to do is check. First, I need to do e.prevent defaults, right? To make sure the thing does not reload. And do document dot query selector all, and do nav tab, and do for each tab. I can just set the, you guys cannot see because of the thing. MB. What is MB? What? Oh, okay, I get it. I'm like, what do you mean? You, don't torment Alicia. Come on, man. Alicia, that basically means my bad. Gobby, don't forget, take a look at Doki Team extension after the stream when you're free. Doki extension? What is that? It's basically just gonna do t dot. I'm just gonna remove the active and just like that, and also do this dot class list dot add active, and yeah, that's pretty much it. So if I just do that, it should be just like that. Pretty cool, right? Now it doesn't switch, I know, but like, you know, this is how you switch between the thing. You just remove it and just put this whatever thing you're doing right here. And okay, so next thing that we need to make is the sidebar navigation. Doki theme, bro. Okay, I'm gonna check it out. Where you from, Yuchi? No, prefer to say sorry. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so for the sidebar, it's basically the same thing. We're just doing basically the same thing. So I'm just gonna copy that. The difference is we're just using sidebar item. Oops. And here I'm just gonna put the item here. Do that, and also put that there. And do, I can change the iterating variable to something like I. But I guess it doesn't really matter. But okay, so we have done that, prevent default, and also added active. I think we should work now. So, okay, it doesn't work. I'm checking if I messed up somewhere. If I did that, document dot query selector all sidebar item. So for each item, we are basically trading that, removing class list. What is it? Anchor tab is not defined. So, oh, oops. So what I need to do is change that to item there. And it should work just like that. There we go. Boom. Gobby is nice. You're so my mom said no. Oh my god. Document dot query selector all. That is true, guys. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly finish this. So next thing is I'm just gonna add the event listener to the play button, which is this button right here. So I'm just gonna listen to a click, and if the user clicks, I'm just gonna run a function here saying alert and just saying playing One Punch Man, just like that. So if I click over it, it should say playing whatever that thing is playing. If I click over it, it should say whatever that thing is playing. And that's pretty much it. So at last, I just need to set the same thing for that. So if I can just this is basically the same thing as this one right here. So I can just probably copy that paste that there and just format the document. I need to change that to popular item. Get the item, iterate the item, listen to a click here, saying the title, and get the h4 instead of getting the thing, and get the text content, and basically set the text content to title. And with that said, we are done with our thing. There we go. Now, it is kind of functional, kind of. You can basically set that, and just like that, and there we go. That is it for today, guys. I hoped you liked. It's gobby, not gobby, okay? And yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. Did you like this anime watching website? And yeah, that's pretty much it. What is happening in chat? It's awesome. Thank you. Hello, Brian. What's up? I haven't seen you in the chat. I used to say all good women don't you know what? Uh, what is happening? Lumine, no, it's fine, Lumine. I mean, if I'm here and if I can help, I will, okay? It's not like I am here because of that. I love teaching, but like, yeah, if I'm here, you can ask me anything, and that's it. Because in other tab I will watch tutorial. Thank you, really. Damn. Okay, thank you. When will you do live stream again? I tend to like live stream every single day. I mean, sometimes I don't because like I might be busy or I'm just not feeling well. So in those days I don't tend to live stream, but I do come live every single day at 7 p.m. Nepalese Standard Time. With that being said, we can add slideshow in One Punch Man, like thumbnail, like this right here. Of other animes too. I mean, I could, but like it will just take time, and like I probably need to just I can do that next time if like I mean it's just like a carousel slider, but I mean I can do that next time. Thing is, like it's already almost 9. If you can see here, it's almost 9, and I tend to just leave when I'm on 9 to start. No, it's fine. Yeah, that's true. Like it's like similar to other anime watching websites like Crunchyroll and other websites. I don't know if I can tell the name because they're pirated websites. So just get what I'm saying. Someday I can create my own website like this because it's awesome and all the buttons, inputs, and hover all effect things. No, you can. Honestly, once you actually learn the core concepts, it's pretty damn fun. Pirated web is legal? No, it's not. No, it's not. The only reason people watch it because it's free. Okay, like piracy is not legal at any like anywhere in any point. It's not legal. The reason it's not taken down is because if you take one website down, like 10 more websites tend to like pop up. So like how many websites will you ban? Okay? Like it will never end. That's the reason. Like piracy will be there no matter like if you like it or not. Technically it's illegal. So I can always stay and think like a kid. Gabi, can I ask you something? Yeah, sure, go ahead. I mean, I'm here for that, so you can ask me anything. I mean, making a third-party web for anime watching is legal? No. I mean, yes, it is legal if you actually go through like like proper contracts, like like people who sell anime, like all of these. I mean, these are just dummy websites. You can make this, but I cannot make it watchable. I mean, if I wanted to make this watchable, I would have to use an actual licensed API. Like I have to pay Crunchyroll, or like not Crunchyroll, but other like anime streaming anime Japanese anime streaming websites. They'll give me an API with backend documentation, and I will receive that and I will use that in my website. So that is the actual legal process. To do that, you have to pay them commission. Okay, like I think monthly or something. I don't know how the anime thing works, but you do have to pay them according to like the contract in order for you to use the anime watching websites, like anime watching APIs, like streaming services, right? Like that's how Crunchyroll does it. So it's paid. But like other pirated sites, I don't think they do it. So that means you're saying that you'll so you didn't answer my question. Will you make website if you'll be free? Will you just code JS? I don't know fully JS. I don't think I can, Alicia. I'm sorry. Making a high anime is kind of legal, or it's kind of third party. High anime is not legal. I'm pretty sure it's not legal. Alicia, I'm sorry. Like I have my college work, plus I also work like part time, and also I need to study. Like I'm really kind of I have a lot on my hands. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You can see how I got it from them. Just I'm sorry, Alicia. And yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. I think we'll call it a day for today. So it means government can take action if we make illegal web, so we should buy API, right? Yep. That's the correct way. Thanks for that, sir. Downloaded it, and you can go. I can go how that effect in Visual Studio and try it. I love the ways so code, so clean. I totally practice that. Thank you. Just practice and you'll get there. Don't worry. Like it's a matter of how much you are willing to put in the effort. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you. Okay, guys, thank you for tuning in. I'm very, very happy. Uh, I will try it on off stream, Katagiri, don't worry. So with that said, I'll see you guys in another stream, and yeah. Can you make a tutorial on top rated anime part? I mean, I can, but like, it's just hard coded though. Oh, this one. Oh, okay. So like how I got all of these. For that you have to learn JS. That is, it's like here. I have used an API, which is this right here, right? So like you have to understand what's API first, Lumin. So like API, if you have got the API from the website, all right, it'll basically fetch the API and put the JSON response variable. So we have to await it because since it goes through an HTTP request hitting the API, we have to get the response, and we have to convert it into JavaScript object. So right now it's on JSON file, like JSON format. I have to convert it into a JavaScript, so that converts into JavaScript object, and we have to get that, and then I have console.log. So if I just come here and go to inspect, right, you see all of this. This is all of our responses. So like, let's say aired this, there are a lot of other responses that we have, like how many websites, explicit genres, and other stuff, like what is the title and the Japanese title, the English title, the synonyms or whatever, all of that stuff. So we have all of these. So we have altogether 24 of these. So you basically loop this in this. Okay. We have to learn the concept of APIs to actually get this. So I need to learn API. Yes. Oops. And yeah, that's pretty much it. See you tomorrow, guys. Okay, guys. Is there anything free API? Is there anything free API concept? I mean, there in our JavaScript series we have made APIs, so you can probably watch that. And yeah, guys, see you guys tomorrow. And yeah, see you. Good night, guys. Good night. Good night. Also, please add me on Discord. I will. Don't worry. I will. Bye bye. Hello, guys. Welcome back to another stream. So today we'll be building this e-commerce website. This is an e-commerce website that uses fake store APIs. So this is not hard coded. We have used APIs for this. So you can just add to cart. You know, the cart will be added like this. You can proceed to checkout. It doesn't have a actual checkout feature, but it just says proceed to checking out, just like that. And it also has a sorting mechanism, just like this. Is it electronics or all? Just like this. And all of these are dummy datas. This will be, we'll gradually be making all of this in upcoming videos and streams. And with that said, let's get started, shall we? So let me just quickly do that and bring the actual VS Code that we'll be using to build this, just like that. And here what I'm going to do is make two more files, that is style.css for styling and script.js for the actual logic, right? And let's start with our thing. I'm going to close this and I'm going to quickly make our boilerplate. So that's our doc.html. It's going to start it via live server, just like that. I'm going to change the document, change the document text to something like buy more, which again, this is just a random company name. It's not, a real one. I'm just going to doing modern e-commerce, just like that. That will change the name just like that. And next thing I need to do is to link. And now this will be our style.css link. So I'm just going to link it like that. And also link our script.js, just like that. I also need font awesome icons. So let me get the CDN font awesome icon pack, just like that. Now this is something you can get via fontawesome.com. You can get their icon packs. This is basically the CDN one, so it's just open to every single one of you. So I'm just going to be using that. So let's go ahead and start this project, shall we? So the first thing I need to do is make a div that will basically be our container. I'm just going to make a container just like this. And inside this, I'm just going to make our sidebar first. So I'm just going to make a little thing, just sidebar. I'm just going to do sidebar as well. And inside this, I'm also going to do dot sidebar. I'm just going to do a sidebar header. And inside this header, I'm going to make a logo that will basically say buy more. Right? And here I'm just going to make a stats card. So this will be our card for every single one of the numbers, right? The actual numbers. This is a dummy data, but once if if you do backend, then you'll just probably get this from the backend APIs. And do stats number and do 37 here. And change that to stats label and do orders and do last 7 days. I'm just gonna put it just like that, and that should be done. So if I just check that, that is all that we had to do for the sidebar header. So next is sidebar content. So I'm just gonna do sidebar content. And inside the sidebar content, what I'm going to do here is make a button first. So the first button will be just called explore button. By the way, if you want the source code for this, I'm going to link it in the description of the stream. So yeah, you can check out the source code. Yeah, it should be right there. And just do class FE compass. I'm just going to do compass here and also do explore new. That'll give me a compass icon and also give me the text, you know. And after that, I need to make a nav group. So what I'm going to do here, this will be the container for all of those things, right? Each of one of these will be a link, which will obviously lead to nowhere. And the first one will be the thing, which is our popular products, whatever you want to call it, anything you want. Do nav item.active and do I tag, change that to a fire. And here I can change that to popular products, doing just like that. Now I can copy and paste this multiple times. I'm just gonna do that. And I don't need this active, so I'm just gonna remove. Actually, what I can do is remove the active. Oops. And I'm just gonna copy that. Paste that. I don't think I need that many. And add active here. And I'm going to change the icons now. So the second one will be a t-shirt for, you know, clothing and shoes or whatever. Do clothing and shoes. And next thing I'm going to do is gifts and living. I'm going to probably change that to a gift icon, just like that. The last one will be inspiration and do light bulb, just like that. That will be our sidebar content, right? Sidebar content. Now, next thing I can do is probably here. What I can do here is to make it more SEO friendly, I can use aside here again, because since this thing, I can just probably use aside here. I'm gonna format the document. And yeah, that should be pretty much it. Now for these, now for the sidebar footer, right? So here I'm just gonna make a div for sidebar footer. Inside this, I'm gonna make a div for recent orders, and I'm gonna make an h4 saying recent orders. And also make a div for order item. I'm going to make 2 order item, right? So just basically trying to simulate the previous orders if you can put any. So this will be a dump. Again, this will not be that thing. We'll be using it from, I'll be putting from JavaScript. Now for span, I'm just going to do like Snickers. This is dot, by the way, if you guys are wondering what is this. So this is a dot, and this is the actual label. It is empty right now. We'll style it using CSS, and we should be fine. So next thing that we need to make is we have to make another one of these, right? And just do that. Just change the content to, like, I don't know, winter jackets, whatever you want. I just have a few dummy days here. I'm basically just using that. And that's pretty much it. So for recent orders, that is it. Next, I need to make a logout button. It will technically log you out. It should. But for now, we'll just refresh the page if we could. But this will just be a dummy logout button, because that is not our core focus for today's stream. So yeah, I'm just gonna do sign out all. So that'll give me a sign out or log out icon. And here I can just basically write log out. And there we go. That is all for the thing, right? Now let's make the styling for this. Now, first of all, I need to do is basically make margin 0, padding 0, and box sizing set to border box, just like that. Next thing I need to do is make body. I need to do font family. I can do enter. I'll probably use enter here. Can do is do Apple system, right? Now I will just cut everything that I don't need here, just like that. So that I'm going to use enter. There we go. And now I'm just going to do background, set that to FAFBFC. That is a darkish, a little bit a darkish gray, and do color, set that to 18202C, which is dark color, and do line height set to 1.6. That is all of the CSS. For body, now for the app container. App container being the main container, the app, right? I'm just gonna do display flex min height. I'm gonna do 100 VH, just like that. Now next, what I'm gonna do is actually style the sidebars. So I'm just gonna do sidebar. Now here, what I'm gonna do is do width 260 pixels. Do background white. Do border right 1 pixel. Solid E2, E8, and F0. And do position set to fixed. Oops. And do height. While I do this, how was your day, guys? Let me know. Let me know how was your day. Do left 0. Do top 0, and z index. Set that to 100. Display flex, and do flex direction column. There we go. Now that is a, that is it. We are basically setting the width, and we should be fine. So we're setting it fixed on left 0 and top 0, which makes sense, right? Now we just style the actual headers. So I'm just gonna do sidebar. Do sidebar header and do padding. Do that and do padding. I'm gonna set that to 1.5 rem, 1.5 rem, and 1 rem. And here do border bottom 1 pixel, solid, F1, F5, and F9. Just like that. Now for the logo, right? So for the logo, I'm just gonna do font size 1.25 rem, font weight set to 700, do color, set that to the same signature black color, and do margin bottom set to 1 rem. There we go. Now for the stats card, set the background to grayish color. So I'm just gonna do F8, FA, FC. There we go. This you can see the darkish color right here. Next thing I need to do is set the padding. So I'm just gonna do padding 1 rem. And do border radius set to 12 pixels, and also do text align set to center. There we go. And next for the stats number. Do font size 2 rem, and also do font weight 600. Do color, that black, and do line height set to 1. And yeah, that should be it. Now for the stats label, do font size 0.75 rem. Also do color, set it to 64748B, and do margin top 0.25 rem. There we go. And with that said, I should be done. Okay, so for the sidebar content, right, I can do sidebar content, do flex 1, there we go. And here I can do padding 1.5 rem and 0, and do overflow at Y, set that to auto. Now for the nav group, right, the actual nav bar, I can do margin bottom set to 1.5 rem. So that is the container. Oops. That is the container. Now for the nav item, what I can do display flex, do text line center, and do padding, set that to 0.625 rem, and also do 1.5 rem. There we go. And do color, set that to same one, just like that. Type of decoration, since there is underlined, I'm also going to change that. Do transition all 0.3 seconds at ease. Next thing I can change is the gap. I can give it a gap of 1 rem. 1 rem is too much. Gap of like 5 pixels, not too much. And I can also do transition. I can set the font size to 0.875 rem. And do font weight set to 500. There we go. I think it's too much. I can do 1.2 rem probably. It's too big. There we go. I just realized I misspelled clothing. So let me quickly fix that. There we go. Now for the nav item hover, I can change that. Set the background to this color right here. Change the color to we'll be using blue color. I'm just gonna do 3B82F6. This is the bluish color. As you can see, looks nice. Now we did set a dot active. Now this will basically be our side nav bar, even though it doesn't work. It will basically do that. So I'm just gonna do background, set that to EFF and 6FF. Change that. Color, set that to that. Do border right, 2 pixels, solid, the same exact color. Just like that. Looks pretty nice. Next thing I need to make is for the nav item. Right? What I can do is do nav item I can do width 18 pixels, and that's for the actual icons, right? I can do font size I can do 0.875 rem. Either I can do that, or I can just probably set that to 1 rem as the usual. And yeah, that should be it. Next, for the explore button, do margin set to 0, 1.5 rem, 1.5 rem, and do background set to the signature blue color. You can also make CSS variable of this. And do color white, and do border none. Do padding 0.75 rem. Do border radius of 10 pixels. Font weight of 600. Cursor set to pointer, and font size set to 1 rem. I think 1 rem is a little bit bigger, so I'm just gonna do 0.9 rem. And do transition. Do background 0.3 seconds at ease. Now since we made transition, we also to make a hover icon, so I'm just gonna do hover, put a extra darkish blue, so I'm just gonna do 25, 63, and EB. If I hover over it, as you can see, the background is a darker blue. And that's pretty much it. Now for the actual footer, right? This thing right here. What I'm going to do is put a sidebar. I'm going to call the thing that is sidebar footer. If I go here, as you can see, it's sidebar footer. I'll do padding. I can do 0.5, 1.5 rem. What am I saying? Do border top 1 pixel, solid F1, F5, and F9. The margin top set to auto. There we go. Now for the recent orders, H4, I can do font size 0.5 rem, color, set that to that, text transform set to uppercase, letter spacing set to 0.5 em, and do margin bottom set to 0.5 rem. Font weight set to 600. Yeah, that is for the recent orders. Now for the actual order item, do display flex, align items center, padding set that to 0.4 rem and 0, and do font size set to 0.8 rem. There we go. Do 0.8 rem. Why not? Oh, there we go. 0.7 is too small. I can probably do 0.9 actually. Yeah, 0.9 seems to be good. And yeah, I can just make a logout button here saying color, set that to that, text decoration, set that to none, and font size, set that to 0.9 rem, and do display flex line items center. Now one thing I forgot to make is the order dot. the dot in front of this, right? Now I'm gonna need to set a height and width. So that'll be 6 pixels. Background color, I'm gonna change that to a darkish gray. Then do CBD and 5E0. So you'll see 2 squares appearing. Now what I can do here is to make that a circle, I can give a border radius of 0. Now with that, you'll see it becoming a perfect circle. Just like that. And at last they're sticking to each other. I can do margin right. I can give 0.75 rem. Do that, and they are ready just like that. So that is our side nav bar. Looks pretty clean in my opinion. Does look pretty nice. And yeah, that's pretty much it for these side nav bar. Let's actually go ahead and start to style main content, right? Do main content. I'm gonna make a comment just like that. And here what I'm gonna do is do main content, right? Make a header. This will be a div. And here I'm just gonna do page title and do explore. Now, if you're thinking why the text is not appearing, because it's behind the thing. So if I change the index of this to, like, let's say -1, you'll see the explore text appearing because it was hiding behind the actual side nav bar, right? Now for that, I'll still put that at 100 or whatever. Yeah, still put that to 100. Now, for now, what I'm going to do here, because we're using HTML, I'm going to set the opacity to 0. It will make the sidebar disappear. And we'll start to style, we'll make our main content here. So here, after the explore, right, what I need to do, well, actually, for explore, what I can do is, instead of making a div, I can make an h1, because making it a div will not make sense. Now I'm going to do filter tab. So in the beginning, I showed you 4 filter tabs, like all, men, women, and electronics. We'll basically be making that. So for that, I need a tab. Now we'll be using data sets for this. And I'm just going to do data and do category. This will be the prime thing that will basically, you know, be separating them and sorting that. I can do all. I can paste that 4 times. Let's say the all is active all the time by default. And I can give men's. I can go men's clothing. I can give that and do men. I can just do copy that, paste that, change that to woman, and do woman. And here, take that to electronics, and just copy and paste that there. And yeah, that's pretty much it for that div. Now, after we're done with the thing, right? After we're done with this, we'll make a header actions. They'll basically be the search, the sliders, whatever, and also cart button. The search button will not work. However, will basically we can do it another thing. So I'm just gonna do I'm gonna make a header actions for that to wrap all of the things. I'm gonna make a button you guys cannot see, so I'm just gonna scroll down. We'll do that. Probably push down a little bit and zoom in. That way you guys can see what I'm doing. And here what I'm going to do is basically just do button and do action button and do class fes fe sliders and itch, just like that. And here I can do that. So this will be action button, right? So it will be the sliders, the menu buttons, just like that. Now next thing I need to do is make for the search. Cut that and make search, just like that. That will give me the search icon. Now next thing I need to do is make the shopping cart button, right? Now for that, and since that is a dynamic buttons, first let me just bring that. Now I'm doing shopping and cart. That will bring shopping cart. Now I also need to add an ID because we'll be using JavaScript in this. And next I'm just going to do span and do cart badge. So this will be the text. Initially in dummy data it will be 0, but it will be updating it and like dynamically. And I'm just going to do cart badge. They'll basically be the number, the number to use for the amount of items in the cart. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm just gonna make a user profile, just a dummy user profile. And let's say that says C. Why not? Everything works. And yeah, that should be pretty much it. Now next thing that I need to make for the header, right? After we're done with our header, we can basically make our main content layout. So I can do dot content layout and just do inside this, I can do main section. And actually before we do that, let me just style this much first actually. Okay, let's style that first and we'll come back to that. Now let's scroll down. I don't know why I'm here. There we go. I'm gonna make a comment saying main content starts from here. Let's scroll down and I'm gonna call the main content and do flex that to 1. What I'm also gonna do is cut that because we don't need that, and put that to normal size. Come back here and do margin left 260 pixels. I will come to that. There we go, just like that. Adding set that to rem. Max width, I'm going to calculate saying 100 view width minus 250 pixels. So we're just basically subtracting. We're basically saying whatever view width we have here, just calculate. This is the maximum view width, right? Now we do know that this width right here is 260 pixels by default. So we are basically subtracting whatever view width we have to 260 pixels. That will give us exactly, we'll set the max width of this to that, right? Now do header, I can do display flex, justify content space between, just like that. And do align items, set that to center, and margin bottom set to rem. Just like that. Now for the page title, do font size to rem, font weight 100. Oops. Font weight 700. And do color, set that to same color. Margin bottom set to 1 rem. Just like that. That is for the page title. Now for the filter tabs, which is these right here, right? What I'm going to do is first make them a flex and do gap, set that to 0.5. There we go, just like that. Now to style individual tab, do padding, set that to 0.7, 0.5 rem, and 1 rem. Do border, set to 1 pixel, solid, E to E and F0. Background set to white. Border radius set to 8 pixels. Cursor set to pointer. Font size set to 0.9 rem. And do color set that to that. And transition. Since we'll be using that, I'm just going to do 0.3 seconds. Ease. Do tab dot active. It's going to do background, set that to our signature blue. Now you can see the color, right? I'm going to change the border color to the same color and change the color to white because it's black and it doesn't suit, just like that. Now, so I need to make a state where it's hovering, but it's not dot active, right? So we can make that state. We'll change the border color to this gray. So if I hover over it, it will not change anything to the active, right? It will basically not make it for the dot active, what it will do for the rest of it. Now there's a small change I can show you guys. Nothing happens to the actual active, but the border color changes for the others. And yeah, now what I can do is next is header actions, which is these right here. For header actions, I can do display, set that to flex, align items to center, and yeah, up to 1 rem. Just like that. I can also set back here. I can do action button, do padding set to 0.7 rem, do border 1 pixel, solid. This one right here, same thing, and do background, set white, border radius to 8 pixels, and also do cursor, set to pointer, color, set that to that, and transition all 0.3 seconds at ease, just like that. Now for the action button hover, I'm basically going to change the border color to the same thing right here. So if I hover over it, the same effect hovers. Now I'm going to style the card button, right? Set the background to this one right here. Set the color to white. To come down here and just do that. I can change that to card button just like that. And here what I can do is do border, set that to none. Padding set to 0.7 rem, 1 rem. And also do border radius to 8 pixels. Cursor set to pointer. Not border, but border radius. Just like that. And change that. And next is the font weight. Set that to 600. The font size 0.9 rem. And the position set to relative. Now for the card batch, which is this thing right here. What I'm gonna do here for that is do cart badge, call that first, set to absolute, and do top 4 pixels, and do right negative 4 pixels. It will be on the top. I meant top, not opacity. And I can do background, set that to a reddish color. Do red here. And do color, set to white. Border radius set to 50%. Width set to 18 pixels. Also height set to 18 pixels. And do font size 0.75 rem. Just like that. Do display flags, align items center, display content to center. And that'll make a perfect icons for that. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Now for user profile, what I can do is give width about 36 pixels and give a background of E2 E8F0 and do border radius set to 8 pixels, display flex, line items to center, justify content to center, font weight to 600. Just like that. I forgot to give the height. Give a height of 36. And yeah, I'm gonna give a color of this. And that is our navbar. Looks pretty nice in my opinion. Now let's make the content, right? The content layout. To make the content layout, let me go here. Here, what I'm gonna do is make a main section. Inside the main section, I'm gonna make a promo banner. So that'll be our promo banner. Inside the banner, I'm just gonna do promo content here. And here, I'm just gonna do get up to 50% off. Just like that. Do P. Start it directly here because I'm gonna start it directly because it doesn't have that much. So margin bottom 1 rem and do opacity set to 0.8. That's it. So I'm just gonna do. That's why I'm doing inline CSS. I'm just gonna type this dummy text here. And under this button, I'm going to make a button for promo button and do get discount. I'm just going to do that. So that will be for the content layout. That will be for promo banner. Now for the secondary banner, I'm just going to make a div for secondary banner. H3. And scroll down and do Winter's Weekend. Do P, keep it casual with our cozy collection. Just like that. And that should be pretty much it. And now after this, I'm just gonna make a sidebar section here. I'm gonna do dot side bar section, and do featured products, just like that, and do loading. There'll be a loading screen for that, and just do class. This will be a spinner, and I'll put a text saying loading featured products, just like that. And yeah, that's pretty much it for the content layout div, right? Now under this, we have to make a thing. So let me just quickly do that. I'm just gonna format the document here. Okay, I got confused here. Oops. Give me a second, guys. That is done, right? So the content layout is done. Now for the products grid, I'm just gonna do products grid and make a products grid just this. Inside, I need to make a loading screen just like that. We'll basically make the content from JavaScript. So we'll do that so it doesn't it will make sense. This will basically be the by default loading screens for that, and we should be fine. So do that and do loading products, just like that. So that'll be for the loading screens. Now let us style the actual thing, right? So okay, there it is. So let me first style this, and we'll probably make the thing for the featured products, which is right this, and also for the products grid, right? And if you do that, I think it should be okay. And we'll keep making other things. So for now, what we can do is go to CSS and style our at least this much, right? Now for that thing, what I'm gonna do is what I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna do content layout. So this will be our content layout. I'm gonna type content layout. I'm just gonna make a quick comment here. And here put display grid and also do grid template columns set to 1 fraction, 300 per fraction, just like this, and do gap 2 rem, and also do margin bottom set to 3 rem. Right. That's for the layout. I'm just gonna do main section, do display flex and flex direction set to column, and do gap 1.5 rem. And now for the promo banner, I'm just gonna do background, I'm gonna do radial gradient, and do circle at 30% and 50%. I'm gonna add 2 colors. So one will be a lightish green, so I'm gonna do EF3 and E7, F3, and D0. The amount will be about 0%, and other will be a little darker green, and do 6EE, 7B7, just like that. and do 100%. There we go. Border radius, I'm going to do 16 pixels. Padding, I'm going to do 2 rem. And also do color, I'm going to set to a dark green. And do 0.65 by F46. There we go. And do position, set to relative. Do overflow. Do hidden. Min height set to 180 pixels. Display flex. Align items. Set to center. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Now to style individual items, we only style the container, right? To style individual item, what I'm going to do is here, this will be the by default thing, right? It will look like that. So next thing I need to make is the promo contents. I'm just going to do promo content h2. Do font size 1.75 rem. Font weight, I'm going to do really dark. Really bold and not dark. At 800, and margin bottom set to a little bit just like that. Next thing I need to make is the style is the promo button. Now background, I'm going to make the same one just like this. Color, set that to white. Border set to none. Padding set to 0.1 rem and 1.25 rem. And do border radius set to 8 pixels. Font weight set to 600. Cursor set to pointer. And also set the font size to 0.9 rem. And there we go. That is our second container. Now for this secondary banner right here, what I'm going to do is do secondary banner just like this, and do background set to FE, F3, and C7, and do border radius set to 16 pixels. Do padding 1.5 rem, and do color set to a little bit darker. So I'm just going to do 92400E. And for the H3, so I'm just going to copy that, add H3 here. Font size, I'm going to just set to 1.25 rem. Font weight will be 700, and margin bottom will be 0.3. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Now to style the actual featured product, let me actually style the container, which is sidebar featured product, right? For the sidebar section, which is this right here. I'm just going to copy that, paste that there, and set the background to white, right? Set the background to white, border radius to 16 pixels, and do padding set to 1.5 rem. To do box shadow set to 0, 1 pixel, 3 pixel. RGBA set to that. So that will be the container, which will look just like that. Now to make the featured product, we need JavaScript, because as I said, we'll be using JavaScript to do that. Now let's actually try to do it. Now in JavaScript, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make few additional arrays. So this will be the actual products, and I'm going to make few important empty variables, and we should be initial variables, and we should be fine. So that one is products, that's all of the products, and that will be the cart, right? The initial cart. And So the current category by default will set to be all, which is just right here. And that's pretty much it. Now for a sync, because we're calling an API, we'll do a sync function. Name will be load products. This will basically load the products from the API, and we don't need a parameter. And let's try. So let's try, and we also need to catch. Well, inside our try block, right? We'll also catch the error, since it was giving me that. So first, we need to hit the API. So do const response. We'll use await because we are hitting the API. We'll use the fetch function, and we'll get the API. So the API is pretty simple. That is fixorapi.com/products, right? And do products dot, not dot, is equals to await. We'll convert that into JavaScript object, just like that. Now, another thing you can do here is we can check if response is not okay. So if it's not okay, we'll throw new error, just like that, and just do error fetching data or something like that, whatever you want. It should be like that. Or we can just do alert API is now working, just like that. Oh, okay, since we do that, I can just paste that in front of that, and there we go. It will not log it because alert will alert. Actually, we can put alert in hash block, because if you put alert here, this will not get logged, because alert is a asynchronous, but I cannot say anything. Oh my god. So yeah, so next thing that we need to do is to render featured products. So this is all of our products. Okay, so this is all of our featured products, which is just like that. I'm just gonna call the little function here. We haven't made the function, we have to, put the function here. For now, let's just do that. Now here, if there's an error, I'm just gonna do console.error. We'll console the error saying error loading products. And we'll basically log that. And we'll log the error, whatever the JavaScript throws at us. And that is our async function, just like that. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to make a function for render featured products. And first, I'm going to make a container. Now, to get the container, we know the container is, where is it? The container is this, right? This is our containers. So I'm just going to use that. I'm going to do document.get element b. I'm going to get that. That will get me the actual thing. Do const featured equals to. So here it will give me the product slice, right? I'm going to do products dot slice. It will slice from 0 to 2. 0 index to 2, right? Here, I'm just going to do container dot inner HTML. So this will basically be pretty much a simple thing. What it will do, it will get the products thing. Right now it's empty, but it will basically take 0 and 1. So it will take basically 2 technically, right? It will take 2 of the products and just paste it into that container. I'm going to do feature dot map. We'll basically use map, and inside the map it will get the products, since it will be product, and we'll take the index of that. and it will be just like this. Now we need to make the actual HTML for this, right? What I'm going to do is actually I'm just going to make the HTML here. Doesn't really matter. I'm going to make a div called featured product. Inside this, I'm just going to make a div called product badge. Product badge, and that should be done. Inside this, I'm just gonna make. I need to make something here. So I'm just gonna make something here. This will basically be logic for picking your pick or our choice. And just do button. Next thing I need to make is the button. So I'm just gonna do button. So this will be a button for adding to wish list, right? Also, we'll make another for favorites. Now for this, what I'm going to do, this will basically be buttons. So I'm just going to do wish list. This will basically be a wish list button, just, you know, a heart icon. So I'm just going to do just like that. Now on click, it will basically trigger a toggle wish list. Toggle wish list, and I'm just gonna get the product ID here and do product ID. You know, if you're thinking, what is this? It's in HTML, so it's giving me error. If it's in JavaScript, it will not give me error, so I'm just gonna leave it just like that. I need an icon tag, so I need a heart icon for that. Just gonna do that. Do FAR, do heart. That'll give me a heart icon. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So next thing that I need to do is make an image for the source. This image will be given by product.image. Since this is an array of objects, right, coming from this API, obviously, because they're updating products to that, right? We can do that will give me the image of the image of the product, right? And I just to do product. I'm just going to set that to title and give it a class of product image, just like that. And after that, I'm going to make a div for product info and do h4. And now I'm just going to leave that empty for now because we need to write JavaScript logic for that. And here it's going to do product price and do on click, do add to cart product.id. So that will basically give me that will basically add whatever thing to that, right? Now here, what I can do is just basically do product.price. And yeah, that is our HTML. If I just format the document. Now, if I can just do that, come back here. And I'm gonna make a backtick here and do that. I think it should be done. That is our HTML for that, right? Now what I can do here is trying to do this and move the whole thing a little bit forward, just like that. And also do that. And here also do that. There we go, just like that. Now we need to add some few things. That is a badge. So we have to add badge according to the index. Do index. If it's equals to 1, then we'll just basically do dark. Otherwise, just do empty. And we'll close that and put this here. And there we go. Should be pretty simple. If I just close that, there we go. Next thing I need to do is add the thing here. Parent image, everything looks fine to me. Next in H4. Now H4, I'm just gonna use product.title. Whatever title, I'm just basically changing that to substring and oops, do substring. And here do 0 to 30. Next thing, I'm just gonna put 3 dots and there will be our thing. Now next thing that I need to make is we have to do the same for this. I'm just gonna copy that and paste that there. And that is our thing. So that will return me that. And last, I need to do dot join, but to join that by empty string. That will basically convert everything to string here. And that will render the products, right? Now next is to get the products. That was for the, render feature products. Next is actual rendering the actual products. Now to render that, what I can do is basically make another function here. That will say function render feature products. You can call that function inside here too, just like that. The next thing I can do is do that and do const container equals to document document.getElement by ID. I'm basically getting the products grid, which is this thing right here. I'm just gonna copy that, paste that here, just making sure I don't misspell it, and do filtered products. I'm just going to equals to do current category. If it's equal to all, then products. Otherwise, then do products.filter. I'm just gonna filter whatever the thing is inside that and do p.category equals to current category. So filter whatever products that is in current category, which is like this. And yeah, I'm just gonna format the document just like that. And yeah, that should be fine. Now next thing I need to do is do if filter products dot length is equals to 0. If it is, then do container dot inner HTML. We'll make HTML structure here. Do loading and do p tag and do no products found. So this is the error case in sum if it doesn't work, just like this. We don't have to use backtick, but using that does not hurt. So yeah, if the filtered product length is 0, I'm just gonna return the function. There is no point in sitting in the function anyways, right? And yeah, now if that case is handled, what I can do is do container dot inner HTML equals to the same to filter products dot map, and here I can do product and do that. Now I need to make the thing, right? Now this will have the same product card as this one right here. So this will basically have the same thing, right? The only thing that will be different here is probably a few things. I'm just going to quickly change that. Do format the document. I guess it will not work, so it's fine, I guess. And just need to make a product card. Inside this, I'm going to make a button with same wish list button with a on click of toggle wish list, and it will just toggle according to the product ID. And inside this button, I made a iPad with a class of heart icon, just like that. Now under this, I need a image source. This will be product.image. And here, I'm just going to do that. That will be title. Now have a class of product image, just like that. The next is product info. Why do I keep writing the dot there? And inside this, I'm gonna make a h4. This will basically be the same h4 tag as this one, just like this. This will basically make it so it will only go up to 40 letters, and after that it will just start writing dot dot if it's too long, right? And do p, do style, do color. We're putting in inline CSS because we don't have that much thing. And do 647 and 48e. The font size, I'm going to do 0.9 rem. Margin, I'm going to give 0.5 rem and 0. And here, I'm just going to do product.price. And that's after button. I'm just going to make a add to cart button. And do on click to add to cart, and basically do product.id. And here do add to cart. And that's pretty much it for the product card. You can probably cut this, paste it here, format the document, just like this. And do the same dot join here. And do format the document. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Now with that, what we can do here is probably you can probably call the functions. I can call the load products function. That will basically load all of our things. Right now it is absolutely horrendous, I know. That is why we basically first loaded the thing. So that will basically, after loading the function, it should work just like that. Now that is all the thing that we need to do. Now let's style the actual thing, okay? Now for the styling section, I'm just gonna do featured products and do position set to relative, margin bottom set to 1.5 rem. That should be pretty much it. Now for the product image, right? For the product Product image, I can do width 100%, height set to 1200 pixels. Nice look stretch. I'm just gonna do cover. That'll fix that. And the border radius set to 12 pixels and margin bottom set to 1 rem. Just like that. It should look. It doesn't look great, but once we do it, it will look nice. I promise. Okay. And for the product badge, I'm just gonna set the to absolute and do top 0.8 rem. Do 75 actually. There we go. Do left, set that to 75 rem. And also do backgrounds set to this one right here. So if I go to our product badge here, give me a second. So the product badge is okay, the prettier. I have to screw that up, but it should be right over under the featured products. So if I just go here, there we go. It should be just like that. Right? I'm hoping that I just spelled that correctly, which I did. Okay. What I can do here is basically just do color, set that to white. And next thing I can do is I can also do padding, set that to 0.4 rem and also 0.75 rem. And also do border radius, set that to 6 pixels. And do font size 0.75 rem. Do font weight set to 600. And yeah. And for the product page dot dark, I can do background. Oops. Background set to this color right here. And for the wish list button, right, which is this one right here, what I can do here is do wish list, do position at absolute, and do top 0.75 rem, and the same for right, just like that. Oops. And set the background to something like 255, 255, and 255, 0.9. Do border to none. Do width to 32 pixels. Height, set that to 32 pixels. I just go here. And also do border radius set to 50%. And do display flex. Align items center, just like content to center. Cursor set to pointer. Also set the backdrop filter to giving it a 10% blur. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So if I go around here, give me a second, guys. If I go to top here, I need to figure out why the thing is not working. Could be a spelling mistake, so I go here, which is I come back. Where am I? Okay, there we go. There we go. Pretty sweet, right? Right. Now, if I just do that, right now it looks horrible. We have to also style that. And yeah, should look pretty nice. Okay, then let's keep styling it, right? So after the wish list button, which is this right here, we need to make we need to style the actual thing, right? And do product info h4, do font weight 600, margin bottom set to 0.5 rem, font size set to 0.9 rem. There we go. For the price, you can set the background to our signature blue. Color set to white, padding set to 0.5 rem and 1 rem, border radius set to 8 pixels, font weight set to 700, font size set to 0.875 rem, border set to none, and do cursor set to pointer and do transition. You guys can see anything, so I'm going to scroll down to background and do 0.3 seconds at ease, just like that. I'm going to make a hover effect for that. Do hover and change the background to that. There we go. That is for all of the things. Now for the price dot dark, right? We also made a dark. You can do dark background set to dark, and yeah. To make hover state for this, I'm just gonna do hover and set the background to kind of a darkish gray. So I'm just gonna do 374,151, and there we go. Now for the actual products grid, right? Now for the actual products grid, which is all of these. Now, what I'm going to do here is do products grid. I'm going to do display it as a grid. Do grid template columns, repeat auto fit. Do min max. Do 280 pixels per fraction. Do gap 1.5 rem and do margin top. That way, it becomes like an actual grid, right? That's why grid is really good. Now next I can do products grid, products card actually, and do not product card, and do background. Set that to white. Do border radius set to 12 pixels, padding set to 1, right? Next thing I can do is do box shadow set to 0, 1 pixel, 3 pixels, and do RGBA set to that. And do transition all 0.3 seconds at ease. There we go. Next thing you can do is set a hover effect for this. You can do hover and do transform to translate, add negative white to that, to box shadow 0, 4 pixels, 12 pixels, and RGBA, set that to 5, like that. To product card, product image, so these are for those two. Set the height to 160 pixels, just like that. Now for the add to cart button, right? Now for the add to cart button, what I'm gonna do, I'm kind of getting tired right now. And yeah. So that is it for our add to cart button. So I'm just going to do add here. So I'm just going to do add to cart button. Get the width to 100%. That will basically get that, increase the width of that. And just say background. I'm just gonna add FE, FE, F8, FE, FC. That's the whitish color. Whitish background. Do border 1 pixel, solid. Select this one right here. Do padding set to 0.7 rem. And do border radius set to 8 pixels. Cursor set to pointer, font weight set to 600, color, let's set to this one right here, do transition, all 0.3 seconds at ease. I'm going to make a hover effect for this. And hover background and change to blue, color set to white, and also change the border color to the same blue color. So as you can see, it's pretty nice, and the API fetching is working perfectly. Now the sorting feature does not work. Reason behind is we haven't made other stuff, but other than that, everything looks pretty nice, honestly. And one thing I can also add to that is I can add cursor to pointer. So this gives that feature, that vibe, right? And yeah. Now we have to make one last in HTML and we are done. That is our checkout overlay, right? Now to make that, what we can do is we can basically it's just an overlay, so we can probably do just like that, because we're gonna position it over absolute anyways. So we can do checkout model just like that, and basically do checkout overlay just like that. So do checkout overlay, and here we'll basically do checkout container. Inside this, I'm going to do checkout header, and do h2 with a class of checkout title, and put shopping cart here, just like that. And after that, oops, I'm gonna make a button for which will have a class of close button with also an ID of close checkout. will basically, there'll be a close buttons. I'm just gonna use thing that I can just do times, just like that. That'll be the cross symbol. Now for the checkout, that's all for the checkout header. Now for the main checkout content, I'm just gonna do checkout content, right? Do ID, check, I'm gonna do checkout content and do empty cart. So initially it will be empty cart, and for that I'm just gonna use FA shopping cart, do style, set to font size set to 3 rem, and also do color set to E2 E8 F0, do margin bottom set to 1 rem. That is all of our things. And last, I do your cart is empty. And at last, the checkout footer. After we are done that, after the checkout content, right? I'm just gonna make the checkout footer here. So I'm just gonna do checkout footer. So do checkout footer. And also make a style of display none initially. And here I'm just gonna do total amount. Also do total amount. Let's say the total initially is $0.00. And at last, I want a button that says checkout button that says proceed to checkout. And yeah, that is our checkout overlay. If we just format the document really quick, that is our checkout model. And with that, we are done with HTML completely. Let's style our checkout model. Okay, let's do that. Now to style it, I need to first call it. So I'm just gonna do checkout overlay. Position set to fixed. Do top 0, left 0, right 0, and bottom I'm gonna set to 0. It's like that. Now I'm just gonna do background set to RGBA. Will be background here, just like that. Also do a backdrop filter of a blur 4 pixels, and also do z index of 1000, display it to none initially. Now this was something that I will not be doing initially, so that will be the thing, right? That is the thing. In the align items, set that to center, justify content, set that to center. Now initially it will be display flex. If it's flex, it will come to none, right? Just gonna do flex for now. This will have a look. Now for the checkout container, I'm just gonna do checkout container. Background I'm gonna set to wide. Border radius I'm gonna set to 16 pixels. And width I'm gonna do 90%. Max width I'm just gonna set to around 600 pixels. And max height I'm gonna do 90 view height. Just like that. And overflow I'm just gonna do hidden. Do box shadow. Do 0, 20 pixels. 40 pixels and RGB is set to that right there. Now for the checkout header, right? Checkout header, I'm just gonna do padding set to 1.5 rem. Border bottom, I'm just gonna repeat that. Border bottom, I'm gonna do 1 pixel solid. This one right here. And here, I'm just gonna do display flags, display content. Display content, I'm gonna do between. And do align items to center. There we go. And here, what I'm going to do is for the checkout title, font size, I'm going to increase that much. The font weight, I'm going to give a bolder effect. I think it was that much is enough. Now for the close button, and do backgrounds to none, border set to none. It's very small, so I'm going to do font size, I'm going to increase that by that much. And yeah, that should be it. So yeah, give me a second, guys. So if I do that, now next thing I need to make, so give me a second. So next is for the, that was for the close button, right? That was for the close button. Also give it a pointer and a color of a darkish gray. There we go, that's for that. Now card item. Now for card item, like that. Add dot here. Scroll down to do display flags align items center. Right, and do gap to 1 rem. Adding set to 1 rem and 0. Border bottom set to 1 pixel solid. F1, F5, and F9. And yeah, so this is for the pre-styling for the thing. We'll basically make it using JavaScript later. So I don't think you have to worry about that. So yeah. So the HTML will be something like that. And for HTML, what I need to do here for HTML is I need to come down here. And we basically need to we need to replace that, right? Now, I'm gonna make the card item here, so just do card item. Inside the card item, there will be image. Do that. Do item dot image. This will be the thing, or put whatever you want. I'm also gonna put the same thing here, saying the title, because it will be fetching it from the API. That's why. And do cart dot cart item dash info. The first is the title, so I'm just gonna do cart item dash title. So I'm just gonna do that. Next one will be price. Next for the controls div. quantity controls and do button dot quantity button and do on click update quantity. So this is the function that we'll be making later. And do item.id, do -1 here. Oops. The comma here. And initially it'll be none, because this will basically be a minus symbol. Now next is actual quantity, so I'm just gonna do span. Just gonna use span. And yeah, I'm just gonna do item.quantity here, and do class, oops, do style, adding 0, 0, 0, and 0.5 rem, just like that. Now next I can just copy that, paste it here. There's also quantity button, but update quantity, I'm gonna do -1, I'm gonna change that to 1 there, and change that to a plus sign. At last, this will be the remove button, and this will have a function remove from cart, and same thing, and it will only take an ID and just have a content of remove, and that's pretty much it. So if I just get this here and put it right over here, just like that, right? And now start to actually style it. It will probably make it look like that. Now here, what I have done is to cart item here, right? For my document here, the cart item, we have gotten the class of the thing. And here we are basically styling it. So I'm just gonna do cart item for the last child, right? Just gonna do border bottom set to none, just like this, and do cart item img. The image, and do width set to 60 pixels, and do height set to 60 pixels as well. Do object fit to cover, and also do border radius, which is 8 pixels. Now for the cart item, right? I'll do cart item dash info. I can do flex 1. Now for the title, do font weight to 600, margin bottom set to 0.25 rem, the font size 0.9 rem. There we go. Now copy paste that. Next is price. Color, I'm going to set to that. Now here the price, I'm turning here, so I do that here. Give me a second. For the price there is nothing, so that's why it's not loading. Otherwise it will work, as you can see. So I'm going to do font weight set to 700. There we go. So if I type A here and here, this will how it will look. And for the quantity controls, all the buttons, right? Quantity, you can do controls. So display flex, align items set to center, gap, I'm just gonna do 0.5 rem, and the margin top, I'm gonna do 0.5 rem as well. Here, I'm just gonna call the button here. Background, I'm gonna set to F1, F5, and F9. Border set to none. Do width set to 24 pixels. Height set to 24 pixels as well. And also do border radius set to 4 pixels. Do cursor set to pointer. Do font size set to 0.9. And yeah, that is our button. Now for the remove button, set the background to FEE and do 2E2 and do color set to red. Now I can set the border to none. The padding set to 0.25 rem, 0.5 rem. Border radius set to 4 pixels, and also do cursor set to pointer. Font size I can do 0.75. And yeah, that is about it. Now next thing I need to do is probably set the checkout footer to padding 1.5 rem. I'm also gonna undo the display none here, right? Undo the display none, and I'm basically so here what I can do is can see if this right here div can close this, come back here and save this into a variable saying struct, something like that, and save this here for now and remove that from here, right? And just bring it here. There we go. Bring the empty card here, and that's pretty much it. I come back here and let's style our footer to like for footer I'm just gonna for now I'm just gonna close that. So you know, put that there. Do total amount. I'm just gonna do font size to 1.5 rem and do font weight set to 700 and do margin bottom set to 1.5 rem and also do text align set to center. Next is the checkout button. Do width set to 100%, background set to a light green, so I'm just gonna do 10B981. Do color set to white, border set to none, padding set to 0.9 rem. And here I can set the border radius to 8 pixels. Font weight set to 700, font size set to 1 rem, and cursor set to pointer. Now to style the empty card, so this will be very simple. Empty card, I'm just going to call that. Text align set to center. And padding, I'm just going to set to rem. And do color, I'm going to do this here. And yeah, that is our all of the things for the thing. Now we have to make a few other stuffs. That's for the loading. So we have to make loading, take line center, do padding to RAM, basically same thing. It'll be same thing. Now for now I'm just gonna get back this, and I'm gonna come up here for the cart. Where's the checkout? Add to cart. Checkout header. So checkout overlay. This will be initially set to none. And yeah, that is it for the checkout. You have to make that from JavaScript. And that's almost done for the CSS. We have to make our loading and our spinner. Now for the spinner, what I'm going to do is basically do border 2 pixels solid. It's going to do F1 like that and do border top, set to 2 pixels solid. Ours, green. Border radius set to 50%. Width set to 24 pixels. Height set to 24 pixels as well. And here I'm just going to do animation, do spin 1 second, linear, infinite. And here do margin 0 auto and do 1 rem. There we go. Now here what I'm going to do is do media queries, and here do max width to 1024 pixels for the first. For that I'm just going to do content layout, grid template columns, and adjust that to 1 fraction, for small layouts. And another thing is the sidebar. Sidebar section will basically repeat auto fit. I'm just gonna do min max and do 280 pixels per fraction, and do display grid, do gap set to 1 rem. As you can see, it is perfectly responsive for 1024. So let's go for a little bit less. Let's say around here. That is 768, less than 768, I think. Now, when it hits like 768, what I'm going to do is do sidebar and do transform, translate to -100%, and do transition, transform 0.3 seconds. Okay, there we go. So do sidebar dot open. So we have to open the sidebar, do transform, and we'll do translate to 0. Right? Now there's margin, so I'm do mean content, do margin left 0, and do padding 1 rep, just like that. Now last I'm just gonna do header flex direction set to column, align items set to stretch, and do gap 1 rem. Okay, now for the filter tabs, do justify content centers. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So if I do that, that should be It should be just like that. So it's not responsive for really long screens. It is kind of responsive for smaller screens. That is pretty much it. That all the things you have to do in CSS. Now let's move on to JavaScript. We are done with HTML and CSS. Now for the JavaScript, where we are at actually. I just do that, and yeah, that's. The next thing that we need to make is the add to cart function. So I'm gonna come down here, and I'm gonna have the load products work for now to see all of our, all of our products that have been pulled from the API. So here I'm just gonna make a new function that's called add to cart. That will basically add the thing on the cart, right? Now for that, what I'm going to do is use a product ID. So I'm just going to get the product ID of it. I'm just going to do that, and here I'm just going to make a new function. So initially, I'm going to get the product. I'm going to make a variable called product. I spelled it wrong. I'm just going to do product equals to. I'm going to do products, which is our array of all of the products, right? I'm going to use the find method to find a specific product. So for that, I need to, this is the current iterating product, or you can also call it a loop variable. Now I can also do this and also do p.id, which is the ID of the product, right? If the p.id, which is the product we're finding, the product we're iterating, does match the product ID. So we're going to get that. So like the product ID that we sent, we will check if it matches that or not. If it does, it will return true, and that product will be stored inside that. So what we're going to do is do const existing item. If there are existing item in the cart, I can basically do cart. I can do the same for that, saying cart dot find, and do item here, loop that, just like that, do item dot id if it matches our product ID. So again, get all of those, right? And now if existing item, which is the existing item, right? If this exists, we'll basically do existing item dot quantity. Quantity will increase that by 1, right? Else, we'll just do cart dot push. We'll push our existing product with all of our product. We'll push the quantity and set that to 1, just like that. And now we can just basically do cart the emits. We can do update cart UI. Now this is the function that we'll be making in a bit, don't worry. We'll make 3 other functions, that is show notification, add it to cart, add it to cart, and do render checkout. So this will render the checkout, right? That is the thing that we need to make. Okay, that is pretty much seems to be it. Now, next thing that we can do is make, we have added to the cart. We also have to make another function that will basically remove items from the cart. Now, this will be relatively simple. Remove from cart. This will again get the product ID, and this will basically get the cart. So cart.filter. Filter will filter the item, and if the item is not equals to product ID, right? If it's not equal to product ID, we'll basically just update cart UI and render checkout. just like that. Should be fine. Now, next thing what we can do is we can get the update quantity function. When you're clicking on the cart UI, right, you also have the plus and minus, which basically increases the quantity. We have to make a function for that, so I'm just going to do function update quantity. For that, we'll get two things. That is first the product ID and then the change. So change will be either the user decreased it or increased it, right? I can do const item get the cart. We'll do the same thing that we did here. I can actually just copy paste that. Not this one, because we're doing basically the same thing here. We're basically finding items that matches our item ID, and just do if the item exists. First, you have to check the item exists. If it does, we'll do item dot quantity. We'll basically set the change, right? Just like that. And if the user tries to decrease it, so the lowest it can go is probably 0, right? It cannot go more than that. So we can just do item dot quantity if is less than or equals to 0. Well, to check this condition, we'll just do remove product ID. So we'll basically remove the thing from the cart entirely. That makes sense. And do update cart UI. We have to change the UI on the front end side, and also do the render checkout, right? Just like that. That is our update quantity function. Now we'll make the actual function for toggle wish list. So this thing right here, this will be a normal wish list. It will just have a small effect, nothing too fancy, right? We'll do toggle wish list. We have to get the product ID for that again. We'll get the button, which is the button, right? Now we have made it so that we have to get the product ID. We have to get the DOM according to the product ID. So what you can do here is do equals to document dot query selector. We have to select the query. Now how to select it? We'll basically check if the onClick, whichever ID is selecting to, we'll basically do this, and we'll do toggle. We'll run this and do toggle, and we'll basically do, we'll put the product ID here, just like that, and we need to get the I of that, just like that. Now next thing, if button dot class list dot contains, we have to contain if it contains FAR. If it does, we'll basically do button dot class name. Oops. Class name, we'll mutate that to FAS, FA, and heart. That is the heart logo. And we'll basically do btn. I need to scroll down actually. btn dot style. Oops. Style dot color. And you do if we'll basically put a red color. So we'll do F, and that will be the color. For the else block, we can just do, if it's not clicked, we'll just put that to empty. And yeah, that's pretty much it for the toggle wish list. Now it should just toggle. So it's like that. As you can see, it works. Now let's go ahead and make our cart update cart UI. Let's go up here. I'm gonna reload this page. Now I can just do update cart UI. I can make this. This will be a simple function. I need to get the badge first. Do document. Do document dot get element by ID. I'm gonna get the cart badge. And here I'm just going to do const total items, and do cart dot reduce, and do sum item, and do sum plus item dot quantity, and get 0. Just like this. And next thing I need to do is do badge dot text content. You can do total items, and now I can do badge dot style dot display. I can do total. I can check if the total items is greater than 0. We have to check that. If it is, we'll do flex. Otherwise, we'll do none. Just like that. Now we have to make the show checkout, and this will basically show the checkout model. But to do that, I can do show checkout. I can basically make that, and here I can do const overlay equals to. If we get the overlay, we already have made the overlay here, right? We need this overlay here. And do document.getElement by ID. I can basically just get the overlay here. That will get me the DOM. And do overlay.style.display. And we'll just do flex and do render checkout. Just like that. That'll basically render the checkout. Now we haven't made the render checkout function, so let us quickly do that. So for this, what we're gonna do is this will be a really big function. So we'll do function render checkout, and we'll do const content equals to document. I need to scroll down. Just basically do this. Scroll down a little bit and do document.getElement by ID. Get element by ID, just like that, and do checkout content. I need to get that DOM, right? And do const footer equals to document dot get element by ID. I can do checkout footer. Now next thing I need to do is get the total amount. So get total amount equals to document dot get element by ID. For that, I need to get the total amount DOM. So these three are the things that we need. Now next thing I can do, we can check if the cart dot length is equals to 0. If it is, we'll just do content dot inner HTML. We need to set that thing to your cart is empty, which is by default. Right, now to do that, we can get that, come down here, and we just need this there right here. I'll just copy that, paste this inside that, and just do it just like that. Just probably do it like that and push the whole card like that. And that is our content. I can also probably format the document really quick. I still want it to be a little bit down though. So that is it. So next thing you can do is do footer. I can scroll down and do footer dot style dot display. Footer dot style dot display. I can set that to none. I don't need that, and just return from the function. That is if the cart is empty. That is the condition for cart being empty. The next thing is if the cart isn't empty, right? Now for that, what we can do is do content, and we basically do the same way as we did for these things. We'll basically loop the cart. So do cart dot map. We'll use map. Put the item as like that, and here I can just basically paste our thing. Now, thankfully, we have made this right here, so we can just copy paste it right here, and just like that, we should be fine. And I can do that, and also probably, oops, just like that, one more time, there we go, and push the whole side a little bit further, format the document, and just like that, it should be done. So we can just basically now join with empty string to make that whole thing a string, and just do const total equals to cart. Now we don't need this, so I'm just gonna cut that just like that, and do cart dot reduce. We'll reduce and we get the sum of all the things. Do sum and item, which will get me the sum, which is all individual item here. We'll just basically do sum plus item dot price times item quantity. Item dot quantity, it makes sense, right? Well, basically we need the item price. We'll put that out and add it to our sum, and just like that, there we go. Now next is total amount. We have calculated the total, and I have to add that. So I'm just going to do total and put whatever thing that we have, that is total dot to fixed dot to fixed, and we'll basically fix it to two digit after decimal, and do footer dot style and display, we'll display it as block, just like that. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Now for the last function that we need to make, not last actually, one of our last, I think after that we'll make the setup event listeners, and after that we should be done. So the next function that we need to make is the show notification function, right? That will basically show notification. Do function show notification, and this will basically say if the cart, let's just say when you click add to cart, it will say add it to cart, just like that. Now to make the function, since we haven't made this, we have to make it in JavaScript. Now this will be a kind of a pain, but we have to do it. So yeah, so the document, we need to create element. We'll create a div here. Now we'll basically say that the text content, will basically set the text content to message, whatever message we are like passing as an argument from other like places, right? I will get it as parameter, and now we have to style it. So we'll do notif.style. We'll basically do position. I'll set that to fixed, and do notif style. We'll basically do style dot bottom equals to 20 pixels, and here we'll basically need that for quite a bit. Now next thing I need to do is to bottom, set the bottom to 20 pixels, right? And do right, set that to 20 pixels. Background, set that to our signature blue. Do we have signature? Oh, there we go. Just like that. Now next thing I need to change is the color of the text. So I'm just going to set the color to white. Next thing I can do is set the padding. Set the padding to 0.75 rem and 1 rem. Just like that. Border radius, set that to 8 pixels. And do font weight. Font weight is set to like 600. And do z index set to 2000, and at last do box shadow, set that to 0, 4 pixels, 12 pixels, and RGBA set to 0, 0, 0, 0.15. So that will be the color. Now for making that, we have to do document dot body. We'll need to append child to notif, which is our div. So that is all the things. And after that, we'll basically set a timeout. We'll do set timeout of 2 seconds. We'll do notification dot style dot opacity. For 2 seconds, after 2 seconds, it will set to 0. Now I will add another touch. I'll also add a transition here. Do style. I'll do transition. Transition will set to opacity. And the 0.5 seconds at ease. And after that, it will, after being there for 2 seconds, it will just, the timeout saying after 500 milliseconds, we'll just do notification dot remove. And yeah, that should be it. Now, after setting all of the event listeners, we should be ready to actually do the thing. So now we're almost done here. We'll do function setup event listeners, setup event listeners, and here we'll just do document dot query selector all, just do tab, and for each tab we'll just loop all of that and do document dot query selector all. We'll just loop we'll do tab, and then we'll listen to the tab. Sorry, we'll do tab dot. Okay, why are images so annoying? We need to do, I need to probably do something like this. There we go. We need to do tab dot add event listener. Add event listener. We'll listen to this. We'll listen to a click. After, if the thing is clicked, we'll just do document dot query selector all. We'll get all the tab. For each tab, we'll basically just we'll remove the active. We'll just remove the active just like that. With that said, it should be done. And do tab dot classlist dot add. We'll add active. And just do current category equals to tab dot dataset. Tab dot dataset dot category. And do render products. That will be the first thing that we need to do. Just like that. But if you're wondering what's tab, tab, these are basically the tabs. Okay. Now with that said, I think it should be okay. But before we do it, we'll basically just put all of others things, right? Now, next thing that we need to add the event listener for is the card button, which is this button right here. We can first get the DOM, so do get document.get element by ID, get the card button. We'll listen to it. We'll listen to a click, and if that thing is clicked, we'll just, get that. We'll just run the function. Now, next for the close button, so we'll get the close checkout DOM, right? We'll listen to it again like that. We'll listen to it, and we'll listen to a click, obviously. And if that thing is clicked, we'll just run a function here saying document.get element by ID will get the checkout overlay. That will get the DOM, and do style dot display equals to, we'll just set that to none. And that will basically close the thing. Now, if the target, so what we'll basically do is we'll also put it so if you click on the overlay, it will just close itself. So we'll do document dot get element by ID, and we'll just get the checkout overlay, and just do add event listener. We'll listen to it click again. If that thing does, we'll pass the event from that, and do if e.target.id is equal to whatever that the same thing, then do e.target.style dot display. We'll change that to none. And that's pretty much it. At last, for the checkout button, it will be super simple. We'll basically do, first thing we need to get the DOM, so we'll do checkout button equals to document dot get element. You can do query selector here, query selector, and do checkout button, and do checkout button dot add event listener. Add event listener will listen to a click, and just basically just do if cart.length is equals to 0. We'll just do show notification, just do your cart is empty, and else we'll just copy that, paste that here, and we'll basically say proceeding to checkout, just like that. And at last, we have already made the load product. So if I can come down here, we need to do that. And next thing we need to do is to set up event listeners. And with that said, our project should be done. Let's check if there are any errors that we're getting. We're not getting any errors right now, so that's good. And yeah, let's try to do something. So we can make the wish list is working, even though it doesn't add stuff. The sorting mechanism is also working, as you can see. If I hit electronics, it will sort according to that. And now let's try to add few stuff. Let's try to add an SSD. It is getting added. Let's also add another like clothes and see if it's working. It in fact is. There is a kind of a error here. Now we can basically fix that. It shouldn't be that hard. We can basically just change the orders. If we can go here and do cart item, right? So I can just basically probably do margin left about 2 rem. There we go. That, as you can see, it is getting fixed. Now I can add more stuff. Let's add this, everything to that. It will get me the total. We can also improve it, like increase the quantity, decrease the quantity, just like that. If we hit proceed to checkout, it will say proceeding to checkout, and yeah, it works. And yeah, that's pretty much it for today's stream, guys. If you enjoyed the stream and learned something new, hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And link to the source code will be down in the description box below. And with that said, I'll see you guys in another stream or another video with another project or another tutorial. Bye bye. Hello guys, welcome back to another stream. So let me see if we were live. So we're building another project, and this will be a BMI calculator. So in this, you can basically choose if you're male or female, and thereafter you can actually give your height and your weight, and you can calculate your BMI. So if I just do like 175, but let's say 70 kilograms, like that, I can basically just get my, body mass index. So, you know what? Let's go ahead and start this project, shall we? So before I do that, let me just quickly check if we are doing correctly. That's great. Just like that. And then I'm just gonna do that. And there we go. Give me a second, guys. And do that. Do that too. Like that. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, so let's go ahead and start this project. So what I'm gonna do is whip out my VS Code. I'm also gonna do uncomment that, whip out my VS Code, and just like that, let's do that, and we'll basically just start a new file that says index.html. We need 3 of those. That is style.css, and I'm gonna quickly make my boilerplate go live, just like that. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So next thing I need to do is also make a script.js. Let me see the chat. Just like that. And yeah, let's go ahead and actually do this. So let me quickly just see if we're just live and I'm not trolling, right? If my chat's working. Give me a second, guys. I think we are live. So that's great. So I'm just gonna go and just, see this. So what I'm gonna do here is, first thing, I'll just name it BMI Calculator. Just like that. So that'll be, body mass index calculator. Next thing I need is I'll add a CDN link to use font awesome icons. So that will let me use font awesome icons. And also do, by the way, if you want the source code of this project, it will be linked down in the description box below. So if you want to check that out, it will be right there. You don't have to do anything. Don't ask me in the comments. Sometimes I forget I get it, but most of the time I just have it down in the description, so you can just check that out. Okay. So next I'm just gonna link my style.css just like that, and also link my script.js file just like that, and let's start to code this. Okay. So the first thing that I need is, since this is a very small project, good evening, sir. It's been a long time. It has been a long time. Hello, Brian. Welcome to the stream. You're the first one, actually. Welcome to the stream. How was your day? How are you doing? So today we'll be building a body mass index calculator. So if you want to show you how it will look like, whoops. It will look like this. You can basically select, give your thing, and boom. See this? I accidentally put 754 kilograms, but yeah. I'm not late? Yep, you are not. So let's start the thing. And what I'm gonna do here is basically here, I'm just gonna make a div with a class of calculator container. So this will be the main container. I mean, you can also wrap this in main if you want, but it doesn't really matter because it's just a normal thing, so I'm not gonna do it. So another thing, I'm gonna make a header here that will basically have h1 saying BMI calculator. So it'll just be a normal header. And here I'm just gonna add a description here. So I'm just gonna add a random description I picked from ChatGPT. Format the document so it looks nice. It just says body mass index is a measure of fat and based on height and weight that applies to adult and women. So that makes sense. And what I'm going to do here is basically now I'm going to make a gender selection div, right? So what I'm going to do here is do gender and do gender selection. This will be the outermost div for our, the thing. Here I'm going to add a section title and give select gender, just like that. This will be H1. You might as well just make it like H2 or something like that. But to be fair, it will not make sense. I'm just gonna put it as div. Next thing I need to do is put gender options here. So this will be the first option. This will be first option. So it will be a radio. So I'm just gonna do radio, just like that. I'm also gonna give an ID of male since it's a male selection, and also give a name of gender. And also give a value of this will basically send male as a value if this is selected. So by default, if nothing is selected when you load the program, this will be by default, it will be checked, right? And that's how we're gonna build it. Now it will also need a label because it's just a random dot here that's just checked. That doesn't make sense, right? So what I'm going to do is give a male that will link this input field with this label, right? And here I'm just going to give a class of gender card, and inside this label tag I'm just going to make a div saying gender icon. So this will be our gender icon div, gender icon, and also have a male icon to class list, and also gonna give another icon tag and just give a class of male, just like that. So that will give me a male icon, just like that, and also give a text. So I'm just gonna do gender text and give male. So that is one, right? Next thing that I need is I need another gender option. So another one will be for female. So here I'm just gonna type female here, gender, also give the same here, give for female, do female, female, and just like that, change that to female. So let's style up until here, right? We can just slowly style the thing, and yeah, that should be fine, right? So here what I'm gonna do is basically first start by the normal thing, that is to give margin as 0. If you guys can see, I'm just gonna zoom in and give margin as 0. I'm gonna give padding as 0 and box sizing. I'm gonna give a border box, just like that. Next thing I need to give or style is the body here. So body, I'm gonna give font family set to that. I don't need system UI here. I'm just gonna cut that. And here I'm just gonna do, give me a second. I'm just gonna do background color set to a grayish color. So I'm just gonna do FA, just like that. Also give min height, set that to 100 VH, and also give display flex and align items set to center, and justify content set to center. So if I just do it here, as you can see, it is right in the center. And here I'm also gonna give a padding of 20 pixels, just like that. Next thing I need to do is style the container. So I'm just going to do calculator container. So that's the main, main container. Now here I'm just going to give a background of white. I'm going to scroll down actually. And also give a border radius of 12 pixels. Also give padding set to 40 pixels. Box shadow set to 0, 4 pixels, 20 pixels. RGBA, set to 000 and 0.08. And also the width set to 100%. Max width set to 500 pixels. That will be relatively smaller, just like that, because the max width will be capped at 500 pixels. Next thing I need to do is give a border. So I'm just going to give a border solid, give a whitish gray color. So I'm just going to do that, just like that. And yeah, this should be fine. That's the outermost container for the styling for outermost container. Next I need to style the header, so I'm just going to do margin bottom set to around 32 pixels. And that's for the header container. So it basically gave a 32 pixel gap around this, around the bottom. So it just gave 32 pixels gap here, right? Now to style the h1. So here I can just call that using header h1 since it's inside the header, right? So you can basically call it like that. Now for the color, I can basically give a grayish color that will suit the most. So I have a hex color here, so I'm just going to give it that. Doing 6C, 75, and 7D. So that is the color I'm giving it. Font size, I'm just going to give it a little bit less, saying 0.9 rem. Or I can just give 0.95 rem. And here I can give it a and I can give it a thing of line height. I can give it a 1.5 rem, just like that. Now next thing I can do, so I was supposed to give 2 rem instead of 1 rem. There we go. Now for the thing, I also need to give a font weight, I think, of 700. And this also needs a margin bottom of 12 pixels, and just like that. Next thing I need to do is give a p tag. So here it will basically have a line height, the same line height. So I'm just going to give a line height of 1 point. Instead of 1 point, I think 1.5 is great. So I'm just going to give a line height of 1.5. I better give a rem here. I'm just going to do 1.5 here. And here I'm also going to give a font size of 0.9 rem. A little bit bigger. Perfect. And also going to give a color of same. Either can give this a color, or I can just give this a black color and give this color to this. Yeah, just like that. And here I can just do section title. I can give a color of a kind of a black, so I can give 212 529 here, just like that. And here and give a font weight of 600, right? Font size of 1 rem. I also give a margin bottom of 16, or you can just put 2 rem here, just like that. Now for gender selection, which is the outermost div here for this, right? What I'm going to do here is I'm just going to give a margin bottom of 2 rem, just like that. Oops. And here I'm just going to do gender options. I'm going to go display flex. I think I misspelled the thing, right? I didn't wrap it inside another div. Oops. So I need to do gender options. So inside this, I'll put all of my code here inside that, format the document here. So now if I do gender option display flex, it should work. I kind of forgot to do it. Now I'm also going to give a gap of around 16 pixels, just like that. Now to style the individual buttons, right? What I'm going to do here is do gender option input. So I'm basically going to select the type with radius. I'm just going to do that. And now it will select the thing, right? I'm just going to do display none. So that will basically remove that, right? Because we don't want it. What we do want is the actual selection in the card. So I'm just going to do gender dash card. I'm just going to do background and do F8, F9, F8, the same thing. And also do border 2 pixel solid and do E9, ESCE, just like that. And do border radius set to 12 pixels. Also do padding set to around 24 pixels and 16 pixels, just like that. And also do text align set to center here, and also do cursor set to pointer, and do transition all 0.2 seconds at ease, and also do display flex, just like that. Do display flex, flex direction set to column, and align items set to center, and do gap around that, do 8 pixels, just like that. Now I also need to style the things. I'm just going to do gender option, do flex 1 to fix that, and do position it relative. So that will basically, flex 1 will basically add the flex row, flex shrink, and flex basis property. It will basically configure it, which is pre-configured, by the way. But, you know. Now I can do this by just saying that. Now after that, what I need to do is set a hover, right? We will every time you make something or a card, you also always have to make a hover effect for that. It will just make the whole experience a lot more user interactive. So here, what I'm going to do is do 49, 50, 57, kind of a grayish color for the dark grayish color for the border color. Now since I don't want to be, this is a radio, right? What I can do is do gender option. I can do that, and we'll see the input and do type, set that to radio. Oops, and see if it's checked, and if it is, I'm just going to change the gender card to background set to that, right? We'll see if it's checked. Did I put the thing to check? Input radio checked. I'll basically uncheck that. There we go. Just like that. I want that to be checked. So if it's checked, I'm just also going to change the border color to the same exact color and set the color to white, just like that. Now that's how it will be. However, I also need to style the icon, right? So what I'm going to do here is icon right now looks really small, so I can just do width, set that to 60 pixels, and do height, set that to 60 pixels as well. So that's the outer div. That's why we made the outer div, which is where is it? Right there. And set this to border radius, set that to 50%. I want it to be perfect circle, that's why. Do display flex, I want the thing to be at exact center, so I'm just going to do line item center. Oops, display content, set to center. Do font size, do 1.5 rem. And do margin bottom, set to 4 pixels. So that's how it will be. Now here, what I'm going to do is do mail for the mail icon. The background will be this color, so it will be E3, F2, and FD, just like that. And color will be kind of bluish color, so I'm just going to do 197 and 6D2, just like that. Select between those two. Now here, the female div, like the female option, is not styled yet. So for female, what I'm going to do, it will have a kind of a pinkish color because it suits females, you know. I'm just going to do FCE for EC, just like that, for the female icon. I'm sorry, there we go. And here I'm just going to set the color to kind of a reddish color, so I'm just going to do C21 and do 5885B, just like that. Now, if the thing is checked, right, when the thing is checked, I want this color, which is right now is blue, I want this to be white. So to do that, I can basically select this, which is basically selecting that, right, the card right now. Now, I can go one step beyond because right now, it is selecting the card, which is right this. I wanted to select the icon, so you can just type mail icon, which is this right here. I can basically call that mail icon and just do background set to white. So now if I do in mail icon, it will change it to that. So, but I also want it to be in the female icon. What I can do is do comma, select the whole thing again, paste that there, change that to female for my document. And now the both effect has been made, right? Now for the gender text, I can do gender, put that to gender text, which is this right here, the male female text basically. I'm not going to do too fancy. I'm just going to set the font weight to 600, and that's pretty much it. That is all I'm going to do for that. Now let's go ahead and style other. And yeah, we should be fine after that, right? So after the gender selection div, that's all we have to do here, right? So after that, what I'm going to do here, after that is the input sections. So the input section you saw in the intro, that will basically make that now. Do input sections, do input groups. It'll be grouping, right? So what I'm going to do here is basically, this will basically be the main div, right? Inside this, I'm just going to add a input field here. So I'm just going to do first input field. I'm just going to make a div for that. So input field. Inside this, I'm going to make a label first. Do label, L for height, and do class, do input label. Give me a second, guys. There you go, just like that. And here what I'm gonna do is also give, here's height, right? So this label is for height, and we have give it a class saying that. So I'm just gonna say enter height. Oops, spelling of height in centimeters, just like that. The next thing I need to make is the actual container. So I'm just gonna do input container. Inside there will be two, that is, one is that. This will be a number. Width, I don't need a name here, so I'm just gonna close that. I do need an ID of height, and also give a placeholder of 175, so just a placeholder of 175, and do minimum. It will set, by default will be, minimum will be 1, and max will be 300. Oops. And the step, which is the incrementer, it will be set to 0.1. So whenever user just sets that, it will increment from that. So this will be 0.1 will be incrementer. And yeah, next thing I need to do is set a thing. I'm just gonna do span. I also give a class called unit and just type centimeter here. And yeah, that's pretty much it, right? Now, one thing again I need to do is give another value for this. So I'm just gonna do that, and here I'm just gonna give, so this is the same input field. This will be for weight, just like that. It will have the input container. And inside, I'll just say input weight in kilograms. So this will be a kilograms. So do kilograms, and it'll also be the same container. It will have a number. ID will be weight. That makes sense, right? Placeholder will be 75. Why not? Minimum height will be, minimum value will be 1, and max it will just can go to 500 kilograms. That is a lot, but you know, it's fine. And also do kg. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So after that, what I'm gonna do is I'm also gonna give, so this will all be for input sections. So you see the thing here, that will be all for that, right? Now let's go ahead and style this. So here, first of all, I need to call the input section. So I'm just gonna do input section, and here just do margin bottom set to 32 pixels, and that should be it with the input sections. Next thing I need to do is for the main grouping container, which is input group, I'm just gonna do a display display flags and do gap set to 20 pixels. Here I'm just gonna do input field set to flex 1, just like that. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So next thing I need to do is to input label. I'm just gonna do input label, set that to display block, which is Harsh Bhargav. Hey, welcome to the stream, man. Welcome to the stream. How are you? How are you? So that is that. So this is the input label here. Next thing I need to do is style that. So next thing I need to do, oh my god, I'm just gonna do color set to that, font weight a little bit darker, and also do margin bottom set to 8 pixels and do font size set to 1 rem. It's by default set to 1 rem, but yeah, make sure it is at 1 rem. Now next thing I need to do is set the input. So that will be input container, oops, doing position set to relative, setting display flex. I'm fine, how are you? I'm good, man. How are you? Yeah, we're making a BMI calculator using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. We're doing align items set to center, and also do backgrounds set that to this color here. I also give border a 2 pixel solid, the same as this, and do border radius set to 8 pixels, and do overflow set to hidden, and do transition set to border color 0.2 seconds at ease, just like that. And yeah, so if I just do that, we should be fine. So that should be fine. I can just format the document just like that. And here, okay. So to actual container, right? So what I'm going to do here is set the label, which is this, and the container, right? Now for the container, so I'm just going to do that. I forgot to give padding, I think. So, right, okay. I'm basically just gonna set the thing, so give me a second. So here, I'm just gonna do focus within and just change the border color set to that, just like that. And yeah, there we go. Next thing I need to do is style the input field. So here what I'm going to do is style the actual input field. I'm just going to do that, do input, do flex 1, and set the padding to 16 pixels and 20 pixels. Border set to none, and do background set to transparent. Font size set to 1.2 rem. Also do font weight set to 600, and do color set that to that. Oops. And do outline set to none because outline is kind of ugly. And do text lines set to center, just like that. Now for the placeholder, I'm just gonna copy that, put a placeholder, do color, set the color to ADB5BD, and do font weight set to 400. And yeah, just like that, I think it should be done. Next for the unit, which is these right here, I need to call them, so I'm just going to do unit and do set the padding to same as these because it will just make the most sense here, just like that. Now color, I'm just going to give them a grayish color, which is this one right here. And also gonna do font weight set it a little bit darker, and do font size, I'm just gonna set to 1 rem, which is default, but yeah. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, so let's move on to next section, which actually is the last section. So this is a calculate section. We also need a button, right? That basically calculates everything. So what I'm gonna do here is basically make a button here. Just make a calculate section. Inside this, I'm just gonna make a button with a class of calculate button, and also have a on click of calculate BMI. So it will basically trigger that. Obviously, this function does not exist. We have to make this function in JavaScript, which we will do in a bit. Okay. So this basically just understand that basically calculates the BMI. And I also give it a label or content. I'm just going to do calculate BMI, just like that. Now to style it. Now to style this, first I basically need to style the actual container. So I'm just going to do calculate section, which is the outermost container of that. I'm just going to give margin bottom of 2 rem, as I have done with everything other things. So here I'm just going to do calculate section, change that to button because we need to style the button, right? Here I'm just going to give a width of 100%, just like that. Give the background to the signature black color that we have, set the color to white, give border to none, and give a border radius of 8 pixels. Also give a padding of 18 pixels. Give a font size of 1 rem, font weight of 600, cursor set to pointer, transition all 0.3 seconds at ease. Now I need to make a hover for this. I'm just going to do hover, background set to this right here. So we'll basically do that. And when you click it, what I can do, when you click it, I'm just going to translate it a little bit down, right? Just going to do active here and do transform, translate at 1 pixel. So when you click it, it kind of has that clicky effect. And do 2 pixels. Just like that. It has the clicking effect. Now for the actual result container, right? Now we have made the everything for that. So that's, we have the thing. We also have the selectors. We also have the incremental buttons. Just like that. Everything is correct, right? Now one thing we haven't made is the results section. And now we'll basically display every single one of our result in our result div. So here I'm just gonna make a result div, which basically has an ID of result and also a class of result. Here we have a couple of values. So one is BMI value, right? What is the actual BMI value? Also gonna give this a BMI value ID with the camel casing here. Here, basically, by default, it will set to 0.0. You know, makes sense, right? And here, I'm just going to do BMI category. We'll basically output different category for, you know, it's a normal weight, if it's underweight or obese or whatever, right? I'm just going to do category and do normal weight here. This will be normal weight, and I'm just gonna copy paste that. This will be the description right there. I'm just also gonna change that description just like that. So I basically have a random description, which is, again, I ChatGPT'd it for dummy as a dummy data, so I'm just going to put that there. And 1 basically will be another learn more kind of thing, what to do when you think, when you click on that link, nothing happens. But for styling, I'll just make that. So I'm talking about a learn more button. So I'm just going to do make href with a learn more. The link will be link will lead to nothing, and it will only say learn more. Also put a question mark about that. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So next thing I need to do is style this. So for styling this, what I'm gonna do is basically, give me a second, guys. I'm basically just gonna go to CSS and start styling it. So first thing we have to style is the value here, which is this thing right here. So what I'm going to do here is do BMI value, call that, right? All that. I also need to style the outermost container here. So actually, let me first do that. So I'm just going to do result background set to this right here, and do border radius set to 8 pixels. Also do padding set to 2 rem and 1.5 rem. Also give a text align of center. Do border 1 pixel solid of E9 ECEF. And also do opacity set to 0. The reason I'm doing this is by default it will not be shown. It makes sense, right? It will not be shown. I'm gonna uncomment this for now, because it will only show, we'll use JavaScript for it, it will only be shown if you calculate the thing. So if you hit calculate by giving some data, right? Here I'm just going to do transform, set that to translate y at 10 pixels, do transition, all 0.3 seconds at ease, just like that. Now we'll make another state for this, saying results dot show, set the opacity to 1, also to transform to its original position. Now instead of this, what we can also do is set the display none value, right? Display none value and set to display block or something like that. But for now, I'm just going to do opacity set to 0. Now here what I'm going to do is for value, right? For the BMI value, I'm just going to set the font size. First thing I need to do that. Now font size, I'm just going to set that to 3.5 rem. So I'm just going to do 3.5 rem, set the font weight to 700, set the color to our signature black, margin bottom set to 8 pixels, line height set to 1, just like that. Do category under weight, set the color to 0D6 E and FD. So this is kind of a bluish color here. Now for the underweight, so this is the thing, so right? So what we'll basically do is give different color for different values, right? Now underweight, I'm just gonna make it a blue. Now how we will do is we'll basically just push for value. We'll basically push this class list into that. So we'll basically kind of look like this. So we have class here. We'll basically push this category right here. So kind of look like this, right? So yeah. So the reason I'm doing this is if I show you in our already made thing here, if I just calculate, let's say I am really tall, 200, and I'm really we'll basically style that for the thing, right? Now what I'm going to do here is we'll basically just do that and give a different thing. Alright, I'm just going to copy that, paste it 4 times because we have 4 parameters here. The first one was normal, underweight. Next is normal. Next is overweight. Oops. And the last one is obese. So here the normal will be green, right? So I'm just gonna do 1987574. It's kind of a green, dark green color. So for overweight, I'm gonna use yellow. So I'm just gonna do FD7 and do E14. So that will basically be a dark yellow color. The last one will be red. So I'm just gonna give a reddish color. So I'm just gonna do DC35 and do 45, just like that. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So next thing I need to style is the description here. So I'm just gonna copy that. And the thing about it, I haven't styled the BMI category, right? So I'm just gonna copy the category first, put it right over here, just like that, and do font size. Do font size set to 1.25 rem. Do font weight set to 600, and margin bottom set to 16 pixels, just like that. Oops, give me a second. I'm back. I just got a phone call. I'm sorry, guys. So next thing I need to do is basically after that, what I'm going to do is basically just do BMI description, do color, set that to that, do font size, do 1 rem or kind of a little bit smaller, 0.9 rem. And here also do a line height. Line height of around 1.4, and do margin bottom set to 16 pixels. And yeah, that should be it. Now, the last thing I need to do is make the learn more. So I'm just gonna do learn more, do color, set that to that, and do font size set to 0.85 rem. And do text decoration, set that to none. Border bottom set to 1 pixel, solid. Kind of a grayish color. Just like that. And here I'm just gonna do transition color 0.2 seconds at ease, just like that. I think I haven't. Okay, there we go. I'm just gonna copy that, paste that there, and give it a hover effect of a color. I'm just gonna change the color to that. There we go. Now we have to do some media queries. So for media queries, I'm just gonna do medias. We'll only do for 600 pixels, so I'm just going to do 600 pixels and do calculator container. I'm just going to change the padding to 1.5 rem and about 20 pixels. Oops. For smaller screens, right? Next thing I need to do is set the input group input group to flex direction column, just like that. Gap set to 16 pixels. We're going to do I'm gonna do 1 rem here. Next thing I can do is set the header h1, give it a font size of 1.75 rem, and at last I can also give a BMI value, font size set to 3 rem, just like that. And for gender card, I'm gonna actually make gender card a little bit smaller. Do padding, I'm just gonna reduce that to 20 pixels and 12 pixels. And yeah, there we go. That is our BMI calculator. So one thing I need to do is set the opacity to 0, and there we go. That's right. That right there is our styling and HTML for a BMI calculator. So now we have to go ahead and make, or write logic to it. So this will be a pretty simple things. So I'll explain everything, and yeah, this will be a fun experience. So what I'm going to do here, since we have already made this responsive, right? So we can go ahead and do that. Now the first thing I need to do is make a function. So first we have to make a function that we basically defined here, saying, where is it? Calculate BMI. So I'm just going to copy that name. So this is the function that calculates a body mass index, right? The first thing that we need is we need to get height and weight. So we'll do that using the APIs of JavaScript DOM. So I'm just going to do parse floats. So since this is on string by default, right? We need to convert that into float. So do get element by ID and get the height. Now we don't need the DOM, but we need the value of that DOM, which is right just like that. This will basically give us the value, whatever value we write here. Get it? So after that, what I need to do is I can just change that to weight. We need weight. Change that to weight just like that. The last thing that we need is the results div. So I'm just going to do name the variable result div and do document.getElement by ID. We'll get the results. So I'm just going to format the document. And yeah, that is the DOM that we need for now. There are 3 main DOMs, right? Now we'll check if any of the things are invalid. The first thing we need to check if the user actually entered some kind of thing, right? Like what if the user just left it blank? So that is the condition that we need to check. First we'll check if the height exists. Next thing I need to check if the weight exists, right? And the next thing, or next exception that we need to check is if height is less than or equals to 0. What if user entered a negative height? And that does not make sense, right? We also have to check for that. Now next thing I need to do is check if weight is less than or equals to 0, same as height. And if it is, what I'm going to do is just do alert. I'm just going to alert the user. We'll basically make an alert pop-ups saying enter, please enter valid height and weight values, just like that. Now there is no point in sitting in being in this function, so I'm just going to return from the function, right? So next thing what I need to do is convert the height into centimeters or meters, right? What I'm going to do here is do const height in meters. So do height divided by 0 since it's in centimeters, and to convert centimeters into meters, we have to divide it by 100. And next is the actual BMI, right? I'm just going to do const BMI, make a variable of that. So the actual formula to calculate body mass index is weight divided by height in meters times height in meters. Okay, so that's the formula for that. So next thing that we need to do is basically update the value. So I'm just going to do document.getElement by ID, do BMI value. If we're thinking what's the BMI value, so if I go here, that's the value here. So it'll basically update the value from 0, 0 to whatever that has been calculated, right? Change the text content to BMI, and I'm just going to set so that the decimal values will only be limited to 1 digit after decimal point, just like that. So next thing I need to do is update the other things like the category, the description, and the category class, right? Because we have different category class, I mean their colors depending on what category they are. So I'm just gonna predefine some variables saying category and do category class. The third one will be description, just like that. Makes sense. Now we'll basically make if else. Now you can also use switch case, but I'll use if else. Do BMI if the BMI is less than 18.5, right? So do category. I'm going to set the category to underweight. Okay. I'm also going to set the category class to category underweight, and description, set that to I have a ChatGPT text or description. It basically says your BMI suggests you may be underweight. Consider consulting a healthcare professional about healthy weight gain strategies. So this is one thing, right? One condition. Now I have a bunch of conditions. So if BMI is less than 25, we'll basically do that, and we'll basically have the same thing just with variable values. So different values. So this right here is normal weight. Amir, welcome to the stream. Thank you. So do normal weight. Amir, welcome to the stream. We're almost done with our calculator. We only need to add a few more conditions and update the DOM, and after that we should be done. So here what I'm going to do is set the second condition is for the normal weight, right? So I'm just going to add that and set the category to normal, and I have another ChatGPT text for normal, because I am not a healthcare specialist. So yeah, I mean neither is ChatGPT, but at least ChatGPT is more knowledgeable in healthcare than I am, right? So yeah, there we go. So I'm just gonna copy this, oops, and paste it here. So increase the value to 30. This will be for overweight, so I'm just gonna do overweight and change the category to overweight, just like that, and change the description to another ChatGPT text or description, like that. And yeah, so next thing I need to do is again for the last thing, what I can do here, I'm just going to copy paste for now, and I'm just going to, as the last condition, so I can use else. And here I'm just going to set that to obese, copy that, paste that here, that will be, decapitalize that, and add another description. So by the way, if you want the code, it will be linked down in description. I've said that in the intro, at the beginning, again, because people like these. So it will be linked down in the description, description box below, guys. You know. So the next thing I need to do is basically just now update the DOM. So I'm just gonna do const category element. So it'll be actual category, which is this right here, right? I'm just gonna do category, set that to document, get element by ID, get the BMI category, and set the category to category element dot text content, and set that to category. There we go. Next is category dot element dot class name. I'm gonna set that to I'm just gonna set to BMI category. Now this is the default class, right? Now we need to add another class to that. So what I can do here is, since our class is category class, I can just do that. Now this is converted into string. I need that to be a dynamic variable, so I'm just gonna do that, put that into string interpolation. That is just dollar and curly bracket. Next thing I need to change is I also have to set the description. So I'm just going to do document dot get element by ID. I'm just going to get the BMI description, which is this right here. Set the text content to description, just like that. Now the last thing that I need to make, right, is set the results div. Right now results div by default is set to passivity to 0. If you guys can see here, right? I'm going to change that to show if the user actually hit calculate, right? I can do if the user calculates a thing, and it's just going to do ls to class list and add. I'm just going to add show, just like that. That will basically add show class to our results div, right? And yeah, that's pretty much it. So that's for the function. Now we have to add other event listeners. So when you're typing something, if user hits enter, I also wanted to listen to that enter and hit calculate BMI. So what I'm going to do here is just do document.get add event listener. It will listen to a key press, and so I'll put that event object into E and check if the event object or event is a enter. So I'm just going to do enter here. Oops. And if it is, I'm just going to run the calculate BMI function. That is the first event listener. So another event listener, I need to check if what I need to do here is check if on document.getElement by ID, I need to check if height is less than 0. So if it is, I'm just gonna set that to 0, right? What I'm gonna do here is do height dot add event listener. I'm just gonna do input, listen to input, and keep that input. So I'm gonna check if this being the this DOM here. Oops. If this DOM is the value in that input field is less than 0. If that is, I'm just gonna set the value to 0. Will basically allow the user to never, not allow the user to enter a value that is less than 0. I'm gonna do the same for weight, right? Change that to that, listen to that, and that should be pretty much it. Let's see if there are any errors. I don't think there is. This is an already made one. let's see if we run into errors or it will just work. So the first thing is the male and female, right? I'm just gonna have the same, let's say 175 and 75, hit enter. It will basically give us I hit enter, says it's normal weight. I'm just gonna, let's increase the weight. It says it's obese, plus what if 100? It's still obese, okay, so what about like 90? There we go, it's still overweight, but yeah. Sorry. Oh my god. Oops, I'm sorry. So yeah, that is pretty much it for this BMI calculator. So yeah, if you enjoyed the stream and the thing that I made all of this on stream, then please hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I would highly appreciate that if you did that, and also hit that bell icon for not missing out our video when we, if there's not a new stream or a video. And with that said, I'll see you guys in another stream with another project or another tutorial. See you guys in the next stream. Bye bye. Hello guys, welcome back to another stream. So today in this stream we'll be building this beautiful portfolio website which is simple for beginners and does look pretty goddamn amazing. So this is a portfolio website that you can make for your first project, or just trying to step up your game a little bit if you're just stuck building to-do list. So here, this is a beautiful and simple portfolio website that we'll be building in today's stream. So without further ado, let's get started. So about saying, this to-do list is very simple. It's almost static, but has pretty fancy features. You can also send your emails like this, saying whatever gmail.com. Just like that, and it'll just give you an alert message. You can also make a toaster for it. You can do what you want, but also has just that. And yeah, let's go ahead and start this stream. Okay, so I'm quickly gonna check if we are live. Okay guys, if we are live, then how about you tell me hi in the stream, guys. So here, just like that. And yeah, let's go ahead and start the stream. So what I'm going to do here is come down here. So this is a already pre-made folder that I've already created. I'm simply gonna make HTML index.html, style.css, and also a script.js file like always. And now let's start to do it. So what I'm going to do here, quickly make a boilerplate and just call this portfolio. You can write your name here just like that, it makes sense. I have chosen a name that I basically I just told the ChatGPT to give me a random name, and I basically use that name, right? So here I can just give it title, and now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use a link here to link our style.css file and our script.js file, just like that. And now I'm just going to do link. Actually, what I can do is I'll basically use CDN font awesome link. Now you can use your own script link that you get from Font Awesome. It's perfectly fine. Or you can also use this link if you want. By the way, if you want the source code for today's project, it will be linked down in the description box below. So yeah, just giving you a heads up. A lot of people just ask me where is the source code. It's usually down in the description box below. There we go. So the first thing that I want to make is the header. So I'm just going to make a header here. Let me read chat. Hi sir, good evening. Hello Ryan, welcome to the stream again. How are you, my brother? We're making a portfolio website today. I hope you like it. You want to see it? I can show you. So this is the portfolio website. You can try also building it. It's very easy, but it's very practical and looks pretty nice. It also has the hamburger menu if you guys like that. You know, it looks pretty cool. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So here what I'm going to do is make a header tag, and inside header tag I'm going to make a nav bar, and this will be our logo. So I'm going to make a div called logo. So in this our portfolio, right, the random name I've selected is basically Isabella Harper, right? So I'm just going to do IH for short form. You can basically make your own or just put your name here. It doesn't really matter. Here what I'm going to do is do nav links. So these are our nav links, right? I'm going to make it inside li tag, and it will basically lead to different sections. So first one will lead to home, and I'm just going to put home here. Copy paste this a bunch of times, just like that. The second one is about. The third one is services, and the fourth one is portfolio. Will basically show our projects. Again, you can just link them to your GitHub profile on this. I'm just gonna make it a static page, and yeah, and here I'm just gonna put a contact here. Now to start put here, I'm just gonna make about services and do portfolio. Also gonna do contact here, just like that, and boom. Just like that, it is done. The one thing I forgot to do was, I kind of got confused, that you're supposed to make this a UL tag because it's a list, and you have to wrap the list inside the UL tag, you know. And yeah, my bad. Now next thing what I'm going to do is, this is for the desktop menu, right? I have to make this for responsive, so I also have to make a hamburger menu for mobile, so small screens. By the way, this portfolio will be basically responsive for any given device. So we're talking about the smallest and smallest of screens to biggest and biggest of screens, right? Because when you're presenting a portfolio, if it's not responsive, it kind of does not actually appeal the person you're trying to show off it to, right? So here what I'm going to do is make a mobile menu div. So in this div, it will basically give a menu. So here, this is basically icon that will basically pop up once you hit a certain amount of screen size, right? I'm just going to put it a bars. That will give me a hamburger menu. And under here, I'm just going to make the actual mobile drop down. So I'm just going to do drop down. And here I'm just going to use href. I'm basically going to do the same thing, except there will not be any li tags. I'm just going to cut everything here, just like that. And yeah, just like that. And at last, and there we go. That is our mobile menu. Now I don't need that. There we go. So that is all for our header. So let's go ahead and style this portfolio, this header, right? So as always, the first thing you have to do is select the universal selector and do margin 0, do margin 0, padding 0, and box sizing set to border box, just like that. So I'm a bit struggling with semantic elements, just like header, container. When I'm still styling in CSS, I can't put proper styling class. What do you mean proper styling class? Is this like the class name? You have to learn a lot of. For now, if you're just starting out, you can just you can just use div, right, or anything that you want, because you have to understand one thing. Class name under divs. Yeah, it's fine. I can understand that. But thing is, when you're starting out, right? When you're starting out, you don't have to worry about semantics. First of all, you have to actually understand the DOM, the actual CSS box model. You have to actually grasp that first completely before you start learning semantics. Now, learning semantics is really, really important. I'm not saying learning semantics is not important. It is one of the most important concepts to learn in web development. However, this is not something you need to focus when you're starting out. Let me be really, really clear. When I was starting out, I would just wrap everything in div. I'm not even joking. I now know there is header, main container, footer, aside, and many more like sections and many more semantic tags. Like there's figure tag for wrapping image, right? But the reason in most of the streams I just use div is because it's more easier and more beginner friendly. First, you only need to understand that. And another thing about class names is just give class names that you want to give, right? Because for example, if I wanted to give if I wanted to style this anchor tag, I can basically do navlinks and a. I can do navlinks and a, right? I'm basically selecting the anchor tag inside the navlinks div. So if I want to do like color red, it'll basically change it to that. You don't need to give class to every single one of the actual HTML element. That I bit struggling div. What's footer? Footer is basically the footer. So you see like on every web page it says copyrights reserved to this company, or copyright reserves to this person. Yeah, that section is basically called the footer. Okay. Yeah, that's right, sir. That's what I mean. Class name under divs. You don't have to like give class name to every single HTML element, bro. Don't worry. So can you repeat that statement? The thing is, you can basically give class to the outermost div, right? You see this? I have given the class to UL tag here. Now, if I wanted to style this anchor tag, which is all of this, right? Which needs to be styled because it looks horrible by default. I don't have to like give class to like this saying class and some kind of links, I guess. I don't have to do that. And doing that will basically just, it will just not make sense. It will just make the whole code look terrible. Now what I can do is just select the outermost div here, which is this class right here, right? And I can use that class to actually select its child component, which is this anchor tag. So here what I can do is select A. So that will select all of these anchor tags, which is inside the navlinks div, navlinks container. Right now I can just style it however I want. Like if I want to do color red, it will change that to red. You see this? There we go. You don't have to give just give the class names to like the most important element, because it's kind of not necessary, to be honest. Because once you move to Tailwind, you don't have to do this stuff anyways. Because in Tailwind, you don't have to assign like IDs or class names. Okay. You get it? In Tailwind, you're just basically writing CSS directly from here. So if I want to make this a flexbox, I can just type flex and it will just change it to flexbox. If I want to flex, like let's say do flex1, I can just do flex1 and just do like that. Because once you move to Tailwind, you'll never come back to CSS anyways. So it's kind of useless, in my opinion. I mean, that's how I see it, but like CSS is still important, don't get me wrong, but yeah. Okay, moving on. Lumine, welcome to the stream, man. Welcome to the stream. How are you? Font family, I'm just gonna do like this one right here. It like looks the most decent in my opinion. And here, what I'm gonna do is, oops, did I just, give me a second here. Font family, just do that, just like that. And now what I'm going to do is do line height, set that to 1.6. Also do color. I used to really struggle making navbars now, so I made like 10 and 15 different. Yeah, that makes sense. Like more, like navbar at first, it was just like it will just be like the most difficult thing that you make. I mean, the first nav bar, it took me like 4 hours to make the nav bar. No, actually, it's kind of, yeah, it's kind of easy. That makes sense. So Brian, I hope you got that. To be honest, once you learn like Tailwind, I swear, like, mark my words, you'll never come back to CSS. Or like just simple like Bootstrap or something like that. It's been a long time since I've seen your video. Hello, welcome to the stream, Ultrasound Audio. It's a weird name, but like, okay. Welcome to the stream, man. We're basically making a portfolio website today, if you're wondering. So now we're actually starting for the header div, right? By the way, like the font, guys. I really like this font. What do you guys think? I really like this font. It's clean, no? So next is position fixed. So I want the navbar to be fixed, right? It makes sense. And do top 0. I want it to be fixed at, you know, top of the web page, and I'm just gonna increase the width to 100% and do background, set that to kind of a whitish color. So I'm just gonna use the whitish RGB code, which is 255 255 255, and the 0.9 to give it kind of a grayish tone. Can rate my portfolio right now? I don't think it can. Backdrop filter. Yeah, it's been a while, Gob. How you doing? I was kind of busy past few days. I'm being good. How do you know my nickname, by the way? That's weird. I mean, it's probably like the most generic thing that you can call me. That's kind of funny. I like it though. And yeah, how is your JavaScript doing? I heard you were like studying JavaScript. So here, yeah. So your padding will be 1 rem. I'm also gonna change the box shadow to 0, 2 pixels, 20 pixels, RGBA. Just set to 0, 1 here. I'm just gonna format the document here and just do transition. And transition the background to 0.3 seconds at ease. And next thing I'm just gonna do is change the box shadow here. Box shadow, and do 0.3 seconds at ease again. That is for the outermost container, right? Now for the actual navbar, for the navbar, what I'm gonna do is just do display flex and do justify content space between. Also do align items, set that to center here. Also do max width, set to 1200 pixels. I'm doing this so I can give a margin auto. Oops, misspelled that. And also give a padding, set that to 0 and 2 rem. There we go. Just like that. Now to style the actual logo first. So the logo, it'll be a pretty simple style. The first thing I need to do is change the font to 1.8 rem. Change that to bold. And also do a color. So color, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put it at 2C 3E, 3E and 50, just like that. You can also make CSS variables. So one thing you have to like understand is if you're using a element or color or whatever, if you're using it very frequently, you can make CSS variables to not only give some meaning for whatever value you're putting it into, and also just like save your hassle to just remembering this hex color code. It will just not make sense, right? For now, I'm just gonna change that to that because it does give you a autocomplete with CSS snippets, so it's kind of convenient. But yeah, you can do nav links, do display flex, and do list style. Type to none here. Do gap about 2 rem. Should look pretty nice. Now next thing that I need to do is to style the anchor tag. So I'm just gonna do a here and do text decoration, set to none. That will remove the underline, and also do set that to kind of a grayish black color. And also do font weight set to a little bit darker and do transition. Now since I want to change that color, I'm just going to do color 0.3 seconds at ease, just like that. Next, I'm just going to set the position to relative. And there we go. Now I want to make a hover effect, so I'm just going to do hover, change the color to a bluish color, so I'm just going to do 349 and do 8 dB, just like that. I'll change the color just like that, right? Now I want to make a line effect. I'm on the topic of multi-dimensional arrays right now. So you have started data structures. That's nice. Multi-dimensional arrays are very important for making tic-tac-toe game. You can try making that as your first project. Pretty cool now, actually. Do nav links. Now I'm gonna make a After Effect, After Effect, and here I'm just gonna set the content to 0. That will basically give me a element here. I'm just gonna do position it absolute. So since I want it to be a line, I can do -5 pixels, and also do left set to 0, width set to 0. Also give a height of 2 pixels. And do background set to same bluish color, and do transition. Now I want to transition to width, right? So just do ease here. Now I need to set it so when you hover over it, I want the After Effect to get triggered, so I can just use that and do just like that. Now if I hover over it, this cool effect gets triggered. It looks pretty nice. I haven't practiced coding in a week since I was busy. Me too. I mean, not like that, but like my personal private coding sessions. I haven't instead of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, I haven't done anything else. And my university or just college starts in next month, and I have some goals to do before goals to complete. Hopefully before my third semester starts. So yeah, pretty nice. Do display none, so I'm just gonna do display none here. The reason I'm doing this right now is because by default it will be hidden. It makes sense, right? So cursor, I'm just going to do pointer, and your font size set to 1.5 rem, a little bigger, and the color set that to that, right? Now I'm going to trigger that. Now for the mobile dropdown, what I'm going to do here is do mobile dropdown, and do position it absolute, and do top 100%. And just basically do left 0, right 0, background set to RGBA, same thing like there. Give it a little bit darker effect, just like that. And here I just can give a backdrop filter, giving a blur effect. Also do, oops. You can do box shadow, give it a 0, 5 pixels, 25 pixels, and RGBA set to that again. Display set to none, because by default it will be set to none, but I'm going to comment it for now. And here I'm just going to do flex direction set to column, right? And I can actually, what I'm going to do here, instead of none, I can just do flex. That'll basically give me the actual look, and set the padding to 1 rem and 0, just like that. Now to style the actual anchor tags of that, I can just do A here, and do padding 1 rem and 2 rem. And set the color to that. I'm gonna set the text decoration, text decoration set to none, and do font weight set to 500. Also do border left set to 4 pixels, solid, transparent, and do transition all 0.3 seconds at each. So that'll give me I'm basically setting a border on the left corner here. And if we hover over that, so I'm just gonna do hover here. I'm just giving a background, where is it? Background RGBA set to kind of a darkish color. So I'm just gonna do 52, 152, 219 and do 0.1 and do border left, set that to our signature yellow colors. I'm just gonna do that just like that, and do color, also set that to that same color. Now we hover over it, as you can see it does look pretty nice, right? That is our effect. Now one thing I need to do is I need to set a show effect for this, because right now it is active, like the mobile dropdown menu is active. So right now it should be flex, right? And I'm just going to change that back to none. So when you basically put the mobile menu here, where you put active here, that'll basically show. So that is what we need to control from JavaScript that we'll be doing later. Okay, I haven't watched this. I am learning from a book called JavaScript Beginner to Advanced. It's pretty good. Every topic has practice exercises and problems to go along with it. Oh, that's pretty nice. Good luck, man. Good luck, bro. By the way, I accepted your friend request on Discord, but you never replied. I said hi, but you never replied. But okay. Moonvibe Music. Hello, welcome to the stream, man. Welcome. So that is all for our header element, guys. So next thing that we have to make is the hero section. So here what I can do is give a section that will basically have a class called hero and an ID called home to link it with that, just like that. Inside this, I'm just going to make a hero content div, just like that. Inside this, I'm just going to make an h1 saying, again, this is a name that I've just basically ChatGPT'd, right? I just told ChatGPT to give me random person's name and basically give me this, and boom. Now here I will just paste another ChatGPT text here, and also do href and do contact here, and just do class, set that to CTA button, just like that. Alicia, welcome back to stream. How are you? Long time no see. Where are you from? I'm from Nepal, man. You know the recent protesting country? Yeah, that's where I'm from. Oh really? I'm so sorry. No, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, I was just pulling your leg. We're in Nepal. I mean, I don't think I can discover that, but yeah, somewhere in Nepal. I can definitely tell you that. Somewhere in Nepal. So I'm just gonna make, for the styling, right? For the styling here, I'm just gonna make the hero section. I'm gonna comment that out. And for this, we have already made the sections, so I can also put a comment here saying hero section, put a comment here. By the way, always comment your code, guys. Just put comment if you can, because it's just good, okay? Nepal is the neighboring country of India. That's true. Yes, this in fact is. And also China. I'm also from Nepal. Oh, really? Damn. Okay. What language do you speak in Nepal? It's usually just Nepali, which is Nepalese or whatever you can call it. It's basically our native language. But my mother tongue is in fact different. But yeah. So over here, what I'm going to do is just do height 100 VH here. So I'm basically just stretching it out. I also set the background to just a URL here. I have just picked this URL. You also probably saw this in the thumbnail here. This is the image we're basically going to use. I'm also gonna do center slash cover, just like that. And here I'm just gonna do display flex. So I'm just flexing the container here. Do align item center and justify content set to center. That'll basically make the whole thing come to exactly at the center here. The next thing I need to do is set the color to white, just like that, and also do position set to relative. Right? Makes sense. Now here, I'm just gonna do a before hero, giving a kind of a, how do I say it, filter effect. Now for that, I can just put a content. That'll basically give me another container here. Just put this position to absolute, do top 0, left 0, right 0, and bottom 0. That'll basically make it so it just wraps around the whole container. And just do background, set the background to that, to this right here. If I do that, that'll give me that, just like that. Now since we can see the actual image and it's stacked behind it, what I can do here is basically now put hero content. Right now the hero content is behind this container, or you can say filter, right? Now to put this above that container, what I can do is actually give a position of relative and just, that'll basically put it to that. I can also give it a higher z index to make sure that's always on the top, and do max width set to 800 pixels. And it's actually on the top, as you can see. And I can do padding set to 0 and 2 rem, just to give padding. And here I'm just going to do animation, animation, give it a fade in up effect for 1 second. Now this is the animation that will make in a bit. We'll make keyframes for it, so it should be pretty fun. What is happening in the chat? If you're from Nepal, then why are you asking where is Nepal? True. Bro, I'm actually cracking up the way Alicia replies. No, it's fine. I like Alicia's reply. It's very realistic, or just logical, So for each one, styling the individual element here, I'm just gonna set the font rem bigger. Also do margin bottom set to 1 rem. Also do font size set to 700, just like that. Now next thing that I need to do is style the paragraph tag. Now to do that, I'm just gonna do font size set to 1.2 rem, margin bottom set to 2 rem. Also do opacity set to 0.9, just like that. And that's pretty much it for that. Now for the actual button, right? I'm just gonna do CTA button here, which is this button right here. You see this get in touch button? I'm just gonna do display it as inline block. And here I'm just gonna do padding, set that to 15 pixels and 30 pixels. Also gonna do background. Background, set that to around set that around that. Now one thing I forgot to do is I kind of forgot to do text align center. I just realized that. So that everything is in the middle. I'm just gonna do, I was replying to Moonweb Music. So I can just do that and just do background, set that to that. Also do color white, text decoration set to none. Also do font weight a little bit darker. Also do border radius 50 pixels. And do transition all 0.3 seconds at ease, and box shadow set to 0, 5 pixels, 15 pixels, and give it the same kind of lighter. So I'm just going to do that, and yeah, give it a box shadow right there. Now I'm just going to give a darker box shadow, What is happening? Happy the same, bro. Thank you. Happy the same to you, bro. I think it's like second day. Is it third? I don't remember, to be honest. So for the hover effect, what I'm gonna do is just do transform. I'm just gonna do translate to that. I hope your family. How do you wish someone does something? I don't know. May your family be rejoiced, or is that the correct word? I'm not. I don't know. Do what is the saying? It's basically Christmas of Nepalese people. It's like the greatest or biggest festival that Nepalese collectively, because most of Nepalese population is Hindu. So it's one of the greatest festivals. So yeah. So here I'm just gonna give it a darker effect. So I'm just gonna, when you hover over it, it does look pretty damn nice. And yeah, that's pretty much it for that. Now one thing that I need to make is the keyframes, right? And now for the keyframes, we'll probably do that at the end. So you don't have, so right now we'll just leave it for now, because we do have made an animation here. We'll basically haven't made we haven't made the keyframes for it. We'll make keyframes for that in a bit. So yeah. Now for the about sections, right? What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna give a, for about section, what I'm gonna do, just call it about section. That is Navratri in India. No, what? What do you mean Navratri? Wait, you're Indian? I mean, I do know Navratri is like one of the most it's like, wait, it's Diwali and Navratri is the same? I'm not sure. I'll just get back to coding. What is Navratri? It is a Indian festival. So here I'm just basically gonna make two of these. So this is about section here, right? Making just that. And for the container, inside the container I'm gonna make an h2 with a section title and just give it about me. So this will basically be about me section. Search in Google. Now about content, what I'm going to do here is do about content. I'm just going to do about image. So this will be the image, right? Image of yourself, technically. But here I've just selected, actually this image also was given to me by ChatGPT. I'm just going to put the name here, just like that. Boom, and there we go. Oh, beautiful girl. Oops. So this is the image that I basically picked out. Next thing I need to do is do about text, right? Now about text will be the description about yourself. Here I'm just gonna type passionate. What's the spelling of passionate again? Passionate developer with 5+ or whatever your experience might be. 2 years of experiences. Just like that. You can put whatever you want. That's their section. I'm struggling in divs under their the sections. Sections are basically the section that you divide, right? So basically this is hero section. Can you show that in CSS? Like how? What do you wanna see in CSS? I can show you. First, let me finish this. So this is a paragraph. So this is a paragraph that again I ChatGPT'd. You can type your paragraph if you want. It's completely to yourself. Since I'm just making a dummy portfolio, I'm just gonna do that. Um, Brian, can you tell me what did you want to see? I can show you 100%. But I kind of got confused what you were trying to tell me. I had Indian food with my girlfriend for the first time. It was good, not gonna lie, but way too spicy. I don't know how they handle that much spice. To be fair, yeah, true. I mean, the thing is, if I don't have like, I'm basically a born spicy maniac. So if any of my like food that I consume is not spicy, that's not food. It has to be to the spot like to the point spicy where I'm sweating, but like it's not too spicy that I kind of cannot finish the thing, right? So for these skills, right? For real, yeah, yeah. Like once I had like, I think what was it? Like bulldog ramyun or whatever you call it. I basically bought it thinking it would be spicy, but it was like okay spicy. Like it was not to the point where like you know how like people react in YouTube videos saying, "Oh my god, it's so spicy." I was like, yeah, it is spicy, but like you don't have to react it that much because it's not that spicy. So like I don't know how like what is my spice tolerance to be honest. So here I'm just gonna make a span saying skill tag, just like that, and do JavaScript. I too like spicy food. Yeah, I mean, spice is very good. To be fair, like if you eat too much spicy, it's not good for you. That's a different thing though. But like, it's like for me, it's to the point where like I cannot live without spicy food. So here, what I'm gonna do is just give my just give it random things and I just say if I know React or whatever your skills are. Node.js, if you know Node.js, you can put that. And put Python if you know Python. You can do MongoDB. If you know MongoDB, you can also put if you're a designer and you are a front-end developer and you know design, you can also put UX design, just like that. Pretty damn good. And yeah, that's pretty much it for this section. How you put that CSS? Can you explain it slowly? I mean, please just give me a chance to be able to get proper select as selectors or like what is the like the CSS about like all of these CSS? Do you want me to explain about content? About this? Where is it? Where is it? Okay. This? Wait, no. Wait, what? Where am I? What do you mean about content? Like all these CSS names? Like how do I go ahead and like put the names? Is that what you wanna like want me to? Yes, in that section. So we have a section, right? So what if so that the basically so basically what I'm doing is I'm basically normally we have three different sections. One is our header section, so it's usually just navbar, right? Or other things if you have like put it into header, right? And then we have another thing called main tag. Usually you'll see main tag in traditional semantic JavaScript HTML, but I haven't used it because it kind of doesn't. I don't have the need to. So I'm basically separating individual sections again from sections, right? And since so basically how am I selecting is you see these kind of sections when you log into or you're just like into a website and you see kind of this kind of page or this kind of section. This is what we call a hero section, right? This is what we call a hero section, right? Where like there's pictures and some tags or buttons. This is what we call the hero section. So I'm basically saying it hero section, right? Now next is about me section. So this is about me or about you or whatever, right? It's about you is basically a section that describes what you are. So for that, I'm just saying class. We are separating this by another section, and basically giving a class that I'm saying about, because it's about me section, right? Now since I also have to put this, or I have to get this from here, since I've linked the anchor tags here, so when you click over the about, it will basically teleport me to about sections. So that's why I have given an ID of about. That's it. That's the entire point of that. Now next thing I've done is inside the section container, I basically given another container. So this is the actual container that wraps everything for the thing, like everything, right? That's the main container. Next thing is h2. Since I have put the label to the section, I basically put a h2, which basically says section title, which makes sense. This is the title to our section, and just gave the contents thing about me. Now for the about content, right? Now I basically separated this with a ID, like the title and the content. So this is all of the content, that being the picture, this image tag, or this about text. Everything is inside the about content. Get it? And this h3, everything. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Now the reason I have wrapped this inside another div is because I have to split it, being the image being on left and the text being on right. So that's why I have basically separated. It's basically the container concept, the CSS box model. Now once you get it, it will be really easy to understand that. And that's pretty much it. Did that clear your doubt, Brian? If it doesn't, let me know. I can do it multiple times. Don't worry. Set the padding to around 80 pixels and 0, just like that. Now here I basically set a padding above here, and here what I'm going to do is now style the container. So I'm just going to set the max width of container being around 1200 pixels. Also do margin 0 and auto. Do padding 0 and 2 rem. And just like that. So as I said, when I'm basically just wrapping everything in the content div, right? I get it, but in CSS I want to focus when you style it, so that I can capture it and take it in my notes. I mean, you can. I have dropped the source code in the description, Brian. So you don't have to take notes. You have the code with you. Just go to description. You can copy the code and just put comments here. Just put comments here saying this is important or something like that, and just comment it just like that, and you can just study it later, or you can put whatever comments you want, Yeah, that's I mean, thank you. It's okay. You're welcome. I'm glad that I was useful. So next thing what I'm gonna do is do section title, and just do text align, just set that to center. And here what I'm going to do is basically do font size, set that to 2.5 rem, and basically do margin bottom set to around 3 rem, right? And also do colors, set that to our signature blackish gray, and just set the position to relative, just like that. So that is for the title. Next thing I need to do is give a After Effect. So So After Effects, I'm again gonna draw a line because it's very useful to draw a line. Honestly, you can use the content method and just give a width of 80 pixels and probably a height of line about 4 pixels, not too much. Can I ask you something, Gabi sir? Why does everybody call me sir? Like, I don't get it. Don't call me sir, guys. I'm not like, oh my god, it's very awkward. Just call me Gabi. Alicia, you can definitely 100% ask me anything you want. Don't worry. What is your question? Do position set to absolute and do bottom to around 10, no, negative 10 pixels. You see this line right here, we're basically trying to make that come to center. And to do that, I'm just going to do left 50%, and now that we have done that, I'm basically going to transform and translate it basically just 50%, 50% on the middle, and yeah, not Y actually, X, and there we go. Now next thing that I need to make is the about section, so I'm just going to do about and background, set the background to F8, F9, and FA, just like that, and yeah. Now to style the actual thing, I'm just going to do about content, do display grid, and also do grid, template columns, 1 fraction and 1 fraction. That'll basically just make them come to side, and also do gap of 4em, making gap, and also do align items, set that to center, just like that. Now to style the image, what I'm going to do here, first I have to style the container, so I'm just going to do position set to relative, and do border radius, set that to 20 pixels, also do overflow set to hidden if I have anything right here, and also do box shadows, set that to 0, 20 pixels, 40 pixels, and do this right there, just like that. Do seniors rag juniors in your university? No, I've never seen that. I mean, I don't know, like, it might be going on that it's like I just don't have any idea about, but like from what I can, like, from my experience, I've never seen any junior or like senior rag junior. Like, to be fair, it's kind of his opposite in my opinion. Like sometimes I just like come across some seniors who are like questioning their life decisions because they didn't study for like all of their college years, and like the first years are just way better than them, and like when talking about programming skills, like they're just, they just want to quit programming. So yeah. But yeah, there's no ragging in my university. Do it 100%, and also do height set to 100%. Oops, not 100%. Sure, you can ask me, Lumin, don't worry. The object effect to just do cover, just like that, and yeah, looks pretty nice, doesn't it? Now do about text here, do about text h3, do font size, set that to 2 rem, margin bottom, set that to 1 rem, also do color set, set that to that. Now it does look kind of terrible, that's because I haven't made it that way, and yeah. Just like that. What is this? Let login equals false, let output holder. It's kind of very difficult reading the code. And let user equals to login if what do you think will be the outcome? Wait, what? Let login equals to false. So we have login that is false, right? And you let output holder equals to let user OK equals to login. If login is equals to logout. And what? I cannot read the code. Give me a second. I didn't see colon for a second there. Is that output holder equals to empty string? Probably false. Am I wrong? I cannot tell because like the code is really okay, wait, okay. Yes. Wait, is it blank string or empty string? It's still nothing though, so output holder equals to, so that's false. So login is false. So that is, what's the question mark for? That's a ternary operator. So if let user, that's if user OK equals to login. So user OK is false now. So if that is false, then output holder equals to logout. So output holder is log out, right? So, or else output holder, what? Output holder equals to just empty string. So here, if the login is false, user okay, so like, is it false? I cannot tell because it's very confusing because of this is horribly formatted. So user okay is login, so if user login is false, that means it's false. Yeah, that's it. It's false. Am I correct? The question mark is basically a ternary operator. Operator is basically if else in a single line. I will send it to you in Discord. It will be easier. How about let's do it after stream. I'm actually like really. You can basically. I've given my answer. It's false. It has to be like from my perspective, it's false. I think from what I can see here. It will just print false in the console. Am I right? Just do font size, set that to 1.1 rem, and do line height. Line height, set that to 1.8. It prints empty string. User okay. How though? Because you're printing user okay. I don't see a statement where we have like matched the empty string. What? Or is it like just me not seeing anything? Oh, okay, that makes sense. Oh, okay. Okay. Like I see why it's empty string. Okay, that makes sense. Because the login, the user okay is login if
the output holder is equals to logout. Since it's not, so user OK will be an empty string. So when you print user OK, it will be empty string. That makes sense. For some reason, I didn't see the output holder thing because it was so confusing for a second. Okay, that makes sense. My bad. Do display flex and do flex wrap, set to wrap, and just do gap set to 1 rem, and also do margin top set to 2 rem. There we go. And yeah, just do skill tag and just do background, set that to that again. Also do color, set that to white. Do padding 8 pixels and just 16 pixels. Border radius set to 25 pixels, and do font size set that to 1.9. I'm sorry, Lumine. I probably disappointed you, but like I legit did not see that output holder because it was stuck, like it was closed to console.log. I was very confused for a second there. Yep, this is how it will be. Does look pretty nice, I think. Now, one thing that I could do is probably give it a higher height, saying like 600, like that, and yeah, it does look pretty nice. Okay, guys, so let's do that. Now, next thing what I'm gonna do here is basically after this section. I hope you got the thing. Were you just testing me or something? Because I'm pretty sure you're testing me, right? The services section. But yeah, I got the logic, okay? I got the logic. I'm not washed. By the way, I tried LeetCode and damn, it was hard. Yeah, LeetCode is really hard. I'm trying to do LeetCode. I'm still in beginner though. But first, you need to understand data structures for that, like at a really deep level. I understand stack, queues, arrays, like everything, like all of the data structures. I'm thinking of doing LeetCode this holiday, so we'll see. We can also make like a LeetCode solving session. I don't know if I could, like, if I can like be better at that, or it can just be like be better with me kind of session. Just code with me, like solve the problems with me. I don't know. If you guys want to see that, let me know. We could do that too. Just do that and do services grid and oops. Just do that and do service card. Do service icon. And inside this, I'm just gonna put a icon tag that will basically see FES, FE, and code. This will basically be a coding icon, just like that. Now this is for individual card, right? What I can do here is basically just do web development, and here do that. So this is for one service card. So I have like other service card with me right here. I'm just gonna copy paste it because it's basically the same thing. The only thing different here is basically I've changed the content. So this is basically has a different icon, right? Different icon and different content, and that's it. So I have 3 of them. That is for this section, right? So let's go ahead and style this section. I'm just gonna do that. can do that and do services section here. I'm basically just gonna do services grid here and do display set to grid template column, set that to repeat, auto fit, min max. I can do min max set to 300 pixels per fraction, just like that. There we go. Set the gap to 2 rem and also do margin top set to 3 rem, just like that. Now next thing what I'm going to do is just do service card. I can just do background set to white since it's that. And yeah, one thing I can do is also give a padding. So I'm just gonna do padding, set that to 2 rem, border radius set to 15 pixels, just like that. I'm also gonna give a box shadow of 0, 10 pixels, 30 pixels. Just gonna do RGBA, set that to that, just like that. There we go. The next thing is I'm just going to do text line, set that to center as well. And finally I'm just going to do border 1 pixel solid E9 ECEF, which is a grayish color. And yeah. So I'm going to make a hover effect for this. I'm just going to do hover, do transform, translate the negative 10 pixels. I also change the box shadow a little bigger, saying that changes by 10 pixels each, and just do that. So if I just do there, I will just change that. Now I forgot to add transition here, so I'm just going to do transition all 0.3 seconds at ease. Now it should be pretty smooth, just like that. What would you rather use in JS, if else or switch? It depends. If you have a sequential if else order, like a lot of if else, right? Like if this, if else if this, else if this, else if this, then in that case using switch is a better option because it's faster, like faster to, like, you know, compute. If you have like a single statement saying like if something and this, like this, just use if. Like they're literally not like. You can use ternary operator, like saying if something, like you can just do like something, if it's something then do this, like else do that. You can also do that. It depends on which you want to use. The thing is, when you move to React, you'll just basically at most of the time you'll just basically be using ternary operators and not that much of if else. So yeah, just use what you're comfortable with. Like in React, like all of the if else is usually just like ternary operators. So just do service icon, do font size, do 3 rem. Also do color, set that to that. Also do margin bottom, margin bottom set to 1 rem. So yeah, that looked pretty nice. And for H3, what I'm going to do is just do service card, just do font size, set that to 1.5 rem. Also do margin bottom set to 1 rem, and just do color, set that to that. Like, if you know ternary operator is very useful. So yeah, I kind of was blown away at first when I realized you could just write if else in a single sentence. It's kind of crazy, I'll be honest with you. Now next is the portfolio section. Now this section will be pretty much really simple. It will just basically display all of your quote unquote projects, just like that. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So next, what I'm going to do here is just type section, basically says portfolio, and also give an ID of portfolio, just like that. Inside this, I'm going to make the same old container. I'm also going to give a section. I'm going to give a section title, and just do my portfolio. Now it'll already be pre-styled because it has the same title as this right here, like this right here, right? Now next thing I can do is make my portfolio grid. So I'm just going to do portfolio grid, and I can also do portfolio item. I'm just going to put an image here. So this will be the first item that we make here. I'm just going to do that. Put the alt image to something like e-commerce platform. We can put whatever you want, all of your projects that you have made, right? And here I'm just going to do portfolio overlay. So if you saw in the intro, we basically made a portfolio overlay. Hey, is it early for me to start learning API? It's not. I mean, if you have like covered JavaScript until functions, and you have read like asynchronous functions, then you can start learning APIs. Just make like a weather app. Like weather app is a very good starting point to learn API. Just go to open weather map API and log in, get your API key, and just, you know, make a weather app. So what I'm going to do here is do portfolio content, and do h3, and do e-commerce platform, and this is just a random thing. Do platform here, and also can do a paragraph tag saying modern online shopping experience, just like that, and boom. There's one item here. So I have a couple of items that I basically just created. I'm just gonna copy paste that. Again, this basically is the same, with the exception of having different image and different text, and that's it, right? All of the other classes and the code structure is basically, the container structure is basically the same. Again, if you want the code, it will be down in the description box below, so you know, you can check it out. And yeah, if you want to first learn APIs, you have to learn what is like the promise, right? You have to learn the concept of promise. So go ahead and first do that, and like first learn what are asynchronous function, why is JavaScript like single threaded, right? And how does it like accomplish asynchronous, like, you know, async, with being a single threaded programming languages, like language. What am I saying? So, and just learn about promise, and why does it get accept, like fulfill, and like reject, I think it's called. And then you can go ahead and learn then, like fetch, and then you can learn about callback hell, and then after that you can just learn asynchronous function. There are a lot of concepts, but yeah. So here I'm just going to do portfolio section here. I'm just going to do portfolio here, and just basically do background set to that, just like that. And here I'm just going to do portfolio grid and do display, set that to grid. Grid template columns set to repeat. Out of it, min max set to 350 pixels, and per fractions. Do gap, 2 rem, and also do margin tops and do 3 rem. And yeah, just like that, it is done. Now if I just do this, it does look all over the place, but yeah. Now to that, we have to style the image here. So just do portfolio item, first make the thing here. I'm just gonna do position it to relative to position the actual thing. And here what I'm gonna do here is basically just do border radius, set that to 15 pixels. Overflow set to hidden. That'll basically solve all of that. And do box shadows, set that to 0, 10 pixels. 10 pixels and 30 pixels. RGBA, set that to that. To transition all 0.3 seconds at ease. And there we go. Now for the portfolio hover, what I'm going to do is set the hover to transform to scale by 1.05, the standard scaling system, just like that. Now one thing I can do here is basically set that to IMG. Today was my chemistry practical and guy broke the apparatus, then the teacher started yelling at him and he just suddenly, what? Alicia, what are you talking? What? Huh? Wait, was he okay? What? Is that guy an idiot? Oh well. Just do object, set that to cover. Just like that. Wow. Kind of crazy. And now for the overlay, right? I'm just gonna do portfolio and do overlay here. Do position set to absolute. That will just completely disappear. I'm just gonna do top 0. I'm gonna do left 0. I'm gonna do right 0. I'm also gonna do bottom set to 0. I'm also gonna do a background, set that to a RGBA. Kind of a grayish, like light bluish color. So I'm just gonna do this, I guess, but really light, just like that. And I'll see it'll look like this, right? I'm just gonna do a display flex, align items set to center, and justify content set to center, opacity set to 0. Now, here's the deal. What I'm gonna do here is to transition, set the opacity to 0.3 seconds and ease. We're basically changing the opacity here. And here, I'm just gonna set the hover. So, oops. So when it's hovered, I'm just gonna do set the portfolio to opacity to 1. So if I do that, just like that, it will look just like that, right? Pretty cool effect. Now one thing I can do is the text color is black, so I can change that. And do content, set that to text, align center, and do color set to white. That look pretty nice. Now to style the content here, what I can do is basically call the content here. Do font size, set that to 1.5 rem. Also do margin bottom, set to 0.5 rem. Just like that. And yeah, that is pretty much it for the content portfolio section. Now for the last section, that is contact, and after that we'll do footer, and after that we'll be done with HTML. I'm just gonna do contact section here. I first need to learn functions, but coding is in JS isn't that different than Python. It's mostly just how you write stuff like that in syntax you use. That's pretty true. Yeah, that's true. That's probably like that's like every programming language. Like every language is like all like same concept, but it only has different syntax. Just do contact here and also give an ID of contact. And basically give the same container and do section, title, also do contact me here just like that. You know? Oops, I can just give it h2. Accidentally give it div. That's weird. Let's contact me, right? Now here I'm just gonna do the same contact content here. I'm also gonna do contact info and do h3 here saying let's connect and just do contact item, and here I'm just gonna use an I saying FAS, FA envelope here, which will basically be an envelope, and just do span and just I have a dummy data right over here. Now this is the same thing, right? Now I have different items that I basically made, so I'm just gonna copy paste them. Basically has different class, which is, you know, icon, and different content right here. So I'm just gonna copy paste that, format the document. Now all of these, right? What is it? Later when the teacher went to him, there was water in the apparatus, and he drank that water and starting laughing, and the whole class starting so angry, and she got him out of class. I mean, I'm not like, chemistry is not my major, but like from what I did, like experiments in chemistry lab, like teacher would like strictly like first day and orientation, right? So what teacher told us is like no matter what you like touch or what you consume, do not do it until you 100% know that it's that, right? Because yeah, just like our chemistry teacher just strictly told us not to touch anything without any permission, or not to do it, like especially not to drink chemicals. That's kind of crazy, because like I'm pretty sure like even like chemically synthesized water is not safe to eat. No, I mean it probably is, but like I'm just saying. Maybe it's because the basic foundation I got in Python I haven't had in trouble with basic JS. Yeah, that's true, because like majority of it is similar. Like for JavaScript object, you have dictionary in Python. Like for arrays, you have list, right? It's just same thing. Now for form, what I'm gonna do here is just make a form here. I don't need action here, and just do class set to contact. Oops, contact form. I'm gonna do input. Oops, what am I doing? Input here, saying probably putting in text, and I don't need anything here. And just set the placeholder to your name. And yeah, I'm just gonna set it to required. Now I need a couple of these, so I'm just gonna do that. Set that to email. Set that to email too. Next that I need is a text area, so I'm just gonna do text area. I'm gonna cut everything here. Put the rows to 5. Oops. And here I'm just gonna do placeholder saying your message, put that to required too, and that's pretty much it. So next is button. I'm gonna give a button saying send message And I'm just gonna emit a event of submit, and just like that, it should be done. So that is all for our contact section. The last section that we have to make is the footer section. So I'm just gonna do footer here. So before we'll just style this, and after that we'll make our footer, and after that we should be done with our CSS, and we'll move on to JavaScript. So for the contact section, so I'm just gonna do contact section, and boom, I'm just gonna do contact here, and just set the background to that. So set the color to white, just like that. He drank chemical water. Now his alkaline with anger. Oh, good one, man. I mean, I was really bad at chemistry when I was in like 11th and 12th grade. Like, I hated chemistry. I'm sorry, I just hate chemistry so much. Contact, and just do content here, and do display grid, and do grid template column, set that to one fraction and one fraction. That will basically separate them just like that. The one thing I need to do is do gap, set that to 4 rem, and also do margin top, set that to 3 rem, just like that, right? What? Okay, so next thing I can just do contact info, set that to h3, and do font size, set that to 1.5 rem, and margin bottom, set that to 2 rem. I hate electricity. Like the chapter. Like in what? In physics or chemistry? Display flex, I can line item set to center, margin bottom set to 1.5 rem. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So for the contact item, we can just do that, right? And for the icon, what I can do here is set that here. What I can do is just style the icon. So you can do one font size, set that to 1.2 rem, and margin right, I can set that to 1 rem, like that, and also give a color of signature color, and also give a width of 20 pixels, just like that. Now for the form, right, which is this right here, it looks absolutely horrible, so I'm just gonna do contact form. We have a different subject on electricity. What? Damn. My condolences. Do flex direction, set to column, just like that, and set a gap of 1 rem. And yeah, it looks pretty nice. Now if I can do contact form, I can style the input. I can probably do the same thing here. Copy paste that, change that to text area, put the padding of 15 pixels. I also give a border of none, just like that, and also give a border radius of 10 pixels. And also give font size set to 1 rem, and do background set to RGBA, set that to 0.1, just like that. Set the color to white, and also do border set to 2 pixels, solid, transparent, just like that, and do transition all 0.3 seconds at ease. So that is the thing. Now I can do is change the placeholder. I'm just gonna copy that, and we're gonna format the document here, just like that. And I'm just gonna do that and put a placeholder. And I can just copy this, paste that the same here, format the document. Now for the placeholder, I'm just going to change the color to white. That's pretty simple, right? Change that to that, kind of a bright color, just like that. The one thing I can do is to put a focus effect. Now I can do that and give focus and basically change the, you can set the outline to none, border color, set that to that, and give a background of RGB. I can give it that color, so it'll just change when you click over it. When you click over it, it'll slightly be a lighter color because I've increased the alpha value. And yeah, it looks pretty damn nice, right? I still don't get Faraday's law and Lenz's law, to be honest, even after 5 lectures. I don't know what you're talking about. I've definitely heard of it in my chemistry and physics class when I was in 11th, 12th grade. I never gave any attention to it, so I don't know. When do you use active, by the way? You use active to like define a state. So the actual like active that we have used in our code is, where is it? Dot active. So this is basically saying to add active, right? This active class, if I go up there, which is where the mobile dropdown is basically saying to add active like this. That is what's happening, right? Now you control that using the class list property from JavaScript, right? It will basically access the class list. So if I just get the class list, so if I get the DOM here, so do const and do mobile drop, I just do document dot get, what am I doing? Do document dot query selector and just do dot here, oops, and just do, what am I doing? Just do this, right? And select this and do dot class list. If I do that and do console.log this, go to console, you'll basically see the value. See this? I'm back. So this will basically give us the value. See this? Mobile dropdown is the first item, and second is active. So this will basically be a list of class. At 0th index, it will basically be the mobile dropdown, and active will be that. And then yeah, it'll basically that. So we'll basically add and remove this active. So when you add this active, they'll, like, the mobile dropdown menu will pop up, and when you remove it, remove the class list, it will just be removed. So we'll be doing that using the hamburger menu. Now we have to make that thing come up in responsive tab. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I hope you got that. Now to do all of this, next thing I need to do is do contact form. You can just do button here and do padding, set that to 15 pixels also. It'll be relatively big, and set the background to that. Also do color, set that to white. Also do border, set to none. Do border radius 10 pixels, font size set to 1 rem. Font weight set to 600 and cursor set to pointer, and do transition, all 0.3 seconds at ease. And there we go. Now for the hover effect, I'm gonna do that, put hover, do background set to a darker blue, so I'm just gonna do 2980 and B9, just like that. And also gonna do transform, translate at -2 pixels as always, and yeah, pretty cool. Now the last thing that we have to make is the footer. So I'm just gonna go down here, start our footer. I'm gonna use the footer tag, obviously. I'm just gonna do social links, href, and here inside this I'm gonna use the icon tag. So this will basically be icons of different social media platforms. So the first one will be GitHub. So I'm just gonna use that. I'm going to use 3 of these. So the first one will be GitHub, second one will be LinkedIn, just like that. You see all of these here. The third one will be Twitter. So I'm just going to do that and misspell that. There we go. And at last, I'm just going to use I'm going to make a copyright text. I'm just going to use the copy. That'll give us the copyright logo. And here I'm just going to use 2025. And I'm just going to copy a text here that I have. Isabella Harper, all right reserves. So that is the footer section. And yeah, now let's go ahead and style our footer. So that is all for HTML, by the way. HTML is done. Okay. So I'm just going to I'm going to put a comment saying footer. I'm also going to format the document, by the way. And so I'm just gonna call the footer container, set the background to like 18252F, kind of a blackish color, but not totally black. And set the color to white, text line to center, do padding to rem and 0. Just like that. And for the social links, I'm just gonna do social links. Do display flags, justify content center, and do gap 1 rem, just like that. And do padding, set that to 2 rem. I can do margin bottom set to 1 rem, just like that. Now to style the actual anchor tags. So this will be kind of long, so I'm just gonna scroll down a little bit. Do display flags, align items set to center, justify content set to center. Right. I'm also going to do width, increase the width to 20 pixels, and height, increase that to 40 pixels, which is the container. And do background, set to the signature color, just like that. And color, set that to white, just like that. And text decoration set to none. They'll get rid of the underline. And do transition, all 0.3 seconds at ease. And at last, I'm also going to do border radius set to 50%, just like that. Now to make a hover effect, I'm just going to do that. Put hover here. Change the background to the darkish gray that we have, right? It is dark. Now next I'm just going to transform to translate at -3 pixels, just like that. There is the effect. It looks pretty nice. Now remember the fade in effect that we put here? We put in hero section, right? The fade in effect. I'm basically going to make the keyframes for it. So to make that, I'm just going to use keyframes. Put fade in up there. I'm just going to do from. So it will be opacity. Initially it will be opacity 0. And do transform and translate to 50 pixels. So that will be at the initial state. And 2, it will do opacity to 1 and transform, translate, add y to basically be 0. So if you go over here, if you reload, that will be our effect. Looks pretty okay. And yeah. Now to make this a responsive, right? Now, as I said, this will be responsive for all given screens. So first, I'm just going to set it responsive to the 768 pixels. When we hit 768 pixels, I'm just going to do nav links. I'm going to do nav links set to display none. So when we hit 768 pixels, it'll basically disappear. Now to set the mobile menu to be display block, so that will be right there. Now if you click, nothing happens because we haven't set it using JavaScript, right? Our objects in JavaScript used to hold stuff like user info, name, address, message, etc. Yes, it's basically a container that will basically, if you need a data structure that basically stores values in key value pairs, you use JavaScript object. That's pretty much it. It's like dictionary in Python, right? Python stores value in key value pairs. That's why. The reason we need this is because in HTTP protocol, you basically send data in JSON. So JSON stores values in key value pairs. So you need a programming language should need something that can store in key value pairs. So in JavaScript, that is JavaScript object. If you want in Python, that is a dictionary, and that's pretty much it. In Python, if you want to make API calls, you can use a request Python library. In that, you basically get the JSON values and convert that to dictionary, and just do whatever you want and send that back in from that. And that's, yeah. Do nav here. So nav will change to position relative, and here I'm just gonna change the hero H1 to font size 32.5 rem, just like that. Next thing I need to do is do about content and do contact content. Grid template column, set that to for fraction, just like that. It looks pretty nice. And also do gap to 2 rem, just like that. Next thing is the portfolio grid and the services grid. I'm basically going to change that to one fraction too, just like that. Looks pretty nice. The next thing I need to do is basically change the section title, change that to font size, set that to 2 rem. And yeah, it will basically have a smaller font size, and that is pretty much it for the media queries for 768. So when it breaks to 480 pixels, right? When it breaks to 480 pixels, I'm just going to do hero h1, set that to even smaller, so do font size set to 2 rem, and do hero p, send that to font size set to 1 rem, set the nav to padding 0 and 1 rem, and do container, set that to padding 0 and 1 rem, like that. And yeah, the last finishing touch for our website is, as you see, when you click these, right, it's basically teleports. It basically teleports you to that section, right? Now I want it so it scrolls down. So to do that, what I can do is select the HTML tag and do scroll behavior, set that to smooth, And if I come here, right? If I come here, I can, when I click over it, okay, it basically scrolls down like that. It's pretty cool effect. You can put it just like that, and yeah, it basically makes the experience a whole lot smoother, or like better. And right now it should be styled for the smallest and smallest of screens. If I go here and use iPhone SE, that's the smallest screen we have, it should be responsive for that phone or that device too. Now this thing does not work here because we haven't, we haven't put the JavaScript, but it should be responsive for pretty much any screen that's small. And yeah, just like that. And once you hit certain screen, it should come just like that. Should look pretty nice. And yeah, that is, so responsiveness is done, right? Oops. Just gonna put it right there, and boom. Now let's move on to JavaScript. So for this, I'm not gonna do too crazy because it doesn't have anything in the first place anyways, right? The first thing I need to do is make the contact. So when you submit anything, I wanted to, give an alert saying thank you for the message. So for that, I basically need to listen to that form. So I'm just gonna listen to contact form, and I'm gonna add event listener here saying it will listen to submit, because when you hit send message, it will listen to the submit button, right? So here I'm just gonna do function and do e.prevent default. That will basically prevent any default events like reloading the page or anything, and do alert here saying thank you for your message. I will get back. Oops. What I can do here is I can change that to double quotes, so I can use single quotes here saying get back to you soon. I can do that. And now I can just reset the form like that. Now if I can just type anything here and just do that, if I click on submit, it will say thank you for your message, and when you click OK, that should reset everything here. There we go. Now to actually make the mobile toggle, right? The toggle menu, which is this right here. To do that, I'm just gonna do mobile menu. First get the DOM, right? Get the DOM, do query selector, and do mobile menu. Get the mobile menu I, that being the actual thing. I can just do that, change that to drop down. So this will be the actual drop down. And just get that, do mobile drop down. Now what I can do here is basically do mobile menu dot add event listener and listen to a click, and when you click it, it will basically listen to mobile dropdown dot class list. It will change the toggle between active, and here now for the menu, it will toggle that between FE bars and this times, right? So if I click her, it should load just like that. Pretty nice. And just like that. And yeah. So next thing that I need to do is do document dot query selector all, and select all of these and give the mobile drop down A, do for each link We're basically just holding link here. I forgot to put this. For every link, right, I'm basically going to do link dot add event listener. So we're basically listening to every single one of the things, right? We're basically listening to all of these. So I'm basically going to listen to all of that, all of those links. And I'm just going to do mobile dot dropdown dot class list dot remove active, and just basically just do mobile menu dot class list dot remove, just remove fa times, and just add bars like that. If I do that, that'll basically make the thing disappear when you click over it, just like that. Looks pretty nice. And yeah, that is one thing. Now next thing that I'm going to make is I'm just basically going to make a observer. I'm going to use intersection observer for the fade, the animation, right? So for that, what I'm going to do is first make my observer option object. So I'm just going to do const observer options here. This will be an object, putting a threshold of 0.1. That means if the element is 10% visible in the screen. I'm also going to put a root margin of 0 pixels, negative 50 pixels, and just do 50 pixels. This will basically add a imaginary margin in our web page. And just do const observer equals to new intersection observer, and do entries here, and do entries dot for each entry. I'm basically just gonna do that is check if the entry is in fact intersecting. That means the thing is visible in the screen. I'm basically going to change the entry dot target dot style dot opacity. Opacity is equals to 1. If that is, I'm basically going to change the target dot style dot transform. I'm also going to change that to translate y as 0, just like that. Now I need to pass in this value here. In here, I'm also going to do that, and yeah, should be pretty nice. If I do here, now it's not working, but we also have to observe the thing. So what I'm going to do here is I need to make sure it observes all of these sections. So that is the the value or the object that we made. Now the thing that we have to apply it to our sections. So we have multiple sections. So I'm just going to loop through all of the sections, applying everything to everything. So I'm just going to do document. I'm just going to select all of these sections, loop through them. So that's our first section. I'm just going to do section dot style dot opacity, set that to 0. That'll basically make sure everything is disappeared, right? All of these sections. And here I'm just going to do section dot style dot transform. I'm basically going to do translate y at 30 pixels, just like that. and basically gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna change that to transition, and basically gonna do opacity 0.8 seconds, 8 seconds at ease. Also do transform 0.8 seconds at ease, and we'll observe our observer settings, and we'll observe, and we'll observe the section. So if I now scroll down here, if I reload the page, now it will have the effect just like that. Looks pretty nice, and yeah, that's pretty much it. So last thing I need to do is I'm just gonna set the document.querySelector, our hero section, which by default was not, I'm gonna change that to 1 just in case it wasn't, and also set the transform property to this right here. And yeah, that's pretty much it for our portfolio. Looks pretty nice, and there are no issues. Yep. And our, only thing works perfectly. Yep, works fine. All of our style does work pretty great, just like that. Our style works fine. And yeah, it's responsive to like every screen, the smallest to smallest screen, right? Let's see, that's the smallest screen. It is perfectly usable here, just like that. And yeah, that's pretty much it for today's stream, guys. So I can just do that, boom, and yeah, that's pretty much it for today's stream, guys. I hope you enjoyed the portfolio that we made today. If you did, hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and I'll see you guys in another stream with another project or another tutorial. With that said, till then, bye bye.